down China for a while. He said the power of the United States to fight pandemics is great. It's almost like military language, like this is a military battle we're going into. He bragged about authorizing $8 billion, way too late, by the way, after denying for a while that we need to do anything about this for a response. And then he also attacked the European Union about how they didn't act as quickly as he did. They caused a lot of the cases that we have here. It's Europe's fault. Let's look briefly at the Europe attack.
And taking early, intense action, we have seen dramatically fewer cases of the virus in the United States than are now present in Europe. The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe.
He also used the number of cases here, which we know to be false, to claim that we don't have that many cases. The reality, of course, is we haven't been testing because Donald Trump completely bungled that as well. Then on the policy stuff, what is Trump actually doing? Trump was either deceptive or clueless on almost every single point. Trump said travel from Europe is now banned. This was one of the big points that he made.
After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days.
Now, a lot of people thought, wow, okay, I mean, it's a lot, but this will stop transmission to some degree. We're shutting down all travel to and from Europe for everybody. However, not only is the United Kingdom exempted, meaning you just have to get yourself from wherever in Europe to the UK and then fly to the United States. Presumably, you'll be asked about where you're coming from. But again, these are not fail-safe methods. More importantly, the ban does not apply to U.S. citizens or residents, and U.S. citizens or residents aren't banned from flying to Europe and then simply coming back. This is just foreign nationals who aren't allowed to come to the United States. The statement making that clear, which was released after the fact by the administration. And again, as Donald Trump said, you can also get exemptions. Donald Trump also, during this address last night, said the European travel ban also applies to trade and cargo. That was just not true. The White House had to correct that later. And remember, Trump was reading all of this off of a teleprompter. These were not off-the-cuff misstatements from Donald Trump. It was on the prompter, meaning either whoever wrote the speech has absolutely no idea what it is that's going on, or they decided, let's just lie in order to make this seem like something other than what it is. So you can argue about whether this Europe thing is the right policy, but Trump presenting the policy one way, it's actually something completely different, immediately sending all sorts of people into panic because they misunderstood, because of what Trump said, what the policy actually is. Another example, and this one is straight up insane. Donald Trump said during the address yesterday, he met with health insurance companies and they are waiving all co-payments for coronavirus treatments. That's a big deal if it's true. Listen to Donald Trump say it.
Earlier this week, I met with the leaders of health insurance industry who have agreed to waive all co-payments for coronavirus treatments, extend insurance coverage to these treatments, and to prevent surprise medical billing.
So there it is. Trump says insurance companies are waiving all co-payments for coronavirus treatment. Wow, that's a big deal. That's a really good thing. Turns out it's a complete and total lie. Donald Trump misstated it on national television in front of the entire country. We immediately afterwards heard from a spokesperson for AHIP. AHIP is a big health insurance company lobbying group. And they said, no. We are waiving co-pays on testing for the virus. We are not waiving co-pays or co-insurance or deductible requirements for treatment. This is something Trump read off of a teleprompter, and it was not true. You can get tested without a copay, even though suppose we were told the tests weren't going to cost the end user anything anyway. I don't even know why we need that from insurance companies, but you have to often be tested for other things first. Rule them out before you can be tested for COVID. If you do have the virus and you need treatment, you will have to pay your copays. You will have to pay your co-insurance if you have it. If you first have to meet your annual deductible, you will have to meet it. That can be thousands of dollars for many, many people. So in short, a speech about something which Trump claimed is no big deal, but it still requires an emergency 9 p.m. Eastern time speech to the country, riddled with lies and deception and incompetence. Trump also promised some financial relief to people who are either sick or quarantined or caring for people who are. Also announced Small Business Association loans at interest to businesses. Those policies would actually be good if they happen, but Trump lied his way through the entire speech. Trump also said he's proposing a payroll tax cut through the end of the year. If that happens, that could take a while. And Trump is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi, whose help he needs in order to get that done. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But the sort of the icing on the cake, on a rotten cake that is riddled with infections, the icing on the cake is to claim insurance companies are waiving treatment copayments when they're not. That actually would be a really big deal if they were doing it, but it is not true. And Trump, he takes the political benefit of saying it. Most of the country probably never hears the correction. That was untrue. Where were the fact checkers? How does so much misinformation get into a teleprompter speech? I don't know. The president's own speech was riddled with fake news. The other big event that took place over the last 24 hours is related to the word pandemic. We've been toying with the word pandemic, and the WHO has now declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. Vaguely defined, a pandemic means it's a disease prevalent over an entire country or the world. Exactly when you cross the line from outbreak to pandemic is a question, but the WHO now says we have more than 125,000 worldwide cases. About 54,000 of those cases are currently active. This is now, it has spread outside of the virus's origin in China. Over the last 2 weeks, the outside of China cases have increased 13-fold. The number of countries in which it exists has tripled, and it is now a pandemic. Now, in practice, what does this change? It doesn't really change that much to declare it a pandemic. It is certainly a signal to countries to do whatever they would do when a pandemic is declared. Countries sometimes have protocols where when a pandemic is declared globally, they do A, B, C. Different countries have different protocols, and the WHO saying it's a pandemic means roll out the pandemic plan. The specifics of it vary. Not every country has a pandemic plan. Not every country, like the United States, is willing to actually be proactive and get moving on things. Now, there is some good news and some bad news in all of this. The good news is China has this under control. China still has many active cases because they peaked at so many. But each day, China is having around 1,000 people recover, and they have somewhere around 20 to 50 new cases. That's a drastic daily reduction. And if things continue that way, Italy is soon going to have more active cases than China. That's good for China. It's very bad for Italy. Another sort of bullet point of good news in the midst of a lot of bad news. South Korea has very successfully implemented mass testing. We suspected that the early death rate that was cited of 3.4 may be high. It may be weighted towards older, often including men who smoke in China. Smoking, of course, causing a weakened respiratory system. It seems that the reason the death rate was so high early in China, and more so among men, is for cultural reasons. More men than women smoke in China, and a lot of those early cases were in older male smokers. The South Korea numbers, the fact that they are testing more and have a death rate of only 0.7, it's something. And we're looking for, bits and pieces of something short of bad news. The other positive thing is that as of yesterday, there were 81 countries with 0 cases, and 57 of the countries with cases had fewer than 10. By the time you listen to this segment, that probably will have already changed. There are lots of countries not successfully containing this. The United States seems to be one of them. Trump and Pence just won't stop lying to us about test availability, about the risk of this exploding, about the constant, endless lying that they themselves are directing others to do. Stop testing this, that, the other thing. It doesn't stop. What am I doing? I mean, listen, I'm washing my hands more often. Before, I don't think I washed my hands every time I got home. Now I do. I'm probably staying in a little more. When I go out, I'm opting for places with fewer people. I'm not going to large gatherings. I'm not going to concerts or sporting events. I'm opting when I go to a coffee shop for the smaller, less crowded one. Although I ended up this week at one that is kind of a bigger, more college crowded one. I have not canceled travel yet. I'm scheduled to travel in 13 days. I'm going to continue looking at the situation there. It is domestic travel. I am staying away from family and friends who are more vulnerable, either because of their age or their health situation. That's what's going on for now. Let me know what adjustments, if any, you are making on Twitter at @dpacman. Make sure to follow me there. And we'll have more about this coming up later on in the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Cody Johnson and Jason Greif. Thanks so much to both Cody and Jason for supporting the David Pakman Show. Also, big thank you to Jared Reynolds. Jared's been a member for almost 5 years and is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Consider grabbing a membership. It's cheap, it's easy, it's quick, it supports our work directly. You can sign up at joinpakman.com. You will love it. That I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I hope that you have been participating in the discussions on the David Pakman Show Reddit. More than 18,000 of our viewers and listeners now regularly participating there. You can find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. That's REDDIT. There is a post about Alex Jones, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, being arrested on a drunk driving charge. I didn't feel it warranted a segment in and of itself at this point. Alex Jones, we're familiar with Alex Jones. We have too many important things going on to devote an entire segment to Alex, but a lot of posts on the subreddit about this. Indeed, it seems that Alex Jones had been, from what we know right now, Alex Jones had been drinking heavily, was involved in a disturbance with his wife, left driving. The wife had called the police. The police tracked down Alex Jones, pulled him over. He was apparently drunk, and he has been arrested. And not really a surprise when we previously would talk about Alex Jones and actually speak to people, including his ex-wife. Every indication, if you sort of understand what's going on with this guy, would lead you, just like we've been saying with George Zimmerman. When George Zimmerman was acquitted in the killing of Trayvon Martin, we knew he'd continue having problems with the law. He's just that type of guy, and he has. And no surprise whatever about what Alex Jones is now going through. Also a post from Tofu Fighter on the subreddit. Tofu Fighter says, I'm really glad David is speaking to us like adults. There are a ton of people on YouTube and Twitter left that have been selling us false hope. There is still hope that Bernie will pull off a miracle in what appears to be the final days of the primary, but the numbers are not on our side. There really needs to be some self-reflection with the progressive movement and where we can go from here. I've noticed a shift from some folks online, but there is still a Bernie was perfect and could do no wrong. And if you think any differently, you are a wrecker mentality on Twitter and the YouTube left. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want to see this in action, look at the number of dislikes on my videos about the primary from Wednesday this week. The videos dated March 11th. And look at my Twitter page, but look at with my replies, like actually click over to show tweets and replies. And you'll see the back and forths, and there are people who just don't want to accept that a lot of the Democratic electorate didn't like Bernie Sanders. They say, well, no, they liked Bernie, but they voted for someone else anyway. Okay, maybe some, but that's too. We will not win if that's your explanation. That explanation, believing that explanation, will keep you from actually dealing with what it is that's going on. But I appreciate that some people have reached out and said David, I'm glad you're covering this like you are, because it needs to be covered in this way. Lastly, the winter mood posted on the subreddit. Is Trump preventing coronavirus tests from being released? If you had asked me a week ago, I would have said it's crazy. But then I heard Trump say, I don't need to have the numbers double because of one ship that wasn't our fault. And it wasn't the fault of the people on the ship either, Trump added. It wasn't their fault either, and they're mostly Americans, so I can live either way with it. I'd rather have them stay on, but I fully understand if they'd rather take them off. So, yeah, Trump knows that if we start widespread testing, the number of cases is going to go up dramatically. Some estimates say there are realistically between 3,000 and 8,000 cases in the United States right now. I actually would be reassured if the number of cases were 8,000, only because it would signal a much lower death rate. The death rate in the U.S. right now, based on the number of cases that have been confirmed, is very, very high. It does not bode well for the United States. If indeed there are 8,000 cases right now, we have a very low death rate. It would be reassuring. But Donald Trump just is thinking about optics, politics, and all sorts of stuff that doesn't really help anybody actually deal with what's going on. Join the discussion on the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. Before Donald Trump's big virus address last night, he had some reporters into a meeting about contingency planning. And CNN's Jim Acosta asked a really specific question to Donald Trump, and a good question to Donald Trump. And it was, there are people concerned you aren't taking this seriously enough. There are people noticing that what you say and what health experts say are two very, very different things. What do you say to those people? Donald Trump's answer was merely, that's CNN, that's fake news. No answer. The president of the United States mishandling or not handling a crisis about which he is clueless. CNN's Jim Acosta accurately points out health experts are saying very different things than you, and they are health experts. And this is Donald Trump's reaction.
Mr. President, what do you say to Americans who are concerned that you're not taking this seriously enough and that some of your statements don't match what your health experts are saying?
That's CNN, fake news. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
In many other developed Western democracies that respect the press and hold elected officials accountable, a president would be run out of office for simultaneously mismanaging a crisis while attacking journalists who inquire about it. It has become very popular for Trumpists to attack CNN, and that's dangerous enough. But what I need you to understand is that no one is holding the president accountable. He shut down the pandemic response team in 2018. He cut funding to the CDC. We're going to dig into this later. He denied that this was anything at all until he had no choice but to do an emergency presidential address to the nation from the White House last night. And now when a journalist asks a simple, sober, real, important question, a substantive question, Trump refuses to answer and calls the employer of the journalist fake news. Now, as far as the suspension of travel for foreigners coming to the United States from Europe, the problem is here now. The virus is spreading here. It's undetected because we aren't testing and our system doesn't work. And Trump is being asked about his mismanagement, and he is allowed to say, you are fake news, and simply move on. Put everything else aside. The lack of testing should be career ending for Donald Trump. It should be a presidency ending mistake. And we'll talk about that later. The stock market, again, crashing today once again. The stock market crashed so much so quickly that these emergency circuit breaker measures were triggered, which stopped trading altogether. I was actually wondering last night as the stock market futures started to implode as Trump was speaking, what would have happened if Trump said, I'm resigning, and someone actually qualified was put in place? Obviously not Pence. That wouldn't be a qualified person. I was just thinking, would that turn anything around about what's going on? I don't know at this point in time. One of the things that is going to be required, if indeed Donald Trump wants to cut the payroll tax to zero through the end of the year, is he's going to have to meet with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Democrats control the House of Representatives. Trump is a Republican. Trump's going to need to meet with Nancy Pelosi. And Donald Trump is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi about all of the different things he's considering doing, including cutting that payroll tax to deal with the virus. That's basically the whole story. Donald Trump met with Senate Republicans about a response, but Democrats control the House. You need Democrats in order to pass things. Trump proposed a payroll tax cut through the end of the year, but you've got to talk to House Democrats. They control the House. You're not going to be able to do it without them. And Donald Trump is reportedly refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi, apparently for no other reason that he just wouldn't be able to bear being in the same room as her. Here's Eamon Javers explaining what it is that's going on.
Pelosi, it doesn't look like it would be productive at this point to put Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi in the same room together negotiating face to face. It just doesn't seem like that would end well. So Mnuchin seems to be the guy here. It's a tragic
statement that because he's so wounded, and I mean, we're in the middle of a national crisis, and he can't get in a room with the Speaker of the House.
Look, I mean, what the White House would say is that's Pelosi's fault, right? Because she ripped up his speech. She's been tough on him. She impeached him. And therefore, the president has every right to not want to be in a room with her. But look, I mean, that's where we are in American politics today, right? I mean, the idea that we could have face-to-face negotiations between the Speaker of the House and the President of the United States is just far-fetched right now, even in this crisis.
Trump was actually invited by Nancy Pelosi to the St. Patrick's Day lunch, which is it's a bipartisan event that dates back to 1983, and Trump declined the invitation. Is it possible Nancy Pelosi might be able to, I don't know, tempt Trump to show up if she promises to get him one of those big taco salads from Trump Tower that Trump likes so much, or maybe a bucket of KFC, which Donald Trump also has a penchant for? I don't know what it's going to take, but this is not leadership. This is childish. It's endangering the country. It is increasing the number of people who are at risk. Trump needs Nancy Pelosi and needs House Democrats in order to get things done on this pandemic. And that is what it now is, according to the WHO. Trump is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi. He just won't meet with her. Trump addressing the nation last night on this issue of the virus, demanding all sorts of people do different things. And yet he can't get himself into a room with Nancy Pelosi to actually figure things out like adults and maybe cut payroll taxes through the end of the year. This is the height or the bottom, bottom of the barrel of total childish nonsense from the White House, while everyone else is expected to kowtow to him and to follow his lead. But his lead is a ridiculous joke, and the guy is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi. I don't ever want to be on this program. What's the word? Inaccurately pessimistic, overly pessimistic. But when I see the data and I see the numbers, and then I see Trump's address to the nation last night, just riddled with lies, things that just aren't true. Insurance companies are waiving copays on treatments. No, they're not. They're just not true. They're not. They immediately put out a statement saying that they're not. I am starting to genuinely worry that what we are talking about here is a potentially, year or longer fiasco. And by that, I mean that we might get the virus under control in under a year. But in terms of the economic repercussions, we could be talking about a year plus or multi-year fiasco if an adult can't get this under control soon. And that's why later in the program, I am going to argue that it is time for Donald Trump to resign. Let's take a quick break. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. We'll continue to cover this there. And while you are on Instagram, follow me at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, T-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's get to the conclusion to my interview with former CIA and FBI agent Tracy Walder. You can, of course, find the full interview on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. So eventually, Tracy, you actually move from the CIA to the FBI, which strikes me, number one, as interesting because it gives you specific insight into some of these now known tensions between the two agencies. It's also something that, if I recall correctly, was not readily believed by some of the people you were training with at the FBI. I mean, was it that unusual that at the FBI they said she was from the CIA? That just doesn't even sound quite right.
Well, that's what I find so weird about the whole situation was that, the FBI had to come to CIA to interview me and conduct my background investigation. So there wasn't like some mystery about, where I worked. This wasn't, a strange thing. Yes, I think that it is viewed as perhaps unusual. I mean, even I've tried to find lately women who have worked on the operations of both sides and of both organizations, and I really haven't found any. So yes, I guess it's weird, but that doesn't mean that it gives them the right to sort of debase what I did and where I had come from.
And what is it about? I mean, I'm interested in the internal culture here. When your FBI colleagues learned and then believed eventually that you did come from the CIA, how did that impact their perception of you and the work that you were doing or would soon be doing at the FBI?
It's hard to know if that was because I came from the CIA or because I was a female. I'm not sure that I'll ever know why. It was hard because I had come from the CIA where I was loved, treated very well, had great relationships with my colleagues, won many awards. So I just assumed it would be the same way. And when it wasn't, that was very surprising to me. And so it's hard to know if it's because I came from the CIA or if it's because I'm a very, very feminine woman.
That's interesting. So at the CIA, you said that many of your colleagues were women roughly your age. That changed at the FBI.
I was definitely the youngest in my class by far. The FBI does have a minimum age, which I believe is 25. And I would have been 26. So I was right at the cusp of that. I'd say the average age was probably about 32-ish, somewhere around that. So yeah, I mean, I was younger. But what was interesting is even when I worked at the CIA and I had older female colleagues, I'm talking, probably in their 60s, kind of towards the end of their career, I was never treated badly by them either. And so, there's so many factors. I'm not entirely sure which one it was.
Sure. No, that makes sense. In terms of the work that you did at the FBI, number one, where did you specialize there? And how did it feel to be doing that versus what you had been working on in counterterrorism at the CIA?
So, yeah, I mean, it was initially surprising to me that they placed me in Chinese counterintelligence. I had assumed that I'd be working counterterrorism simply because that's what I had done for the past 5 years or so at the agency. But I didn't approach it with a negative attitude. I'm kind of the person that's like, well, let's just go find out more about this. And, I was surprised, but still looking forward to it. So I was placed in the Chinese counterintelligence squad. And it turns out that they had put me there not because of my expertise, but because of my security clearance that I had at the CIA.
When you think back to the work you did at both agencies, do you have a strong intuitive sense that what you did at one versus the other was of more sort of direct value or more rewarding in some sense?
That's a really good question, and I'm not sure that I can give you a fair answer because at the FBI, my impact or my thought of any impact that I had is severely clouded by my treatment, right, as a female. So I don't know that that's fair. in terms of like face-to-face impact, yeah, the FBI definitely had more because you're dealing so much with victims and families and those kinds of things. At the CIA, I felt like I had a tremendous impact, but it's much more nebulous and more broad.
When we hear about the sometimes lack of playing nice, as it's called, between some intelligence agencies, and obviously with the current president, there's been a lot of conflict also between the agencies and the White House as well. Do you have any kind of particular insight from the time you spent at both agencies and relating to the people in the White House about what is going on, if there are particular dynamics that really vary from administration to administration, or if there's something about the structure of these agencies that leads to this type of conflict?
So I think it's like a two-pronged answer. I think the first one is I worked there under Bush and I worked there under Clinton. So obviously two ideologically different presidents. Both of them kept Tenet as the head of the CIA. And I would say both of them, regardless of what you think politically, I'm just reporting how I felt, treated intelligence except for later on, in a rather apolitical manner. The intelligence agency was not there to serve them or, dig up dirt. Both of them read the presidential daily briefs. Both of them would have questions about the presidential daily briefs. So I appreciated that in working there. My colleagues were very apolitical. I mean, we just didn't. I think now, unfortunately, what we're seeing is that it's the intelligence community is being used as this protective arm for the president. And I think that is a huge problem, regardless of where you stand politically. I wish people could sort of get politics out of their mind and just kind of look back and see why this is negative. I think from why these two agencies dislike each other so much has to do with their missions. The CIA is an intelligence gathering organization. That's all they do. That is their mission. The FBI is a law enforcement organization. And I think the CIA, because they're dealing with human assets, that's a different security clearance. And the FBI gets their feathers ruffled when the CIA says, oh, I can't tell you that. And so I think that's where it's this clash of ego that sort of happens. And that's a huge problem. I think we need to sort of step back from ourselves and our egos and realize that this is sometimes for the greater good of national security.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about, now that you are out of that world, are there things that still affect you from it in terms of whether you think about your personal security on a day-to-day basis or in any other way?
So there's been a kind of three different things. The first one was I had to testify in front of the Inspector General about torture and things like that when I was already out of the agency. So, clearly that was an issue.
Yes.
The second one was, I believe there was a data breach or data hack in the Office of Personnel Management, and they had all of our information. People had worked there. And then the third is, since the release of my book, there's been a lot of people that really don't like that I worked for the CIA, and that have threatened me, yelled at me, screamed at me, called me a murderer. And so now, our house is under close watch from our local police department. So that's been an issue. When
you say people have yelled at you, people have found you in the real world and yelled at you?
Yes. So, I'd have a book signing event. People will yell at me there, or I've had people follow me to private events.
Wow.
Yelled at me there. It's quite interesting.
And when you say that they're mad you worked at the CIA, like, what does that even mean? They're mad.
So, well, I don't mean to be political. I'm actually an independent politically, but what had happened is unfortunately my book's release came out at the same time as there was a hashtag trending, abolish the CIA. And it was because of some things, I think from the Bernie Sanders time that he had served, and people were showing up to chant that and call me a murderer for working there.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow. It's an incredible story. We've been speaking with Tracy Walder. Her book is The Unexpected Spy, which we are linking to. Tracy, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time and you sharing your story with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I enjoyed this very much.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we tend to take the news day by day here. We look at each element of what has taken place. We analyze it for its factual substrate, and we contextualize the news in history or society or culture or the economy or science or whatever is warranted by what's taking place. We're sort of at the end point here with Donald Trump. We have a president who simply can't do his job, and Donald Trump is long past the moment where he should resign the presidency of the United States, because the pandemic crisis that Donald Trump is dealing with, or better said, not dealing with, has proven that he can't lead. He can't handle this. And we already suspected that. Many of us on the left, we already knew that before. But it should really be clear to anyone who's willing to apply the most minute amount of critical thinking at this point. He has mishandled it with lies and delays and ignorance and incompetence from day one. And people are dying and the pandemic is spreading. And to really understand this, you actually have to go back years. When Donald Trump expressed back during the Republican primary in 2015, vaccine skepticism. He's not an anti-vaxxer, but he expressed fact-free, unscientific vaccine skepticism. That was a sign that this guy was not playing with a full deck. Then he became president of the United States. He disbanded the pandemic response team. Why would anyone do that? The medical field knows that there are, 100-year flus. There's the idea of 1,000-year viruses. It's just a matter of time until we're faced with one. Trump disbands the pandemic response team, cuts funding to the CDC. So you have a cluelessly vaccine skeptical guy disbanding the pandemic response team and cutting CDC funding. Nothing's happened yet at that point, but it's already bad. Then this starts to spread out of China. Trump does nothing for a while, says it's all fine, it's all going to go away. Starts to get weird. Then he makes completely reckless, baseless predictions about we won't really have cases, then we have them. We're not going to have deaths, then we have them. There was never any basis in fact or science in any of those predictions. On February 29th, Trump said he said the number of people infected in the U.S. would soon be close to zero. That, of course, was irresponsible and it was untrue. Trump said it's sort of like the flu. Trump says medical experts should stop speaking publicly. He muzzles people from talking. He's clearly in over his head, but then it really gets bad. Trump bungles testing, initially rejecting the WHO's test because the CDC was going to create one. CDC fails. Trump continues to brag about how low the number of cases here is. The reason the number is low is because we aren't testing. Now, realistically, if we were testing right now, we wouldn't have 1,400 cases. We would have anywhere from, on the very low end now, 3,000, 8,000, 9,000, depending on which estimate you look at. Trump appoints Mike Pence to run this entire thing, a guy who is almost as clueless as Trump, combined with the weaponization of Mike Pence's evangelical Christianity, which once led him to pray about what he should do about an HIV outbreak that was ravaging his state of Indiana when he was governor there. And then the cherry on top, while Donald Trump is attacking journalists like CNN's Jim Acosta for asking him questions about his failed response, while insisting it's not serious, Trump does an emergency presidential Oval Office national address during which he incorrectly states almost every measure being taken, says we have a Europe travel ban, except it really only applies to foreign nationals coming to the United States, not Americans who want to go back and forth to their heart's content, says the ban does apply to cargo and trade when it doesn't, and most shockingly, most damaging, claims that insurance companies are waiving all co-payments for virus treatment when that is not true. And insurance companies, within minutes of Trump's speech, immediately come out and say, that's not true. We're not waiving any co-pays on treatment. The man can't handle it. He is in over his head. He must resign. He never will, of course, but he should. His narcissism has been weaponized, and combined with his ignorance, his delusions of grandeur, he is building a public health crisis through his actions. Republicans and the people around him are enabling him to continue doing it. And lastly, Trump may also be sick himself. I know, it may not be the virus, but Trump's been in contact with people exposed to the virus. He could have anything. It could be the flu. It could be something else. Last night during Trump's address, his right eye was almost swollen shut. His breathing was labored. His left eye, which was open, was red and shiny. And a Brazilian official that Trump hung out with over the weekend at Mar-a-Lago is now suspected of having the virus himself. That's totally separate from Trump's incompetence, by the way. At this point, it's just a side note. Anyone other than Trump would be handling this more competently. The owner of the barber shop down the street from me, I would be more comfortable with him handling this than Trump, because he wouldn't bring the chip on his shoulder that Trump brings that makes him think he knows everything and not listen to any of the experts. The owner of the travel agency in my neighborhood, who at least understands how viruses spread through travel, right? Anyone would be better suited to deal with this than is Donald Trump today. It is a national nightmare, and I don't know what the eventual outcome is going to be. For me, this is not political in the sense that if Trump put together tomorrow a great plan, turned this around, and things start going in the right direction, I would gladly say this is life and death for people. I don't care, Republican, Democrat, Trump, whoever. That's all I want. The observations I'm making are not based on Trump's political party membership or anything other than this is a fiasco. It is hard to find a country dealing with this more poorly than Donald Trump is. Luckily, there are enough health professionals at lower levels around the country that they are making some of the right decisions, even without Donald Trump's involvement, help, or direction. That's what's saving us at this point in time. National nightmare almost doesn't even cover it. There's this absolute lunatic Christian named Jim Baker. He's a televangelist. He was previously convicted of actual fraud, served time in prison. He's known for selling those long-term food buckets, Christian food storage, as I call it. You can get, 1,000 servings of dehydrated mashed potatoes for the apocalypse, that sort of thing. He has now been ordered by the New York Attorney General to stop selling a fake virus cure. He's been touting this thing called Silver Solution, and he brought on a guest, Cheryl Selman, who's about as much of a lunatic as Jim Baker. Check out the conversation they had. We're going to have to really break this down piece by piece because it's a clinic in disinformation and pseudoscience, and it's dangerous pseudoscience at that. Let's get into clip number one.
God gave us this product,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
How
We're
many
talking
years ago
about
did
the
we
silver
get this
salt.
product, I wonder?
He gave this to us about 10, 12 years ago with
And
Frank.
we have it at our home. Yes. We have it in cases.
So this is already whacked, okay? He believes God gave them the product of Silver Solution. Why wouldn't God just prevent the conditions that Silver Solution supposedly treats and cures, right? Like, why go through the trouble? God's a busy guy or gal, if they exist. Why would God first create all sorts of conditions that require treatment, then create Silver Solution to cure them? It's much simpler. Just don't require the Silver Solution by not creating the conditions that supposedly Jim Baker says it treats. It's already bonkers. Let's continue.
We use it all the time. I have this, and I mean, I don't think I'd have made it without silver. For my throat and all that.
Absolutely.
Because I've had this, and this is amazing.
Why is silver so?
Would you recommend, as a doctor, people to have silver in their house for a pandemic?
You never want to be without silver.
Okay, so now he goes to his doctor. Doctor, do we want silver? Oh, yes, Jim, we want silver. We need silver. Cheryl Selman, the doctor, is what's called an ND. That's a naturopathic doctor. She's not a medical doctor. Now, I'm not interested in debating the merits of naturopathy with you here, but the amount of pseudoscience that naturopathy is just filled up with and perpetuates is stunning. And he's being dishonest by saying doctor, because a normal person is going to say they're talking about curing illness and he's referring to her as doctor. She must have some kind of actual medical credentials. No. We're talking about a naturopath here. Let's keep going. Here's where they start getting into viruses. Listen very carefully to the language that they use.
Never. For so many reasons. Never.
Never.
You know, this is a staple. Talk about staples.
It is a staple.
This is a staple for your family.
Yes.
And we can talk more about it. Maybe when we have more time.
Yeah,
but
we got time.
All I can say is that it has been proven by the government that it has the ability to kill every pathogen it has ever been tested on, including SARS and HIV.
Proven by the government that it has the ability to kill every pathogen it has ever been tested on, including SARS and HIV. Proven by the government. Well, proven by which government? What do you mean by proven? What do you mean it kills pathogens? There are lots of so-called pathogens that you can put in a petri dish where they are relatively benign, and you can take many substances. You can dump bleach onto it. You can, listen, you can probably find pathogens that Gatorade will kill in a petri dish if you leave it in there for hours, but it's meaningless commentary unless you actually know the details of what they're suggesting, if they aren't total lies, which obviously they are. And then now they get to what is really the key part.
This influenza that is now circling the globe, you're saying that silver solution would be effective.
Well, let's say it hasn't been tested on this strain of the coronavirus, but it's been tested on other strains of the coronavirus and has been able to eliminate it within 12 hours.
Yeah.
Totally eliminate it, kills it, and deactivates it.
Yeah.
Oh, so, all right. So it hasn't been tested on this strain of the virus. Oh, I see. Well, tell me more. Well, it has eliminated other strains of coronavirus. No, well, actually, it has killed other strains. No, it has deactivated other strains. Get off the TV. This is when you know that this is BS. It killed the virus. It eliminated it. It deactivated it. This is meaningless, dangerous drivel that can potentially kill people. And then they do their normal thing, which is they throw in, oh, it also boosts your immune system. Anytime you hear that, that's a red flag.
And then it boosts your immune system, so then you can support the recovery, because when you kill the virus, then the immune system comes into action to clear it out. So you want a vibrant immune system as well as an ability to deactivate these viruses.
That's so good.
Oh, okay. So you kill the virus with the silver, and then that same silver will boost your immune system, which deactivates the virus. This should be criminal. Now, if you've not heard about this silver stuff before, there's this whole world of what's called colloidal silver. And not only does colloidal silver not do any of the things they say, it doesn't treat any disease, it doesn't treat any symptom. It can actually be dangerous. When you take colloidal silver, it can cause you to not absorb actual medications that you're taking, real ones like antibiotics. It can also start to build up in your skin tissue, and you can start to turn like a bluish gray hue because of the consumption of silver, and it does nothing for you. It's not a necessary mineral. It's not a dietary supplement. It's ridiculous, and it can harm you. Talk about preying on people worried about getting sick. These lunatic right-wing evangelical Christian shows, much like Fox News, have disproportionately older audiences who are most at risk to all viruses, flu, et cetera, as well as COVID-19, which is going on. This is horrible. These are terrible people. This should be criminal. It should be criminal to do what it is that they are doing. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. The last couple days, I've taken a lot of hits as a result of my coverage of the Democratic primary. A lot of people don't like that I don't see a mathematical path for Bernie to the nomination. There are people who don't like that when it comes down to it in November, I'm going to vote for Biden over Trump, and I've outlined the reasons why. A lot of people angry with me. We took several hundred unsubscribes on our YouTube channel yesterday as a result. And listen, that's okay. You know, I mean, I can only do the show the way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do any of this stuff where, you know, I give people false hope that doesn't make sense, or I pretend like the only reason Bernie lost is because of the DNC establishment. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. OK, if you want that, or not necessarily, if you don't, not that you want people to lie to you, but if you want people to tell you that, you can find shows that I'm sure are doing it. And here's a voicemail I got sort of related to this big picture issue.
David, what is wrong with the progressive movement right now? After the drubbing Bernie took on Tuesday, all I'm hearing from progressive sources is a bunch of excuses and fear-mongering. They're now trying to impress upon their audiences that Joe Biden can't possibly beat Trump. What the hell is going on? Do they want Trump to win? This is not helpful. And they keep talking about how Bernie still has a chance. Look at the analytics. He is not favored in a single state left right now. He's doing horribly amongst black people. He's doing well with Hispanics, but he's doing horribly with Hispanics in Florida. Bernie can't win, and we need to accept this. He's only getting about 35% of the vote. His constituency is not showing up.
Yeah, that's all true. And, you know, I understand, you know, having been through a bunch of these elections now and thinking back to the disappointment when George W. Bush was eventually awarded the presidency over Al Gore. That's the first presidential election I followed really closely. I get the feeling. I know what people are experiencing. But my argument is we don't do any better in future elections if we just say, guys, you know what happened? It was the establishment and it was the media that made it so that Bernie lost and he still has a chance. If that's your view, the same thing will happen next time. OK, we have to include in our analysis the electorate is not as progressive as Twitter and Reddit make us think. The electorate may like Medicare for all in the abstract, but when you say exactly how it will work, it's not as popular. I got into Twitter arguments yesterday about that. Guys, this is just the reality. It's not my opinion. When you give more detail about Bernie's Medicare for all plan, support goes down. Doesn't mean it's a bad policy, doesn't mean it's the wrong policy, but it's not just the media, okay? It's not just the DNC. Joe Biden right now is leading Bernie by 1.5 million votes. The idea that this is simply because the DNC took it from Bernie, if it makes you feel better, go with it. But we will not win elections when that is the predominant analysis. And I want to win. I want to win. That's my concern. And I also, when it comes down to it, I don't want Donald Trump choosing Ruth Bader Ginsburg's replacement. I don't want that. I'd rather it be Biden. I get that we're going to have some audience rollover as a result of this because there are people who just don't want to hear it. Some people we will lose for good. Some people will leave for a while and then eventually come back. I can't gauge my commentary or calibrate my commentary on that basis. I just have to tell what I see as the truth. If you see the data differently, that's a great debate to engage in. Kyle Kulinski and I did that on Twitter yesterday. We went back and forth about some of these Medicare numbers. But, you know, calling me a centrist as a pejorative, all of that stuff, aside from being untrue and me being more progressive than I've ever been in my entire life, based on all of the countless tests you folks have sent me and that I've taken, we're not going to win by saying, oh, if I believe Bernie has lost, I am a centrist shill. We're just not going to win. And maybe that's what some people want. Maybe some people want to perpetually be in sort of the victim on the outside position. And that there's something to be said for that. That can feel good to a lot of people. There's a lot of psychology that's going on here that sort of exceeds my ability to mention here. But I hope that we can all sort of come together and agree as to what it is that is going on this election. We have a great bonus show for you today. Donald Trump wants, big shocker, a bailout for the hotel industry. The NBA has canceled or suspended the remainder of their season, as multiple players now have the virus. And Harvey Weinstein, it's Eric Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, has been sentenced to 24 years in prison. And that is a big case, which we will be talking about on the bonus show today. Get access to the bonus show. Don't miss it. Grab a membership at joinpacman.com or make a pledge on Patreon at patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
But it looks like I'm going to just start the meeting. So welcome to the March 11th meeting. This is for the Representative Town Meeting informational meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned.
Indeed it has.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to start with a couple logistical matters. For those who are just walking in and wondering where childcare is located in room 130 down the hall on the left-hand side. Quick segue, Representative Town Meeting will be at BAMS, the middle school this year, and childcare will be provided there as well, which is a really nice location for childcare, so I think that's going to work nicely. Back to tonight's logistics. Bathrooms are out the door to the right. There are signs helping you find your way. There's hand sanitizer available on all of the tables. Feel free to find it as you feel that you need it. And finally, we do have interpreters here this evening. They will not appear on the live broadcast. We are live tonight, but tomorrow you can check BCTV's website, BCTV, to view the recording of tonight's meeting, and that will include the interpreters. Okay, so those are my logistical announcements. And at this point in the meeting, we're going to begin with a COVID update, and then we will move into summarization of the articles. Peter, do you want to take over for COVID?
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening. If you're a human on our planet, you're aware of COVID-19 these days, and we knew that would be on everyone's mind. We've got a large public gathering here this evening and another one planned 10 days from now. And so we wanted to take a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting before we get into dealing with the substantive matters that you've come to discuss this evening. To let you know what we know, let you know what the town is doing, what we think that individuals can be doing for themselves, and look ahead a little bit to what we can reasonably expect. There's not much that we can predict with certainty. The one great true thread that's running through this experience for all of us with COVID-19 is uncertainty and how it changes from day to day, depending on circumstances in each region where it's impacting. Fortunately, right now, Vermont is an area that is not as significantly impacted as areas around us within the northeastern United States, and certainly elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But it's an epidemic. It was declared today a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and as such, it is literally a matter of time before everywhere is touched by this, and everyone has some degree of vulnerability to it. So the key thing is to learn about it, be aware of it, pay attention to what the health experts in your particular area, our particular area, are saying about it, and do those things that each one of us can do ourselves, make the most intelligent decisions we can for those things that we control in life. What we are doing about that as a town is we've seen this coming for a bit, as it was, once it had arrived in the United States, and there's really good emergency management networks within all levels of government that communicate pretty effectively around these things. And so word was coming out weeks ago that it was time to get ready for the potential impact in communities in the United States. So we've been doing some planning. We now have those plans in place. We've taken the what in emergency management jargon is pre-incident actions. We don't really have an active incident to manage as an emergency in Brattleboro yet, thank goodness. So we're taking the pre-incident actions that are necessary to make sure that town government is ready, and to the degree that we're interacting with our partners in the community and in the region, that those that we depend upon are also ready to step up into a more active level of emergency response if and when that may become necessary to do. That's almost certainly going to arrive for first responders, and it may arrive more broadly for us as a community, but there's just really no way to predict when or in what ways, how significantly we may be affected by that. But the main thing that you can do right now as an individual is to stay informed through the expert health advice and directives that are coming out of the Vermont Health Department and Vermont state government more generally. They've activated the EOC, so the state government has now got a centralized point of communication for all the different departments of state government around this issue, to make sure that they're communicating effectively internally among state employees and state agencies, and they're in a position now where they can more efficiently push messages out from the interdisciplinary folks representing the different state agencies there at the EOC to people like us, both those of us in this room who represent your town government and have a role to play in that intergovernmental relationship, as well as us more broadly, all of us as people in the community who may be affected by this and need to be knowing what the state and others are doing about it. The health department is updating its website at least daily, and in some cases more frequently than that. It is filled with really good information and links to the CDC and the World Health Organization and other expert sources of information. You want to go to those sites, please, to learn about what's happening and what you can do and what others are doing around these issues. Please don't rely on Facebook. Please don't rely on neighbors. We'll rely on each other for help, for information about what's going on and what's currently happening and how it's moving around and eventually probably into our area. Please rely on the State Department of Health website, and you could call 211 is the other way to access the expert information that is being put out by the state and by other officials. The Health Department website, if you want an easy link to that, if you're somebody who goes to the town's website for information, you can go there, brattleboro.org, and over in the right-hand side under News, where we always have some links to things that are relatively more timely. There's budget information at this time of year, and there's other things there about what is more current events in the community and in town government. Right now, at the very top of that news list, and it'll stay there until it is appropriate to remove it, is coronavirus information, which is your link directly to the Vermont Department of Health website. That's going to have all that information. That's going to be updated all the time to tell us what's actually going on these days. The main advice right now, while it's ever changing, the primary advice is and has been to individuals to rigorously practice good hygiene, both in the hand washing aspect of that I think probably has become completely known by all, I hope, by now. We need to be washing our hands frequently, and we need to be washing them for longer than most of us are used to. I know that there are some medical professionals in the room who are used to washing your hands more completely and for longer periods of time. Some of the advice is to sing the happy birthday song twice to yourself as you're washing your hands, and that'll keep you actually moving the soap around long enough. So you want to do that. Make sure that you're keeping your hands clean, that you don't touch your face if you can help it, that you certainly cover any cough or sneeze, preferably with a tissue, and throw that away. If you feel unwell, stay home so that you don't expose other people in the community to whatever it is that's causing you to feel unwell. It might be COVID-19, it might be something else, and we just need to be really careful about not exposing each other to illness these days. And if you can avoid being around other people who are not well, please do that. Obviously, there's a more complicated question there. We take care of each other. There may be a family member or a good friend or a neighbor or somebody that you're assisting who's not feeling well, and you're going to have to do the best you can to protect yourself as you provide help to them. But in general, in terms of our social interactions with one another, avoid being around people who are not well. That is the basic broad picture of how it's happening right now. The numbers in Vermont actually got better today, but please don't take that as a sign that we're dodging a bullet here. Again, based on the declaration that it's a pandemic and based on how the virus itself is actually mutating and moving around in ways that it's really hard for the medical professionals, public health professionals to predict. Nobody is dodging a bullet at this point. We all need to stay vigilant and aware of how it's happening. But it is a fact that today, the numbers of people in Vermont who have been officially declared to have been monitored and tested and not have COVID-19 went up, and the numbers of people who are being actively monitored went down. But that's today's news. That's not an indication that we're heading in a better direction. Very likely, because we're an area that's been spared so far, there's only one person who has been confirmed as a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in Vermont. They're in the hospital in Bennington. Because of that, there's going to be increased numbers, and we'll be having to stay aware of, where that is within Vermont, where it is in the tri-state area as well. Massachusetts has been harder hit. We're keeping an eye on where that is, and New Hampshire has had cases as well. So probably the unasked and unanswered question about all this at this moment is, what about town meeting? We're here tonight to prepare for representative town meeting. It's 10 days away. Frankly, while there are increased numbers of public gatherings of different types, social and cultural events that are being canceled or postponed, For an event of this importance to the community, we're going to do everything we can to hold it on time, but we're not going to be foolish and reckless about that. And so right now there is not a reason to postpone representative town meeting. If there becomes a reason, either because the state says we're not having any more public gatherings in Vermont, which is possible, then obviously we would follow that guidance and postpone. Or if the state doesn't require us to, but there is some obvious reason and changed, a substantive change in the local circumstances that make that the prudent thing to do, then it may become necessary to do that. But for all different kinds of reasons related to the sort of logistical and legal importance of what you do as town meeting representatives, and the one time a year that you come together to do it, and the time frame within which a postponed meeting would need to be held, which is complicated by the fact that this very well may get worse instead of better. So postponing to have it, think maybe a month from now it's going to be better. There's no reason to have an expectation that that's going to be true. We just don't know what's going to happen. So what we can assure you is we're monitoring it vigilantly. The select board will give consideration to this on Tuesday night, to COVID-19 in general, including some discussion of representative town meeting at the regularly scheduled select board meeting on Tuesday the 17th. And our intention at this time is for us all to gather at BAM's at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we will, in just a moment, move into summarizing the articles. Some of them will be cut and dry, and some of them we will actually provide summary for. I will ask at the end of each article if there are direct questions. I would remind people that any hearty discussion or debate should be saved for representative town meeting, which is a warned meeting where people expect to be able to come to discuss these articles. And I will be gently but firmly ceasing any debate that accidentally tries to happen here this evening. I will, at the very end, have a general Q&A as well as article-specific Q&A as we move along. Are there any new reps in the room? Raise your hand. Welcome. Woo! Welcome to your vibrant town government that I'm glad we are able to have. Out of you new reps, did anybody just barely caucus in this evening? Nice. Thank you for doing that. That takes courage. Well done. Okay, so at this time we are going to move directly into our articles. Okay, Peter is going to kick us off.
So the first thing that we wanted to speak specifically about tonight is Article 4, the interim treasurer, because while the appointment of a treasurer, or ratification of an appointment of the treasurer, is usually one of the more routine matters to come before town meeting, this year we are in between finance directors. John O'Connor has retired. We are currently recruiting for the new finance director. I'm happy to tell you that we have a good, strong applicant pool. We'll be conducting initial interviews next week, and we hope that by the latter part of the spring we'll have the new finance director on board. And at that time, as is the practice here, the finance director will be the treasurer also for the purposes of meeting all the statutory requirements of having the treasurer by that specific designation. But for right now, we have an interim finance director. We've contracted with an auditing firm from New Hampshire that has experience auditing Vermont municipalities. And so we are having the affairs of the finance department overseen on an interim basis, just as steady as we go through the transitional term, and then the treasurer position, interim treasurer, as appointed by the select board, is Debbie DeRosier. You all know from coming and paying your taxes at the treasurer's office on the first floor of the municipal building. She's been the assistant treasurer for very many years. She's been a town employee for 25 years. She's extremely reliable. She, as the assistant treasurer, has acted as treasurer in John's absence. So she is officially the interim treasurer for now. We're asking you to confirm that with your ratification vote at representative town meeting. And so the wording is a little different on that item as well. Instead of it being for a term of a year, it's for a term of up to 1 year. because with the appointment of a new finance director, the select board will also appoint that person to be the town treasurer.
Are there any questions about what Peter just talked about with our interim treasurer? Okay, move along.
So use of fund balance is the next one we wanted to talk about. That's Article 12. A reminder, and we appreciate the Finance Committee's joining us in this annual reminder that it's a best practice to use the fund balance for non-recurring expenses. Most typically, and it has become our standard practice in Brattleboro, to be used for a capital investment of one type or another, either into a project or into a piece of equipment. But in the event that it weren't actually spent on something capital, it should always be spent, fund balance that is, on and something other than a recurring operating expense, because otherwise we're just making it a little easier for the tax load this year with the known additional burden that represents for the year following. So thankfully, we've made a really good standard practice of that over the recent years. This year, the particular detail of it is we had $223,000 available. We have that policy of the guideline to set aside 10% of the unassigned fund balance for events that are unforeseen. That came in really handy for Brattleboro during the Tropical Storm Irene. And so it's important to have that as a sort of emergency fund above and beyond the 10%. When there is an amount in the unassigned fund balance above and beyond the 10%, that's what we look to make an investment into some appropriate non-recurring cost. This year, that is a fire engine. There's a 1994 fire engine scheduled to be replaced. It's going to cost about $550,000. So it is in the capital plan for a $550,000 expenditure, and we're asking that you authorize under Article 12 that $223,000 of that be from the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments on Article 12? And I apologize for not having said this before. If you haven't found it already and you just haven't wanted to ask, we are looking at the warning which appears on page 9, where you can see the full wording of each motion. Peter and I are kind of using outline language, but if you're looking for the exact wording, you're going to find that on page 9, and you will find descriptions of the articles on following pages. So the next thing that we're going to discuss, or that we're going to overview, yes? You can come right up to the mic in the center and introduce yourself and your district.
Yes, Ralph Mima, District 3. I just had a quick question about Article 12, about the unassigned general fund balance transfer. I just wondered if there were any other potential uses for that money, and how the decision was made to use it for the fire engine and not for something else.
Yes, the other potential uses are many, probably. The reason that we selected what we selected is because the fire engine is so old and significantly, it is a piece of equipment that is obsolete, needs to be replaced, and we are, as we'll talk about a little later in this meeting, moving now into a period of time when we will have a much more stable means to funding equipment replacement using the 25-year equipment replacement plan. I won't go deeply into that right now because we're going to cover that under the budget piece, but because this is the last year before we're going to be fully into that process, it seemed a logical place to make this investment in that piece of equipment. It's as long as it's being spent on something that isn't a recurring operating expense, it could be just as well spent on something else that isn't recurring, but we would then strongly request and recommend that Representative Town Meeting appropriate the full $500,000 from just general operating revenues in order to be able to, $550,000 in order to be able to purchase the fire truck. So,
thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move into Article 13, which, like I said, you can find the formal verbiage on page 9. Last year, Representative, this is the Community Marketing Initiative. And this, if you remember from last year, if you were present, is the joint DBA and Chamber Initiative for Marketing Brattleboro. And last year, Representative Town Meeting approved $42,119 towards this initiative, which was meant to be 10% of the prior year's collections of the rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. And that motion was subject to the Select Board's approval of the plan for the marketing and for evaluating impact. This year, as you'll notice, it's in there for $43,748, which is, again, based off the same formula of 10% of the prior year's collections of room, meals, and alcohol tax. There was some projection early on, and we noticed that there was some media coverage of maybe we had approved an increase. It's more that we finally got the final numbers and made adjustments that were correct and true to the numbers that we finally received. And so that is the number that you will see, which is $43,748 for Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber. Any questions? Yes, right up to the microphone in the middle and introduce yourself and state your district.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 3. I think to answer the question, to vote on the question, I think of it in two parts. One is, does one agree with spending that kind of money on this thing, and does one agree with the way that that money is directed in the proposal? So when I looked at this book, I saw that what was listed was the website, and so I went to the website, and because I have experience in hiring groups like that, I was frightened at what I saw on the website. So then I emailed Peter, and I got the proposal, and I had a very, very different impression. So I guess my question is, I would see it as helpful to this group to share the proposal itself, because it's so different, and in my mind, so much better quality than what is represented in the website, which is the link in this thing. So.
Thanks, Millicent. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter, of the ability for us to link the proposal, or anything you think is good to say?
Yes, we. Is there anybody in the room who wouldn't be able to go to the town's website and take a look at that proposal if we posted it there tomorrow? Okay. So if you would want to look at a hard copy rather than at the online version, then you can just contact the town manager's office and we'll make sure that you get one. But since the vast majority of you would be able to go take a look at the website, we'll just make sure that it gets posted. I think because I'm thinking on my feet here and not sure of exactly where we should put it that's going to be easy for you to find, we're going to make it as easy as possible, put it right beneath that coronavirus link. So it'll just be right on the town's homepage, directly under coronavirus information, and it'll be labeled something like Community Marketing Initiative Proposal. Maybe perhaps exactly that. But that you'll be able to find it there. Take a look at it if you want to be prepared in that way for that item at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, in the gray, if you come forward and introduce yourself, state your district.
Louise Zach, District 3. Was it true that last year when we voted on the $42,000, it was assumed that this would be an amount, the 10% of the rooms and meals tax, on a recurring basis? I recall that it was kind of a one-time pilot thing, and maybe I misremembered that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was proposed as something new. I think probably whether one anticipated it to be recurring or a one-off may have very well just depended on one's perspective. I don't personally recall explicit discussion of that. There was explicit discussion of what can we expect from this, what will be the measurement of success, and there was an amendment that passed on the floor that attached some conditions. So Representative Town Meeting approved the funding subject to the Select Board approving the process by which it was going to be implemented, and how success was going to be measured by those who are responsible for the project. And then this year, the request was made to continue the practice of a 10%, using 10% of the prior year's proceeds from the rooms and meals tax for this purpose. So the condition was met. Representative town meeting's condition was met. The select board viewed an initial proposal and then a second proposal, did give its blessing to the project moving forward. And now the matter will be freshly before you, not as a question of whether this is automatically going to happen every year, but whether it would happen this year as a second instance of using 10% of the prior year's proceeds for this purpose.
So in that proposal that's going to be on the town website, will that include the evaluation of the effectiveness and the success of the campaign?
There is information in there. Honestly, I don't have it committed to memory. Kate's.
There is somebody here who could answer that question if you'd like to yield the floor.
Sure.
Kate? Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from District 2, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. We do actually, the campaign was kicked off on January 15th, and we just received on Friday from the local marketing firm that put the proposal together. We have the latest statistics on the digital presence and the print and marketing, and I'm very happy to either can do both. We can put that on the chamber website, and I'm happy to give it to the town to put on their website. And I think that will answer, hopefully, a lot of the questions that people have.
That's great, Kate. Thank you.
So thank you, Kate, for that. And so just so everybody's clear then about what we'll do, that link from the homepage on the town's website will take you to a page. And on that page, there'll be separate links to the two documents. There'll be a link to the proposal and a link to the document that Kate's going to supply.
Great, thank you. Spoon, and then Alex, and then Wendy.
Spoon, Agave, District 3. I'm a little confused at the moment because I thought we were talking about the request from the chamber and who else is it? And that's, we didn't have anything like that last year. Last year we dealt with CEVEDs.
No. Yep. This was approved on the floor last year.
Both this and
we did
CEVEDs.
Both last year? Oh,
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alex Fisher, District 2. I was curious, between the DBA, the chamber, and the town, a lot of the promotion is targeting communities that exist here, but also bringing more specifically queer and trans folks and folks of color to this town through the marketing campaign. And I'm wondering what the town is doing to make sure that it is a safe and welcoming place when folks get here, as it is not already for the folks that are being targeted as tourists, and it's not that for folks that already live here. So I'm curious what is being done to make sure that law enforcement isn't pulling over more folks of color, that there's bathrooms and like service providers that are treating queer and trans folks appropriately. I'm curious sort of what's being done besides just getting people here, but to actually make it a good experience.
Thank you for that question. Don't go away. Because I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know how complete of an answer it's going to be. I'm going to kick it over to Peter because I think there are some answers, and I think that is a really valid question that needs to stay on the front of everybody's minds.
So the part of your question that relates to broader community readiness and welcomingness is something I'm not really well prepared to speak to, because there's certainly other organizations and lots of individual businesses and all of us individually as people who need to be part of making sure that Brattleboro is welcoming for everyone who lives here and moves here and visits here. But I can tell you that town government has taken this matter very seriously for the last 3 years. You and I have had a fair amount of communication directly around it. We've got a long way to go. I think anybody who's paying attention to becoming a more equitable environment, to creating a more equitable environment for all people present and all people who are coming, knows that the work doesn't ever get finished. We've made, as town government, some particular progress this year in moving from our sort of engagement with folks in the community who have been working around these issues to some beginnings of more concentrated work ourselves. It is just the beginnings, but you will recall, and actually many of the members will recall, because thankfully you voted 2 years ago to support the creation of a position of Human Resources Director, in part to address these issues, and in larger part to make sure that we just have appropriate human resource practices across all the different operations of town government. So now we do have Sally on board. She's been here for 6 months. She's doing a great job, actually more like 9 months, doing a great job. And recently we had training around equity and inclusion. That's baseline training just to open up our eyes and get ourselves ready to do work together that included the select board and every town employee. And in the months ahead, we'll be working towards actually starting to put actions in place around those issues.
Thank you. And I think maybe more my question is specifically towards the DBA and the chamber. I'm very aware of what the town's doing, but because it's a marketing campaign for businesses and for downtown, what is the Downtown Alliance doing to answer that? So I don't know, Kate, if you want to jump on that, or anyone else.
Kate, you can if you want to come up.
It's actually a really good question, and it's something that we put a steering committee together when we were doing the RFP for the proposal for this, and we actually have a small steering committee that stayed on that is helping us as we roll out the campaign and sort of help us oversee it. And it's something that we talk about at all of our meetings, is that we're doing a marketing campaign and asking people to come here, and are we going to be welcoming to the people that come here? So it's we talk about exactly what Alex says. And a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the businesses in town know about the campaign. And so if people arrive and they say, oh, we're here because of Love Brattleboro, and they're going to go, what are you talking about? So, and this is going to sound really, really small and not what really, Alex, I think you're looking for, but we have, and again, I don't want to sound diminishing what you're saying, but we have window clings as something as easy as that we're trying to get the businesses to put up to say, I understand this campaign is going on, and I am welcoming you, visitor, who is coming for this. So we're trying to just at a very basic level do that. But also bring a general awareness to ourselves that we are asking people to come here, and we need to make sure when they get here they have a good experience. And we are doing that with, the discussions are, should we be targeting individuals? Should we even be doing this for our town? Because we do want people to come here. So from the littlest thing, by having a rainbow window cling and a business, and all the way up to the really sort of the higher level discussions on making sure that we are a welcoming community. I don't know if that's, it's a bigger issue, but that's what we're really trying to do.
Thank you. I'll have Abby come up, and I will say that what I can feel, I'm sorry, Wendy, and then Abby, what I can feel in my gut is that this is a very large topic, and I'm going to expect robust discussion to take place on this at representative town meeting, and I'm going to try and give respectful restraint to it not being a huge topic for tonight, only because it doesn't allow for the conversation for the warned meeting. And so with that, Wendy, I'll have you come right up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Levy, and I'm from District 1. This is more of a procedural question about the article. So as Louise mentioned when she came up, last year from the floor at representative town meeting, we amended the article to provide select board oversight, right? I don't see that reflected in Article 13. So if we want to continue that, does that mean we have to amend that from the floor?
Good question.
Thank you.
Going to take it.
Actually, our expectation is that the motion, so let me say just as a quick example of how the motion can be more than just what is listed as the essence of the matter on the article. The budget is a really good example of that. So the budget article asks, how much shall we raise and appropriate and expend for the operations of the town? And then there's a motion that is, couple of paragraphs long that goes into a lot of detail about how much taxes to raise and different kinds of revenue and when the taxes are due, and all of that fits into that motion that you ultimately then consider and adopt in one form or another. So our expectation is, based on the action of the body last year, that you'll want to adopt this year, if you do choose to approve this again, the same form of approval that you gave it last year. And so the motion will include the conditions that it be, again, subject to the select board approval.
So we won't have to amend that from the floor?
No, you won't.
Abby?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I don't want to continue the conversation, but I'll just say that I don't feel like, Kate, you answered Fisher's question. So if we can just get back to that at some point. It's not a matter of marketing Brattleboro so that it feels welcoming to visitors who are coming here, but it's how is that marketing campaign also making people who live here feel welcome, of all persuasions. And it reminds me of the initiative where there is talk of paying people $10,000 to move to Brattleboro, and how is that money, how could we use that money to make people who are here actually stay, as opposed to getting other people to move. And it feels like there's a parallel there. So it's not just like making visitors feel welcome, but making people who live here feel safe and welcome. And those are very different things. So if we could get back to that at the representative town meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
I think that that would be a very wise idea to have, to kind of take stock of this conversation tonight for representative town meeting and know that those questions are going to come up probably in threefold for people who are not even able to be here. Chris, I'll take a question, and then I'm going to probably move us along to our next article.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation from page 12, which indicates that the steering committee is made up of a number of folks, including Mr. Curtis Reed Jr., who's executive director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and who has a long, broad reputation as a champion of human rights. And I would hope that that would really carry some water on the question.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take that into consideration when formulating discussions for representative town meeting. That's a valid point, and there's definitely other voices that will want to be heard equally as loudly as Curtis's, which is a very respected voice. At this time, I am going to move us on, and we are next going to discuss, I'm up again, Article 14, which is specific to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It's the last article that you'll see laid out on page 9, and it is discussing the usual amount of $80,000, which for those who already know, it's the usual amount, and for those who don't know, that is monies that are collected from only downtown property owners. I believe many people know it as the DID, the Downtown Improvement District, and so this is not money that comes out of town-wide taxes, but rather is something that downtown Brattleboro property owners participate in, and this is a annual allocation. Are there questions? Peter, did you have anything to add? No. Are there questions? Yes. Now you know the drill, so I'm not going to.
Louise Zach, District 3. I couldn't find the revenue portion of that $84,000. I would have thought that would have been a pass-through, the $80,000 that they collected, and then we passed that $80,000 out. I may have just not looked at the budget carefully enough, but is it in there?
It is. Let me see if I can point you quickly to it.
Tim just said, as a side remark, that it's in an odd place. So I doubt that it's that you didn't read it thoroughly. It's just one of those things.
On page 114 of the town report, it's the first page of the detailed line item budget, and it's the revenues section. The second cluster of figures there is taxes, and the second line of that is downtown district, and that's the source of the $80,000.
It's helpful, I think, for people, for that to be explained again to people, that that is not money that comes out of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. That is not sickness. I've been working with hay all day, and I'm really feeling that. Any other questions on the DBA $80,000 annual assessment on the Downtown Improvement District? Okay. So we will move on now to Article 15, which is me again. Just feel like all of mine are in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. And that is human services monies. And so we have now moved on, of course, to page 10, and it is the large descriptive paragraph right at the top, which is a very distilled reflection of all the very hard work that the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee puts in every year to reviewing I don't know how many applications and trying to be as fair and as plentiful as possible with supporting our local human services organizations. So as you can see, there is a slight increase. The Select Board supported the Human Services Review Committee's recommendations, and that slight increase is 1.03% of the proposed FY21 general fund budget, which is a total of $190,105. You can see it all broken out to who's kind of getting what, and is there in this... Good. Hold on. My fingers are too dry. Oh, good. If you look to page 16, there is a graph that can show you kind of year over year. So you can get an understanding of increases, who's generally gotten funds, who hasn't gotten funds, who isn't currently getting funds, and it gives you a little bit of a window snapshot into this item. Peter, did you want to add anything to that? Give people,
Maybe just regarding the 1%. So many of you will remember that there's been some discussion the last couple of years by Representative Town Meeting about whether there ought to be sort of a standard target figure for funding for human services. There's been no decision made by Representative Town Meeting to actually say that it should be 1% or some other amount of the town's budget. But based on the fact that we were already right around 1%, and there had been quite a lot of discussion about that being at least an appropriate starting place for such an annual target, we thought it was important to report that, the results of the committee's work. So somebody from the committee would have to speak to the question of whether or not they viewed it as a goal to bring a recommendation to have it be 1% of the town's budget. But what we did in preparing the presentation for tonight was we wanted to make sure that you were aware that in fact it slightly exceeds that at 1.03%.
And I think for anybody who's new, and I see your, it's important for anybody who's new or just doesn't know to realize that the Select Board does not sit here and go line by line and say, I don't think this organization deserves money. The Human Services Committee, Review Committee is a member or is a part of the Representative Town Meeting. It then, after doing so much work of sifting and deciding and using very good algorithms, brings the recommendation to the Select Board, and we pass it on to you generally in bulk to be hashed out on the floor or approved as presented since the hard work was already put in. Liz, let me pass you this. It's already on.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that on page 50 of our booklet, there's several pages that the human service agencies have submitted about each group that would be receiving a grant. And also the Finance Committee's report discusses the process that the Human Service Agency went through in great detail, and it's a very very good analysis of their process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'm going to try not to knock over this water here. Okay, are there questions on Article 15, the Human Resources Committee recommendations? Kurt.
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to ask someone on the committee how far back their perspective was directed to get an idea about our historical contributions to human services. I understand in 1932 the budget was $75,000 or $750,000. and our expenses for the poorhouse, the farm, and another allotment for the poor totaled almost 7.5% of the town budget.
Thank you for that question. I'll see if there's anybody. I just need to clarify. I believe I said the word resources when I meant to say the word services. That's my bad. I see somebody walking forward, looking like he has all the answers in the world. Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely not, as far as all the answers. John Kennedy, District 1, also a member of the Human Services Subcommittee. What we did is we reviewed 33 applications. We had an initial meeting with all of the organizations to go over the application before they had the time to submit. So they had about 6 weeks before the deadline. We developed a matrix that scored everybody on how well they answered the questions in the application. We went down through then, and that gave us a broad view of kind of the 5 members' view of how well those questions answered. We ended up looking at a perfect score of 15 and then grouped the 6, 7, and 8 scores, the 9, 10, and 11 scores, 13, 14, 15, and worked down from there to come out with numbers. We basically used 1% of the previous year's budget as a guideline. We had no number to work with other than that. And as the numbers showed, we came in within a few percentage and said, well, let's run it up the flag and see who salutes it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up and offering the explanation of the methodology. Millicent, you know the drill now.
Yeah, Millicent Cooley, District 3. I guess I didn't really hear the answer to Kurt's question, and I'm combining that with what Peter said about the fact that town meeting hasn't discussed it. So is there going to be some information, is it possible to at some other time to look back at that, and is that significant? You know,
I mean, yes, I don't know that we'll look back as far as Kurt's description of 1934, but I think we can see over a 5-year trend or something that's a little more feasible.
Yeah. There's 6 years worth of data in that chart on page 16. And just to clarify, the comment that I made was that Representative Town Meeting has discussed this question, but has not taken action on the question of an actual target, a fixed percentage of the budget that ought to be devoted to this purpose. And it's actually increased during this 6-year period that the history is shown in the book. It has increased from less than 1% up to slightly over 1%.
George? I just see a hand go up way in the back.
George Carville, District 1. There was a lot of discussion last year about the appropriate percentage, and I remember we tried to come up with some things, and some of us got overruled. Could someone, perhaps this is a question for the moderator, is there a mechanism that we could use so that this body could inform the Select Board what percentage we would like them to use? Is there a way we can do that?
Mr. Moderator, you've been interrogated if you
Committee of the
choose
Whole,
to be.
something?
Committee of the Whole, George, would be permitted. It is something that is authorized by the Charter and by Robert's Rules, so it's possible. We don't typically, I have no personal recollection of actually doing a Committee of the Whole with town meeting since I've been a member. And the reason is it can be somewhat cumbersome and difficult to pull off in a way that is meaningful, but we can do it. It's permitted. The other thing we could do is actually debate this issue as a separate motion under other business as a advisory directive to the select board based upon what the general sentiments of this body might be. And as you all know, other business is not binding. However, we could have a good, healthy debate, at which point that would be potentially instructive and helpful to accomplish what I think you're looking to accomplish. So that would be my recommendation, is probably the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Did I see a hand go up way in the back over here? Or maybe somebody was just stretching. I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anybody because I actually can't see super well over all the heads. Okay. Abby, do I see?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I noticed that there are 5 organizations that applied for funding this year that got $0, and I don't see that in previous years where the requests are listed, which is only the last 2 years. And I'm just curious if this is the first year that's ever happened, if that has happened before and we just haven't seen it. It seems like kind of a high number of organizations to receive $0.
Peter's saying he can speak to that.
It has definitely happened before. If you want more detail about how it's happened and who was affected, somebody else will have to speak to that. But what I think what you're seeing in the chart is a record of who has received funding, and because that has changed somewhat from year to year, there are some places where there's blank lines when an agency wasn't receiving money, and then other years when they do receive money. Some of them have received it every year. The information about who asked and didn't receive money is something that would require digging back into the records of the committee.
It just seems notable that 4 of those organizations had never asked before, so I would just hope that some amount of feedback were given to them so that were they to reapply, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Because at least one of them asked for a big chunk of money and got 0. So,
Fair question, and maybe I think good to bring back up on, I keep wanting to say Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from now. Good, okay. Other questions on human services before we move on to Article 16? Just not my turn. Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll ask in advance for your indulgence. This is the budget article, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but I also want to make sure that I cover the significant aspects of it. The bottom line of the proposed budget that is recommended by the Select Board to Representative Town Meeting is an increase of 2.1%. And the property taxes necessary to fund that proposed budget would increase over this year's property taxes by 2.9%. That would be a 3.77 cent increase in the property tax rate. And so town property taxes per $100,000 of value would increase by $37.70 for the year, or $9.43 per quarter.
Can we direct people to which page they should be on?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have set that up.
Yes, I can do that. One of the things that is difficult about responding directly to that reasonable request is there's a 20-page line item budget that I don't think is the place you want to be looking at while I'm speaking. I don't think that's going to be helpful to you, although we're happy to look at any line item and answer any question that you might have about that level of detail. It might be helpful to look at pages 112 and 113, which is 2 pages at a glance that provide a more detailed summary than the couple of tables that I've included in the budget message. But I would suggest, I guess I'm going to quote the Finance Committee here because it's a little awkward for me to recommend my own document to you. But we work hard to make sure that the budget message that comes along with this document, with these numbers, explains where the priorities are and what the decision context was for the expenditure of $18.5 million that we're proposing. And so I think it is, as the Finance Committee thankfully pointed out to the membership, useful to read that. It's only about 7 or 8 pages worth of explanation, but it'll go a little deeper than what I'm going to cover here in this brief presentation tonight, and hopefully it'll be helpful to the members in formulating your own opinion about whether the proposed budget is reasonable or whether there's things you'd like to change about it. But for tonight, as I go through the highlights, it might be useful to you to kind of keep an eye on pages 112 and 113 as the sort of middle ground between very, very big picture summary and the line item detail. I'll move on from the summarizing as I did the overall increase, so that I talk now about the particular causes of that increase. What are the major items that are driving a 2.1% overall increase? And this year, the really overriding theme of the budget that's proposed is the major investment that we have made in town employees and the continuing cost of that in the upcoming budget. So this past year was a year when, 2019, all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements expired with the unionized employees. Most of the town employees belong to one of those 4 unions. There's about 25 or 30 employees that are non-union employees. That's mostly the management team and part-time employees and just a couple of other positions. So we have new agreements, new 3-year agreements with each of the different unions, and there are included within those agreements some continued work that we began 3 years ago in the cycle, the 2016 cycle of collective bargaining agreements, to make sure that we were paying attention not just to cost of living, but to the actual structure of our pay system, and making sure that in areas where it was not equitable across the full town organization, that we have made adjustments in how we pay people in addition to how much we pay people. And so that had some impact over the last couple of budgets from that 2016 set of agreements. It has a more substantial impact this particular year, where the overall recommended increase in employee salaries from FY20 to FY21 is an increase of 5.9%. Part of that is because we've created a new position, so it is a larger than normal increase because we don't very often create a new position. But this year, at the direction of, well, not quite the direction of Representative Town Meeting, at the recommendation of Representative Town Meeting to the Select Board, and then the Select Board's very thorough consideration of it during the summer months, in August, we created the position of Sustainability Coordinator. And so that salary and the benefits for that position and the other costs related to that position are all reflected in the proposed FY21 budget. There was the $100,000 flat amount of money that was a sustainability-related language, but not in the salaries part of the budget because it wasn't a position. So it was the standard $10,000 for sustainability that had been in for many years at that level. Representative Town Meeting last year directed that be increased to $100,000 with the intent of creating a position and hiring a sustainability coordinator. So that got approved by the Select Board. We have done that, and now that money, instead of appearing over in the non-personnel expenses, is in the staffing costs of the town. That's one part of the 5.9% increase, and then the remainder is we would have, even without that factor, have had a larger than a sort of a normal average year in terms of compensation increases for town employees because of the structural work that we're doing in the implementation of the new round of collective bargaining agreements, and then the additional impact of looking at the non-union employees. We had not done that for the non-union employees at all, at least during the 5 years that I've been with the town. And we had done some really intentional work around the collective bargaining agreements. And so it became apparent last spring, as we were going through finalizing this new wave of the collective bargaining agreements, we really needed, out of fairness and running a good operation, to see what the situation was for the non-union employees and take action there also to ensure equity across all town positions. We believe we've done that. And no system is perfect, but we think that we've calibrated the town's pay system now to really fully defensible to a sort of magnifying glass kind of review. I'd be happy to sit down with anybody who has any continuing concerns around what you see in town compensation, because we've gone from some parts of the system that were really just being carried forward from some very old decisions year after year, and others that were sort of very isolated issues that were addressed to solve a very isolated problem, to taking a much more comprehensive approach and making sure that we can look each employee in the eye and say we believe we're paying everyone fairly. So the impact of that is that there are some positions that have received more than just a cost of living increase. We've got full documentation of what that looks like in the collective bargaining agreements and in the materials that the Select Board approved for the non-union employee changes. But the impact to this budget, just to carry on and implement those changes, will be a 5.9% increase in salaries. There's also a 3.4% increase in employee benefits. That's actually smaller than a typical increase for those costs, primarily because health insurance is such a large expense. And so this year we do have in just the health insurance premiums, there is an increase of approximately 10%. And what we did was we worked hard in other areas of the health insurance program and related benefits to make sure that we didn't have more money there than we needed. There's an element of this that we talked about very extensively a few years back. I won't go into it tonight except to mention it. The health reimbursement arrangement portion, the HRA, which is a self-insured layer of the health insurance program. That's not a fixed number. That's a number where we need to make a judgment call about what's a prudent amount of money to set aside, because there's some risk that the town is taking. We're going to be paying claims that are unknowable, that are going to occur between 6 months from now and 18 months from now. But we've got several years of the HRA experience of administrating the HRA now, so we've got a really pretty good handle on what sort of an average year with a factor to give us some protection for when there's a heavy claims year looks like. And we found that we, over the last few years, had been budgeting more for the HRA than we really need to have there. And so this is a year when the HRA line item is coming down. There's a few other adjustments like that within the area of the broader definition of employee benefits, so that the overall impact, even though the one single highest expense there is the health insurance premium, and that's going up quite a lot, the overall increase is $112,000, or 3.4% of the cost of employee benefits. Department expenses are also up by greater than a normal amount, but for three really clear reasons. So that increase is 6.1% over the prior year, or $117,015. But the main reason why is additional costs that are related to our obligation to comply with state stormwater mandates. So there's acts of the legislature that were adopted in order for Vermont as a whole to comply with federal regulations that we're not currently in compliance with. EPA water quality standards that are particularly a problem up in the Lake Champlain part of the state, but there also are some issues related to the Connecticut River that are part of that set of issues between Vermont and EPA. And so the state legislature's action imposed uniformly across all the municipalities of the state obligations that are substantially increasing our costs for stormwater management. In the upcoming year, in the budget that you'll be considering 10 days from now, the funding above and beyond last year is $60,000 of additional funding. It's gone from about $25,000 to about $85,000 in this 1 year. And we know this is basically planning money. There is some implementation work going on here, but it's sort of early and low-hanging fruit kind of implementation. There's planning going on that's going to lead to far more significant expenses in the future. And it's all going to be an obligation that we as a community will have to step up to in order to meet the state requirements under the new act. So related to that, not before you for the consideration of this article or any aspect of the representative town meeting this year, but something that staff will be working on and developing together with the select board in the months ahead. We plan to create a stormwater utility, and the reason for that is it'll function as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer utility and like the parking fund. That has advantages and disadvantages when you look at it just as, is that a good idea or not? It isolates those expenses in a way that will be very easy to see. But you wouldn't necessarily do it except for the reason I'm about to offer, which is the state of Vermont will need to pay its fair share into the stormwater utility as a payer of fees for one who owns and operates and maintains large impervious area in Brattleboro. And the state of Vermont doesn't pay taxes. So since these costs are going to go up very significantly, and we can't prevent that. We can manage it and be wise about it, but it's going to increase. We want to make sure that that doesn't just automatically bring an additional tax burden for Brattleboro taxpayers with it. Instead, we'll create a more sophisticated fee structure. There are examples already in Vermont, up in the Lake Champlain area primarily, where communities are already creating these. So we'll work to create a structure where an owner that has a lot of impervious area pays a high fee, and an owner that has a little bit of impervious area pays a little fee. Typically, residences get standardized, they get homogenized, because residences don't typically have a lot of impervious area, and so in the creation of these models for these fee structures, usually there's a relatively small annual fee that's paid by residential owners, and then there's a more complicated formula that determines what commercial owners pay. The state of Vermont will be paying a very substantial fee because we're an interstate highway town. So I-91 running through Brattleboro will significantly impact the state's share of expenses into this stormwater utility. So beyond the $60,000, there's two other reasons why the non-personnel department operating expenses are increasing by more than usual. One is the creation of a new funding line item this year for Project CARE. That's a social community outreach, social service partnership that the police department operates together with Turning Point and Groundworks and others in the community. And it has been unfunded up until now. It's been done with volunteer labor and time that the town commits to it out of our already funded personnel. We will be continuing to make in-kind contribution to the police department's role in this. The $16,000 will provide some funding to pay for the volunteers who participate, or who have been volunteers and will now be paid participants in the program, who actually provide coaching services to the folks who are the recovery coaches who assist folks who are entering into recovery services, and for transportation services to make sure that people who are in a medical treatment to help them get off of an addiction to a illegal drug get the transportation that they need to stay on that program and get healthier. So the Select Board is recommending $16,000 of funding for those purposes for Project CARE. And there's an $8,000 increase in the elections line item simply because of the increased cost of both the representative town meeting related costs and the operating of the elections themselves, the actual balloting processes. So those three things together make up well over half, something more like 70 or 80% of the overall increase in that area. The one final increase that I want to mention that is greater than normal also relates to something that the committee has recommended be addressed, and we town staff agree, and we'll be bringing forward to the Select Board next year for consideration a way to address this in what we think is going to be just a more proper and way to go forward is the transfer to solid waste. So it's not a new issue for you to hear from us that the transfer to solid waste is going up, and that the reason it's going up primarily is because we do better and better and better at diverting garbage out of the garbage waste stream and into the recycling and compost waste stream. That's a great success, but it means that we're selling fewer yellow and purple bags, and the bag revenue is what is the primary source of non-tax revenue for the solid waste program. Basically, when the law got passed that said you had to have variable rate pricing that would discourage people from throwing away garbage and encourage the recycling and reuse, the calibration of that was appropriate to the amount of garbage that was being thrown away at that time. But because the program has been successful, there's less revenue for the program, and each year we've had to have pretty substantial increases in the amount of taxes that subsidize the operation. So the recommendation from the Finance Committee, which we think is a good one, is to just incorporate solid waste into the general fund. It used to be there. It got broken out to be an isolated set of revenues and expenses as part of the compliance with the state's law regarding variable rate pricing. That's really not serving any useful purpose to anyone in our community or outside it at this point. We know we're in compliance with the state law, and we are an example that others are trying to follow in terms of the compost element and other ways in which we've been really successful with this as a community. So from a funding point of view, what we ought to do is show it as what it is, which is an expense of the general fund where there is some revenue to the general fund that comes in as a result of the bag sales, but it's carried heavily by the property taxes or general revenues.
Hi, I'm Andy Davis from District 3. I was trying to find in the revenue side what the income from bags is. And I'm just curious, that number.
Yep.
And I'm also curious, I know trash is complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it over the years. But the component of taking trash, that section of the waste is being driven to Coventry, virtually driven to Canada.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is it possible to compare what people are paying for those bags with the actual cost of that component of disposal?
So we will look into this and provide some supplemental information. I don't have right at hand certainly that very precise piece of this. It is a little more complicated than just driving to Coventry. There's actually multiple places where Triple T can and does take the garbage, and they make that decision. That's not a decision that's controlled by the town. But we do know what component of the overall contractual relationship we have with them is for the transportation of the garbage, or at least for the combined cost of transportation and disposal of the garbage. So we'll provide a breakout of that. I don't have that with me tonight. And the revenue side on front of the bags as well. That's actually in its current form a budget that the select board will be looking at in April and May. It's a very small little budget. It's got 4 or 5 items of revenue and 4 or 5 items of expense. But we'll grab what we have on that, the most recent data that's responsive to your request, and we'll make sure that everybody has that for a week from Saturday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Millicent Cooley, District 3. This is a question I asked in the caucus room, but I wanted to ask it here while Peter's here. 138, page 138, there's a pie chart. Page title, Select Board's recommended fiscal year 21 general fund budget expenditures by type. There's at about 9 o'clock in this is a piece of pie that is for debt and debt service, and it's 7% of the budget for $1.2 million plus. And I'm inexperienced completely with debt, well, how towns handle debt, what's normal, how, and what's the plan for this? What's the vision for? Because we're going to be debating other articles about like $43,000 for marketing. This is like 3 fire trucks.
Yep. Thank you for the question. This is an area we've done a lot of work on, and it's an area that is decreasing substantially. I haven't quite finished with the presentation. I was about to highlight some things that I've gone over all the things that are increasing by more than a normal amount, and I'm happy to share with you some good news about areas where work that we've been doing over a period of years is paying off, particularly in the area of workers' compensation and debt management. So if I may, I'll address that as we get through it. It's actually, your question is very well taken. You want to be careful not to take on too much debt, and there's very specific ways in which we have reduced the town's use of debt that is beginning to pay dividends for us. I'll get to that in a second. Moving on from, we have another question. Robin?
Sorry, I just had one question about the trash bags. Did I understand you to say that the price of the bags is probably going to increase to accommodate that people aren't buying as many?
No, I'm sorry if I left people with that impression. The bags prices are not intended to be changed. The subsidy from the general fund has grown larger and larger in large part because of what we have discussed about how well we've diverted so much material, and also because of the volatility in the world's recycling markets. So the compost is an unmitigated success. It's wonderful. The recycling is a more double-edged sword. We are recycling a lot of material that's not going into the landfills, but it's become substantially more expensive to do that.
Okay,
and so there's an increased cost to this operation for that
The
purpose.
fund burden is increasing, but the bags will stay
The bag price for individuals who go out and buy a bag is going to stay the same.
Okay.
Yep. So moving on from the, I'm sorry, again.
Peter Falley in District 3. I wonder if as part of the presentation, Peter, on Saturday, could get at the figure of what we're saving in transport costs of that trash, which is now being recycled. But heretofore, you know, we had a large expense in carrying those things that we're now recycling.
Yeah.
Is that figure available?
We'll try to give you something responsive to that. It's honestly likely to be an estimate at best, and we might beg off on it and tell you that we did in order to not just be throwing something on the wall.
Sure.
I'm not sure how precise we're going to be able to be, and I can tell you it will not relate to the diversion of the recycled goods because of how expensive that has been and how volatile that is out in the markets where the recyclers sell the goods. So that cost has increased. The tipping fee cost for recycling has gone very high. Mm-hmm. Where we do have a great success, and we can quantify it for you, is in the increased volume of compost that stays right here locally. That gets processed at Ferry Road, and it's, you know, there's a cost savings and a sustainability aspect to that that's terrific.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the revenue stream. I mean,
that certainly is material that 7 or 8 years ago was part of the garbage.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any other question about what we've covered so far, or are we ready to move on to other aspects of the budget? Okay, great. So I want to move now into one thing that is not going down, but the very fact that it's staying level is really good news and an important reflection of work that we've done concentrating on something we knew was a problem in operation of town government. And that's our risk management funding at $845,000. It was that last year, and it will be that again, or it is in the current year's budget, and it will be again for FY21. And the reason why, a major component there, that this does have also the property and liability coverage in it, but the most significant cost in this group of expenses is the cost for the workers' compensation insurance. And we recognized when we did the comprehensive review of town operations several years ago that, you know, when we were identifying areas that really needed attention in town government because they were either, you know, operationally deficient in some manner, or an opportunity that we needed to seize, or in some cases like this one, a cost that was out of control. We identified things that just needed that more intentional effort to improve. In workers' comp, what that led to was a better procedure for how we handle claims and help employees get back to work sooner. Won't go take the deep dive that we've done with you sometimes in the past around workers' comp. I'll be happy to do that if somebody has a question about it. But for tonight, let me summarize by saying that it's good for the employee and it's good for the organization, and it saves society money in addition to saving the town's taxpayers money when folks are getting back to work after an injury quicker. And we've created ways in which we help ensure that that happens by working together with the employees and with the medical treatment, the folks giving the medical treatment to them. In addition to that, there's been some really concentrated work on safety and just better practices among town employees to have fewer claims in the first instance. We've had some ups and downs with that. Some of that is controllable and some of that is circumstantial. But the combination of the intentional work to maintain a safer workplace and the significant improvement we've made in claims management has taken a cost that was, going up by double digits, out of control, and together with a softer market. This is a year when workers' comp isn't increasing as rapidly as it has been in some years past. But a very significant part of the level funding this year is because our rating, comparing the town's experience to other employers who provide similar services, is now better than average. So where we were running, they call it an experience modification, we were running at some years at 1.25 and higher, where 1.0 is average. This year we were at 0.96, and the first time we've been below 1.0 for a while. So the town staff has done a tremendous job to actually pay attention to this need and get this cost under control, and it's reflected in this year being a level-funded risk management budget. The capital transfer is slightly reduced. I want to tell you that that's not so much strategic as it is circumstantial. We have created a practice. We together have, you voted to support recommendations to increase the amount of cash from the annual revenues that we're putting into capital investment over these last several years. We got that up to $1 million last year. We're proposing again this year that it be funded at $1 million of real-time revenues. So the difference between last year and this year is that the FY18 budget ended with a slightly larger surplus than the operating surplus than the FY19 budget did. So we had almost $300,000 available of excess fund balance to put into capital last year, and we had $233,000 of it this year, but or $223,000, the number that we talked about earlier. So there's a slight decrease there, but it's because of the money that was available to invest in the capital needs of the town. Our intent in future years is, as we can, as opportunities arise, when we don't have other expenses that are increasing in particular years, to seize again the opportunity to push that $1 million a year into something a little higher. We think that $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million would be a more prudent level of expenditure to keep up with the aging infrastructure that we have in the community to make sure that we're addressing the capital needs fully. But it's an achievement that we've come up from about $300,000 5 years ago to $1 million now, and holding and using the good practice of using this fund balance as an additional contribution to capital when we have that opportunity to do that. So this year, the main point here is that's how the funding of capital works, and the emphasis of capital this year is to fund for the first time the implementation of that 25-year capital equipment replacement plan. So we're going to be levelizing by funding the budget in the manner, the transfer to capital in the manner that it's recommended. We're going to now be levelizing the annual commitment to capital equipment replacement. It'll go up a little bit over time. There'll be years when it stays flat. There'll be years when it goes up by $5,000 or $10,000 or $12,000, but it'll never again go up by $400,000 and then down by $200,000 and then back up by $500,000, which is something that we've been coping with in the past. And that goes squarely to the management of debt, because when there's those kinds of cycles happening and you've got vehicles that are failing and just absolutely have to be replaced, especially when they're $300,000 or $500,000 large vehicles, we get ourselves in a situation where we need to borrow money to replace operating rolling stock. It's still a capital investment. These are vehicles, especially the larger ones, that are going to last a long time. But to borrow money and pay interest, usually on a 5-year note was typically how it was done here and how it's done in many places. We're paying interest for the borrowing of that money in order to buy a vehicle that we're going to buy it again when this one wears out. If we have a plan, as we do now, for seeing those things coming, where a fire truck is going to last 20 years and a dump truck's going to last 10 and a pickup truck's going to last 7, those kinds of things. A police cruiser lasts 4. And when we see those cycles and can plan for those expenses and then levelize that over the long haul, we avoid the spikes that would either cause a significant tax increase or the necessity of borrowing. And so instead, what we'll do is part of that leveling process is managing well the timing of the replacement of vehicles, so we get sort of as much value out of them as we can, but we don't run them until they die. And then part of it also is for those very large items, pre-funding some. So that in the fire trucks, there's a whole plan that's part of it that we went over last year that is, and again, I'd be happy to sit with anybody and go over the details of this, but where we're actually setting aside a certain amount of money each year because over the course of time, when you got 3 or 4 years in a row of buying fire trucks, that's just money that can't then be invested in any of the other capital needs of the town unless you've set some money aside for that. So we'll have a fire truck fund that we set money aside in. And we'll also, with some of the larger pieces of equipment, set money aside over 2 years or maybe 3 years and then buy it in the second or the third year. So the sinking funds, the fact that we're going to be setting aside some money as part of this levelizing to be ready to make the larger purchases means we're going to be earning interest on that money that in the past we've been paying interest on as debt. So all the way around, for all those reasons, we think that this year is a particularly important year, please, to approve the capital transfer part of this budget in the manner that it's proposed, because it's the year that gets us into that levelized program.
Cooley, District 3, thank you very much for that. Are you saying that by having this transfer process, transfer fund approach with vehicles, because those are the examples you're giving, that we are heading towards a time in the next 3 to 6 years where we're not going to be running debt?
No, we won't get to where we're not running debt. What we'll get to is we won't be borrowing. We already haven't been borrowing for vehicles. So we used to borrow for vehicles. This year, debt service is going down because a previous borrowing for vehicles, the final time we did it, is now going off the books. So we aren't borrowing anymore for vehicles. So that part of debt service is just gone. It's not down, it's gone. But we still have debt service that we need to pay for the investments that we make in our facilities, and we've got more of that coming. We've got old facilities that need attention. So we talked extensively during the budget process with the select board this year. There isn't any particular proposal before representative town meeting this year, but we will be before you probably next year, certainly within the next 2, to be talking about capital investment that needs to be made to facilities at Memorial Park and to facilities at the Public Works operation. And so that's going to be beyond the scope of what we can fund through an operating budget. We will need to borrow funds. We'll have lots of good detailed information in front of you, not only about the projects that we're proposing once they take shape. There is some planning, actually, in the capital budget this year. There's some planning money related to the Memorial Park pieces. You funded last year the planning money we needed related to the Public Works piece. But when we come back and have actually a proposed bond and program for making those improvements, we'll not only be specific with you about the work to be done, but also about the impact that has on our level of debt in relationship to not only our operating budget, which is one measure of managing that debt properly, but also to our property tax base.
So do you have a point of view about where that debt, a general, like, where should we be aiming for on how much debt?
No, it's not really quite that clean and clear. It depends on a lot of context. Like, we'll have that conversation a year from now about the context, and in the run-up as we get to there. I will say it is in a period of time when it is lowering. We will ask you to allow it to go back up for these other facility needs, but the community made a very big investment 4 years ago. There was a decision to support the police fire project. And so that the first year of any borrowing like that is always the most expensive year. So that cost is coming down. All the prior borrowing for other facilities needs is coming down. We are in a better position than we have been, but we're going to need to borrow some more and make a new investment in those other facilities I've described. And I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll point that out in a second. One of the reasons why it's so important to get on levelized funding for the equipment replacement is so that we can focus in a less complicated manner on the facilities needs, so that as we're determining how much we need to invest and what it's going to cost us to do that, it's not muddied up with this is a year when we're doing $1 million worth of vehicle purchases instead of a year when we're doing $300,000 worth of vehicle purchases. We need to keep that piece stable because we can, and it's smart to, and we avoid debt. And then it helps us also isolate more transparently the cost of maintaining the facilities in proper order.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure. A couple of final highlights, if it's okay to do that. On the revenue side, I just want to point out that the rooms and meals taxes have increased again, not quite as dramatically as they did over the prior few years, but the increase last year was about $20,000, so we have brought that over into the expected level of collection for the coming year. A $20,000 increase in that line item is about 4.8%. And the initial news on the local option sales tax is very good. We had estimated $630,000 of revenue to be collected over the course of the whole year. In the first 2 quarters of receipts, we've actually collected over $400,000. We're still being cautious. Our budget figure for that item in this proposed budget is $630,000 again, because the first 2 quarters were great. We don't think that we have enough experience with that source of revenue to make a bet on it staying up at that level. If we get a whole year of that and we see it continuing into next year, then next year we'll be talking about being able to take advantage of the extra value that provides to us of collecting more revenue from that source than we had expected to. But it is that piece is paying dividends. I'm done.
Good job.
Finally. Finally.
Good job. All right. Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then we do need to move on. George and then Chris.
George Carville, District 1. Last year, we approved $100,000 for sustainability, which included hiring our new sustainability coordinator.
Right.
He didn't start until well into the year. So we voted $100,000. What happened to it and what's left?
Sure. So we've run an estimate on what we know we will have expended by June 30th because Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, started with the town on February 3rd. That's 5 months of the fiscal year that we'll be paying salary and benefits for him, as opposed to the full 12 months that was the intention of the funding. And so the cost for the position, as well as the related expenses around the creation of the position and the equipping of the position, are about $35,000. $36,000 is what we expect to have incurred by June 30th for that. And there will be additional expenses that are sustainability related that are going to be coming before the select board between now and June 30th. It's going to be hard. It is hard for me as I sit here tonight to tell you exactly what that might look like. There's a couple of specific things that are being analyzed right now, and there's the potential that other good ideas might come along to draw also on the sort of balance of that. What we'll want to be careful about is just the same conversation that we have about use of fund balance or for recurring expenses. Why we use fund balance for non-recurring expenses is, so in this situation, the investment of the balance that's available because of the fact that the position wasn't filled the whole year, we'll want to make sure is not in something that we expect to do again next year, because next year we're going to pay 12 months of salary and 12 months of benefits and 12 months of operating costs related to the position. We, in this budget, did apply the direction that we felt we had received, the combination of your decision to fund that function at $100,000 instead of at $10,000, and the select board's decision to invest the lion's share of that in the creation of the position is reflected in the budget that's before you, because there'll be about $90,000 worth of not just compensation, but compensation and other expenses related to the position existing and functioning within town government, and about $10,000. There is a $10,000 line item in order to reflect the $100,000 commitment that you had approved. There's a $10,000 line item now within the planning services department, because that's where the position sustainability coordinator resides. That's where the salary is reflected. So there's also a $10,000 line item in the non-personnel expenses of personnel services for activities and outreach and sustainability related expenses.
Chris.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am as a taxpayer for this tremendous initiative you've taken to conquer the volatility in the capital budget. I really think you need a standing ovation. I thank you very, very much. Great work.
Good job, Peter.
It's a team effort, and it's been a long haul, and it has required not just the work of the senior staff, but the support of the select board and representative town meeting, so thank you.
Okay. So let's do a time check, because I already forgot my last time check. 8:42. All right. So we are moving on now to Article 17, which is conveniently located on page 17 and 18. This is SEVED's Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services? Strategies. I almost nailed it. So there is a pretty brief summary on this article. On page 17 and 18, I'm going to go over our bullet point. If you want more in-depth analysis questions, on page 18, in the last paragraph, you can see that Adam Grenold invites your comments and questions to him, and that's his extension listed here. And also on page 55 of your packet is their full narrative. So you can get more information from there. For what information we will be giving tonight, it is called Article 17 for SEVEDS. The request this year was for $3 per person for the town of Brattleboro. The select board has put that through at that amount to the reps, you all. That is a total of $36,147. This comes out of program income, which originates as federal funding via state of Vermont to Brattleboro. So we are kind of the end of that pass-through. Program income can only be used for economic development or for housing. So that's a very specific pot of money that comes from the feds to the state and lands in Brattleboro, and that is where this request is coming out of. The request goes to all towns that SEVED serves. You'll see that in their summary, and with a detailed report being on page 55 and Adam Grenold's contact information being on page 18 for more in-depth defense of why they feel they have earned that $3 per person. It would be weird for us to give that defense for them, basically. So you should reach out to them, read your materials for that. And talk to your fellow reps, but not by replying all to emails, please. Okay. General questions on this item outside of what I just covered for reading and question directing purposes? Good. Okay. I'm up again with Article 18, which is not on page 18. It is on page 19, right? Is it on page 19? No, that is not correct. You know what? It doesn't have its own thing. So for those who are veterans, you're going to recognize this. For those who are newbies, just kind of bear with me for a moment. So this is the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District. This is required to pay bonds that funded previously water and sewer improvements that were needed at Mountain Home Park. It was paid by Tri-Park to town, to creditors, because the town is the borrower. The amount is $223,276.47 for fiscal year 21, and this amount varies slightly from year to year. If anybody has questions on that, I'm going to direct them to Peter, because I myself, it took me a little while when I was a newer rep to kind of wrap my brain around it. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Come on up, Gary, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Gary Stroud, District 2. Question, do you have it, I guess, on the website when you go on there and have it all pretty much on a PDF file, the breakdown of how that is, the 220, what is it?
So it's a single figure. It's the annual amount owed to pay down the debt for this thing. And so unlike our town projects where there's some piece of more broadly serving public infrastructure that RTM votes to support a bond on, and then it just becomes part of our debt service that the town pays for the town's infrastructure. This one instead was something the town did to facilitate some really desperately needed water and sewer improvements within Mountain Home Park that Mountain Home, the Tri-Park, the owners there, needed the town to be the borrower in order to obtain the funds and have it be the most favorable rates for borrowing. And so we have this unusual arrangement where each year there's an assessment against the district. Tri-Park pays the town pays the creditor, because the town was officially the borrower, even though the benefits were for a particular spot rather than for the whole town. Does that make sense?
If you can say no.
So there isn't a detailed breakdown.
No, I can understand the accounting act, but there's a breakdown that I guess in a sense for interest and all that.
There's a debt service schedule
Okay.
that identifies why the amount is 276 this year.
Okay.
The finance director generates that number based on what they see coming as what's going to be owed to the creditor in the next fiscal year for this debt. It's going to last still for a while.
Okay.
It's a long-term borrowing.
Right.
But each year it's a pass-through where it's always right around $220,000, but it varies a little bit. And this year it's 223, 276, 47. You'll, I hope, approve it, because otherwise we're in trouble. And then we'll collect that from Tri-Park and make the payments.
Okay, I'll see. I just wanted to, I guess, maybe this to see how it was broke, but I think I got an idea. So perhaps the next meeting we'll get a more clarification, I guess, in a sense, on the aspect on that. That'd be good.
We'll take a look at it, see if there's something that we can provide other than just sort of the paperwork from the creditor of what we owe. I mean, that's how this number is derived. But if I may not be fully understanding your question, if you want to see me after or at the office, I'll be happy to try to get to the bottom of it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A while. I was trying to remember how long the a while is. That's all.
Good question.
So I'm sorry. We'll provide that answer along with whatever we can do that is responsive to Gary's question, along with the solid waste question that came up earlier. When we push out the additional information, we'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't remember the exact term of the debt.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that is technically our last summary. I want to point everybody to this purple book that you have. And it's just there's almost no page on here that doesn't have good information from, starting off with summaries of each of the articles, moving towards like the pages 20 and 21, and up through 24, you have the opportunity to read the minutes from last year, which can be super helpful. There's, moving on to page 25, there's a summary from the select board, from myself, from parts of town government, and then as Peter referenced, his town manager's report, which starts on page 27. So there's really just a lot of good information in this book, and if you can dig into that, I particularly, for anybody who's new or just wants a refresher, read last year's minutes so you can remember, especially when we're talking about reoccurring items. At this time, I would be open to taking any general questions, and I, of course, will lean us far away from any kind of back and forth debate on topics. Yes. God damn it.
Orion Barber, District 1. As a hearing impaired person, I just want to give you my thanks for, one, your management of the microphones and the general sound system here. And if lessons, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If tactful lessons can be imparted to the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union meeting people, I would be so grateful. I attended a meeting I guess it was it last night? And it was useless for me to be there because even speaking into a microphone held like this does not work. So, thank you.
My pleasure. I have always loved a good microphone. That is nothing I've ever shied away from. And thank you to Tim and BCTV. And I've got a question coming down, yellow shirt from the back. It's a long walk to that microphone. I feel that.
Testing 1, 2. My name is Dan Jeffries. I've lived in District 1 out here in West Brattleboro for the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we spent $55 million on the high school. We've spent about $23 million on the waste treatment facility, and we've spent a few million on the fire and police stations, all good infrastructure expenditures. And I'm open to being told that there's a better time and place to ask this question. It's kind of seasonal. I'm very curious, and I think Peter has addressed this once before, and there was something in the Reformer about this, just in some detail, which was helpful. But I'm really curious, after 25 years, what the plan is for Western Avenue out here in West Brattleboro. In that currently, it is a game of chicken driving down Western Avenue. I am astounded that anybody would ride a bicycle down Western Avenue out here. And I'm just curious, I know it's a big expenditure, I'm just wondering, is there any plan at all? And as I say, we could address this at some other time. Thank you.
Interrogated, Peter?
Sure. So I'm going to provide a 30,000-foot perspective on it. Steve Barrett is the fellow who could speak in greater detail both to the history and then, to what we cope with, what I'm going to give a brief description of. There probably is a better time to have that conversation, but if y'all want to stay, I know Steve has answers that he could offer to you. But it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is the old road underneath the asphalt is a concrete road, and so the layers of asphalt that get put down on top of it don't behave in the manner they would if they had been placed on top of a proper road base with different types of stone at different levels that allow it to expand and contract with the seasons and drain better when there's water that seeps through. And so instead what we get is repeated instances of a significant overlay on top of that historically problematic section of road that doesn't last very long. And we have to encounter the kind of problems that we've had this winter. This winter has been particularly tough, not just on that segment, but all over town because of the freeze-thaw cycles being more significant than in some winters. But that's the bottom line. That's what a town manager can say about it. Your public works director could talk more specifically about what options there might be to do something more thorough. But frankly, to rip up all that concrete and build the road properly is, I believe, more money than any of us can believe that the town would tolerate. And so instead, we do the best we can to do a much more frequent repair and resurfacing in that section than in most areas around town.
Well, actually,
Just a quick follow-up. Yeah. So this is not something that can get bonded and repaired once and for all.
While Steve walks up, I'll just say you could. We could. And if the community would like us to generate something more like an estimate rather than a descriptive response, then we certainly can do that. I'll leave it there and let Steve take a deeper dive.
Yeah, Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works. It is complicated. One of the things that we need to remember is that the town is responsible for repair of that road, and the state is ultimately responsible for major capital projects. So we, if anywhere, we should be lobbying the state to push them to get funding to fix the road. It hasn't been done in many years. It's way overdue. And our challenge has been to try to, repair something that's way beyond repair. So the place to lobby really is the state and our representatives, and to get funding for this road, which we've been successful a couple times, and really that's just been a patch. You know, it was a 3/8 overlay that made everybody feel good for a couple of years, and we're right back where we started. So lobby the state, that's where we can go. Then the bike lanes and everything else can be included in the projects, and that's the way to go.
As an aside, since this happened to come up, I'd be happy to see the Putney Road money go into Western Ave. But anyway, I'd like to ask whether the town, is the state pressing the town at all on the sewer line that runs through the Whetstone Creek?
No.
I love the brevity. John Kennedy, District 1. I'm looking at the budget summary on page 112. And in income, you're talking about the sales tax that we much discussed last year. At last year's town budget, I asked that we work with the elected officials to address the extra $350,000-ish that the state takes out of that sales tax money to see if we can't get our share or a significant portion of that share spent in Brattleboro rather than be a windfall in the black hole they call the state budget.
Right. Yes, you did. It's a statute. It's not just a operating decision of state government, and so the law would have to be changed. Everybody who adopts that provision, who adopts a local option sales tax, only gets 2/3 of the revenue, and the state takes the other. So, and then that money goes, some of it is actually taken by the state as an administrative fee, and the balance of it goes into a fund that is used to pay out to a payment in lieu of taxes to the communities that house state facilities. So Brattleboro does get some of that money, but it's arguably not our fair share, I think, based on the fact that there are communities that house, in Montpelier and Barry and Waterbury and other places, many more state facilities than we do.
So we tried, but it's not really an option.
It's not really an option. We'd have to get a broad coalition across the state to want to make that change, and I can tell you that most municipalities would think it would be great, and the legislature hasn't been all that responsive to what most municipalities would think would be great in recent years. And to be less sarcastic and more direct, the status of the self-governance initiative is, it made good progress last year in the Senate, got voted out of committee and approved by the full Senate, not really entirely intact, but at least it was moving along. And the House Government Operations Committee, despite repeated strong requests from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and those of us here and other municipal officials across the state, has not taken the matter up. And the biennium is about to end, and we're going to have to start again.
Thank you.
Hi there, Dr. Tortolani.
Hi there, Bob Tortolani, District 2. Thank you. I have quite a concern about pedestrian accidents over the years. In the United States, it's going up dramatically. I think a lot of that has to do with the pedestrians themselves are distracted in their walking, and they're not necessarily looking at where they're going. Makes it harder for people driving cars, of course, watching out for them. So it's a big, big problem. We've had some tough problems in this town over the last 10 years with pedestrian injuries. I guess the one thing I can think of is that the crosswalks, I noticed that many times they're not easily seen, and they're in bad shape. And I think that's probably one thing we can do, is just try to make the crosswalks very, very kept up as well as we can. I've seen in other communities where the crosswalks are actually different colors from the road, like red or blue, and it seems to stand out. Here we have the white things. It's fine, but I think that whatever we do, we've got to keep them in good shape, and I guess we all have to be very alert for pedestrians because, they're at high risk, and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani. I have seen those in Northampton, and I think they're good, the multicolored crosswalks. Any more questions pertaining to what was discussed tonight, Gary? And then...
My last and final, but
Mhm.
Gary Stroud, District 2. What Steve Barrett was saying, and it was a while back, I don't know if you remember when we did pave the roads from, I think they came from Massachusetts, this construction, this company. Was it, Steve, a while back when they paved the roads? And I don't know how long ago, is that something that we have to do with the state alongside with us to get that happening again?
Do you wish to be interrogated, Steve? Because we don't know the answer up here.
Well, as far as the line striping goes, when a road is paved, like when Main Street was done, it was done with a more permanent type of line striping. We do paint the roads twice a year. This body supported increasing our painting budget several years ago. Dr. Tortolani's suggestion to paint crosswalks with a different color, that could be considered, but it comes with a cost. But we certainly could consider that, and we would welcome funds to do that. But that's what it takes. It takes the funds to do it. But doing it twice a year has helped, and we paint right before the fall, before the winter months, and then of course, the winter, the abrasion from the sand and the salt, scrubs that paint off, and we'll be out there here just next month to brighten everything up.
Right, because I remember we had gravel the streets. This was like a while back, and I think a team came up when they did Canal Street. But it was a big and then everything was like, I didn't know if that's something that we can consider again.
That was part of a state project, similar like if we do the Western Avenue that I talked about, awesome. That would all be included in a contract.
So we don't notify our state reps and. Thanks.
Okay. All right, seeing no further hands, and at 9:03 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Have a great night. We will see you all in a couple of weeks. Please keep your finger to the pulse of anything going on that might change that.
Ellen, I was going to call and ask you about 5G research. So let's see.
On your cell phone, were you? No.
On my cell phone.
Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel. I am here on 5G preemption and issues related to that. So I'm going to give you some of the legal framework related to the Federal Telecommunications Act. So the Telecommunications Act of 1996 established the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, as the body that has authority over wireless communications. The Act clearly states that the FCC has the authority to regulate wireless communications, but it struck a compromise. So it left state and local governments authority over siting of wireless telecommunications facilities. So I'm not really talking about 5G here. I'm talking about all wireless, and that technology does fall under that category. So the state and local governments retain authority over the siting. However, this authority is subject to 5 limitations in the Act, and this is sort of where the preemption comes in. The federal government recognized that the state and local governments are in a position to have some say over the physical location because all areas are different, but there are some sideboards on it. So there are 5 limitations to the ability to regulate the siting. First, you can't flat out prohibit wireless service, and you also can't have the effect of prohibiting wireless service. And there's a lot of case law around what that means. Next, state and local governments must act on an application for the siting of wireless telecommunications facilities within a reasonable time. And since 1996, there have been a number of documents and pieces of guidance issued by the FCC stating what is a reasonable amount of time in which an application has to have a decision. 3, denials of permit applications must be in writing, and they have to be justified with evidence. They have to be supported by evidence. I'm going to skip 4 for a second, but 5 is that an aggrieved person, either that has been denied a permit or that feels that they have been prohibited entirely, can bring a suit against the state or local government. But number 4 says that state and local governments cannot regulate wireless telecommunications facilities on the basis of radio frequency emissions. So state and local governments can regulate the physical location of telecommunications facilities, but the FCC has set radio frequency emission limits. They have explicitly kept that from the state and local governments and have set their own limits. So those limits are established, and every telecommunication facility has to abide by those limits. In December, the FCC voted unanimously to uphold the existing radio frequency emission limits, so they did revisit it recently. And yeah, so I was also asked what other states are doing around 5G. So I can tell you that 21 states have passed laws to streamline and facilitate the expeditious deployment of 5G. No states have passed laws regulating 5G based on radio frequency emissions because the preemption is clear. The state of New Hampshire in June did pass a law establishing a study committee. It set up a study committee to look at the potential health effects of 5G. Their report is due in November. The state of Connecticut also set up a study group to look at issues around 5G. The state of Massachusetts did have a bill introduced last year that called for the ban of dangerous wireless facilities. That bill had one hearing and hasn't moved since. But there are a number of municipalities that have enacted ordinances attempting to limit the deployment of 5G. So most of them are in California, and there are a number of them primarily in Marin County, which is just outside of San Francisco. But San Francisco has a long-standing ordinance related to aesthetics and development and design that the California Supreme Court recently upheld as a type of ordinance that could be used that was not inherently violating the sort of regulation of 5G. So there are some ordinances in California that have been enacted that are related to aesthetics and design and physical location of wireless facilities.
Okay. I assume since it's San Francisco, that's an urban setting.
Yes, and their design requirements are very detailed, and they've been in existence for a long time. So one of the other things is that there are a number of these California ordinances that are related to 5G and small cell deployment do mention the radio frequency emissions. However, there is a difference between the precedent in California for this and in Vermont. So there is a Second Circuit case, which Vermont is in the Second Circuit, that held, there is some case law out there that said if a municipality or a local government attempts to regulate the placement of these facilities and lists the emissions, the radio frequency emissions, as one of the reasons they're attempting to regulate, as long as there is another justification related to aesthetics or physical location, that's okay. However, the Second Circuit found that having the RF emissions be any part of the consideration is a violation of the Telecommunications Act. So Vermont is preempted from regulating based on
the frequency. We can't ban it. We can't make it so difficult that it is in effect to ban. We can't just delay permits forever. All right. Okay. And California sounds like some more urban aesthetic ordinances, which we probably couldn't transfer here. We could do our own that says you've got to screen it.
So the ordinances do make use of spacing requirements and physical appearance and aesthetics. If you are concerned about aesthetics of small cells, we in Vermont have state land use laws that regulate aesthetics. Acts 250 and 248A have to do with the physical location of facilities. So
they all involve public input.
Right. But having the conversation about radio frequency emissions makes it
a no-no.
Yes.
Okay. Starting to sound like Vermont Yankee and safety.
I think what you're also saying, though, is that enacting restrictions that are ostensibly based on aesthetics as a fig leaf to deal with radio emissions would be struck down. Is that a fair statement?
There would be a strong case, but there is also a strong case that there can be aesthetic concerns when you are installing telecommunications facilities. But if you are, yes, fig leaves are probably at risk of being challenged.
Okay. But I assume we could say you need to screen the pole. I assume there'd have to be neighbors that would see it. Screening it from the deer probably wouldn't pass muster. So it would work better probably in a more rural, a more urban setting where the poles, they're there. I mean, they're in neighborhoods, there's just nowhere else to put them, whereas we have an awful lot of rural facilities, which is why I think they've told us, because of the shorter span that 5G covers, it's not likely to come to rural Vermont soon. But soon can be a relative term.
Ellen, can you talk a little bit more? I don't know if you have the language in front of you of what the study committee for New Hampshire entails. What was their charge?
Sure. They do specifically list looking at the potential health impacts. Okay. This is so establishing a study committee to study the environmental and health impacts of evolving 5G technology. Let's see.
Well, we asked the Department of Health to look at it. Right. We've got that.
Who sits on that study committee?
2 members of the Senate, a member of the public, the Attorney General, 2 members of the New Hampshire Technology Council, a member of the Business and Industry Association, a member of the New Hampshire Medical Society, a member of the University System of New Hampshire, a member, and I'm paraphrasing, this is,
yes,
a member of the cell phone and wireless technology industry, the Commissioner of Department of Health and Human Services, and 1 member of the public with expertise in biological effects of radio frequency emission.
When is that due?
November.
It's November, okay, so
yeah.
I'm sure you can borrow it. It will be posted and be interesting to see what they have. It does not seem to have a lot of medical personnel on it. Okay.
So one question on screening.
Yeah.
So if we legitimately felt the need to screen these things for aesthetic purposes, is there a case law or something that sort of attacks the legitimacy of that concern if we hadn't done it for a similar other device?
Can you repeat the question?
I guess I'm just asking, assuming some of us had a legitimate aesthetic concern about who sells, there's one way to approach it would be to screen, to mandate screening, not ban, but to say we want some screening around. I'm just wondering if we hadn't done that previously for other kinds of cells, would that be an issue?
That is an interesting question. So we do currently regulate the aesthetics of wireless facilities under 248. Not all, because there is a jurisdictional threshold of size. I don't know if I have an answer, because I have not delved deep into the case law, but we do have an existing permitting program that relates to aesthetics. And it would have to be, it couldn't be focused on a particular provider. And so if you were interested in that, you'd have to be very careful to make sure it was not having disproportionate impacts on a particular provider. There's case law on that. I don't have a complete answer for you.
I assume a lead screen would be, it would block waves, would not pass muster.
What was that?
A lead screen would not pass muster.
Oh.
Would have to do trees or lead, yeah, lead fig leaf, or a whole bunch of them attached together. That it would have to be the same scope type of screening that we've done with everything else, which is generally plantings, bushes, fake tree things that look like fake trees on the top of mountains.
So the limits on emissions established by the FCC haven't changed. So they have to comply with the limits that have been in place for almost 20 years. So I cannot give you scientific or technological explanations about the emissions, but there are existing limits, and there are differences in this 5G that are I cannot articulate. But
no, we did have the health department in, and they did do an update of the literature, and I think they said at this point the biggest concern was for installers that got close and could get some skin burn, that 5G does not penetrate your skin, which 4 and 3 and other Gs do. But they didn't see any major concern at this point, but it's new technology, and I think that's what makes people uneasy. We don't know. I think it will be interesting to see what New Hampshire, we said Massachusetts was studying.
No.
Connecticut
does have
so it'll be
study.
interesting to see what they come up with, and if they, open up a new road for inquiry.
I know a couple weeks ago you and I talked about the DC circuit, and I don't know if you have time now. I don't know how much time we have.
We have no idea how much time we have, but I think we're over time at this point.
Can you just give a brief summary of the DC circuit rulings? So I know my folks back home are watching this closely.
Sure. So so the FCC in general has really been focusing on speeding the deployment of the new technology. So last year they issued 2 orders clarifying language under the Telecommunications Act in order to, that did sort of diminish the state and local role a bit more. So they clarify in one of the orders, they defined reasonable time in which to respond. So it's either 60 or 90 days, depending on the application. So they set a clear time limit on when a local government has to respond to the permit applications. The other order attempted to exempt all small cell from going through both NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act review, and National Historic Preservation Act review, as well as changing the way that tribes participate in the input. So there are different fees that the tribes charge for when they consult on these applications. And so both of those orders are currently being litigated, although the DC Circuit Court did release a decision on the second order I talked about. So the DC Circuit Court found that the FCC couldn't have a blanket exemption for small cells to go through the NEPA environmental analysis or the National Historic Preservation Act analysis. So small cell facilities that qualify, that trigger either of those acts, do still have to go through them, although at this point, many of them aren't triggering NEPA because they're part of co-location already. So that doesn't often trigger NEPA review as it is. But both of those orders were an attempt to sort of clarify that state and local governments can't slow down. They have to be sort of keeping this process moving. So the FCC is focused on fast deployment. There is another issue related to the amount of, they also capped the amount of fees that state and local governments can charge.
Well, they figured out we do that too. Okay. All right.
Did I get all the points? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I think gives us some specificity to things we've been being told for several years that we can't regulate. And this, there might be a crack in here somewhere, but we'd have to look pretty hard to find it. All right.
I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we have two additions here. First, with writing campaigns during town meeting, we didn't realize what the outcome was going to be, so we never said recognized Lewis White for his work on the board over the last year and his many contributions to the town as a select board member and the health officer. So just want to say thank you to Lewis for all his work.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then in leafing through the minutes folder, I came across a certificate of no appeal or suit pending from the listers that had been, it was a white piece of paper, so you could understand why it ended up in a pile of other white papers. But so we'll add that to our new business. And with that, we have to reorganize the board. And so we have to elect officers and then do a few other housekeeping bits of business. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to nominate Zeke for chair, Terry for vice chair, and myself for clerk.
Sounds good to me. I'd like to second that.
Okay. Any discussion?
I'm grateful for people stepping forward.
Okay. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
You can say aye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we should welcome David Baxendale.
Yes.
Our newest
Welcome,
member.
David.
Thank you. Who's soon to usually, traditionally, the newest member of the select board gets all the jobs that nobody else will.
Well,
of course, be a busy person.
Yes, you will.
So our next item of business, housekeeping, is to sign the conflict of interest and ethical conduct. Let's see, what is it called? Policy for the town of Dummerston. What would you like to do?
Well, I would make a motion that we all sign the conflict of interest and ethical conduct policy. We've all seen it on email and read it, and so now's our chance to sign it.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Let's pass this around. And next would be our rules of procedure. And this just goes through how we'll conduct business here. Motions and majorities and time and place and all of that. Same as we've been doing.
Okay, do we need a motion?
Yes, we do.
I'll make a motion to sign the rules of procedure.
I'll second. Okay, any discussion?
No, again, we've all received it on email and read it, and I think we're ready to sign it.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. We won't need to do a paper ballot or... So, then, going on, we have the minutes of our last meeting, February 26th.
I would move that we approve the minutes from February 26th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
They look good.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
And anyone abstaining?
Abstaining? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and Maria, if you want to sign this as
Yes.
clerk.
We need a different table.
Okay, we have bills for payment, warrant 19, 19P, the reappraisal fund, and to ratify the Conservation Commission number 7.
So I'll move that we approve warrants 19, 19P, reappraisal fund number 8, and that we ratify Conservation Commission number 7.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 19 is for a total of $28,866.96. Half of that went to pay the insurance we have through Vermont League of Cities and Towns for the buildings and property in town. There was also the monthly Rescue Inc. payment, payroll transfers, electric bills, and gasoline and diesel fuel for the highway department. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now we can go to Jean and Steve. Are you here for something later on the agenda?
No, we're here for wherever we're on the agenda for the listers.
All right. Great. Well, we'll keep going then. The road foreman's report.
Okay.
I had Jean listed under public comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want?
Are you ready?
Sure.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. Well, I've just been doing some research on the amount of hours that the listers have worked since the start of the fiscal year. And it seems like the hours that have been put in are really roughly only 2 listers working. So with the reappraisal underway, this will be a busy time for them to start going out. This is the busiest time starting right now for the listers to go out to properties themselves. And we would like to have your blessings to be able to hire somebody to help us with some of the jobs that we need to do, something that's more simple than what the listers will do, helping with some of the paperwork for the reappraisal. And we'd just like to run that by you to make sure that we can do that and use some of the listers' wages that's in the budget.
What do you think?
Can we do that? That's an elected position.
Right. That's what I'm thinking too.
But are they asking for like an administrative assistant, to hire an administrative assistant?
Well, the last reappraisal, we listers did it anyway, and we hired an extra person to help us with some of that work. And it just came out of the listers' budget.
But it wasn't like you were hiring a lister, you were hiring an administrative assistant.
Well, it wouldn't be administrative assistants, it would just be a worker to help the listers. Because they wouldn't be really doing any of the computer work, I don't believe, that goes along with the job. It's just gonna be like monotonous, things that need to be done that we need to be able to let someone else do.
What would be an example of that?
So what we have begun and are now being sidetracked a bit with our regular lister stuff is that the people doing the reappraisal, which is who are the New England Municipal Resource Center, NEMRIC, they are actually doing the reappraisal, but we need to provide them with cost sheets and property record cards for each property. So it's been we've broken up the town into areas, which is the way we're hoping that this thing will proceed. And then we're trying to take an area, and it's just going into it's kind of once we can teach somebody, just go into the computer, print the cost sheet, print the property record card, staple them together, put them in a folder that's labeled for this particular area. So all we're looking for is somebody to help us get this stuff ready for the people who will do the reappraisal while we go out now and need to look at a whole bunch of stuff in order to be ready for, to get it done by April 1st. So to put together our grand list. So that's our normal, this happens to be our busy time.
And we would just, you know, if we can find somebody, that's.
Right, so you don't have somebody.
No, we don't have somebody in mind yet. No, no,
We'll think about that real quick.
yeah, we may just drag somebody
And
in off the
how much
street.
money do you, I mean, you.
I don't know what you would want to pay them. I know that last time the person did not get a regular Lister wage. I think that at that time we paid them maybe $10.
Well, I
No,
think
it's
I think it's awkward to associate that person with the title Lister, because Listers are elected. We can't hire an elected person. So this is really an administrative job that you're hiring for, in the same way the town clerk, who is an elected official, hires an assistant. We don't hire that assistant.
Right.
We do budget for it, but you guys have your own budget, so I would think that you could decide how much of your budget you want to put toward this person. You know, you're going to hire somebody for 100 hours of work at $12.50 an hour or whatever, and then you're letting us know how you're, like you said in the beginning, Jean, you're asking for our blessing for you guys to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, blessing and support.
And presumably this could come out of the reappraisal budget.
It could if they do reappraisal work, yes, and it's, you know.
And that's what you're asking them to do, right? This is reappraisal work that you just described.
Right. Last time, we didn't even go before the select board, but I just thought that that was the polite way to go forward. To just let you know that if there's somebody new in the office and you see them, you wonder what they're doing.
Right.
It would just be
And you
polite
would
on our part.
want to introduce them to
Right.
office
Right, exactly.
employees. And
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
How members feel about that?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. So, you're not looking for a motion, you're just looking for us to nod our heads?
Blessing.
Pretty much, I think.
Right, yes, yes.
Do you have any concerns about it?
Do we have any concerns?
Yeah.
About what?
No, I think their concern was
Did they
about
need
getting
the
the
help?
work done. So-
Yeah, right, your concern is about getting the work done and
Yes,
getting
yes.
hired.
And interfering with us getting the grand list done
Right,
by
right.
the 1st of June. So
Yeah.
it would be just, they may not work hardly at all, but we would like to have that
And this is
opportunity
in
to
part,
have someone.
in part because you're down a lister, one of the listers is away.
Yes, well, Michael has another job, and he's away frequently.
Yeah.
And so, it's, you know, it's just reassurance that our
Sure.
work's going to be done
Great.
when it's supposed to be done.
Good, okay.
Yes.
Looks like we're all nodding our heads.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, you guys are doing great work. I mean, it's a lot.
And we haven't seen any of them volunteer yet.
No.
Actually, you know, if you-
Somehow
if you-
we'll get that volunteer.
Yeah, usually the newest select.
And then another thing that I wanted to ask you about was, well, actually, I had reached out to our district advisor in regard to appraising the gravel pit. So he also then referred me to the gentleman that's doing the reappraisal. And I have sent him an email, he's responded, and he wants to meet with the listers. He also wants to have a time that he could be on the select board agenda. So I just wanted to bring that to you so that you know that that's gonna happen. I think we'll be seeing him within the next week or two.
Okay.
So,
We'll
just
check
for
the
your-
mailbox, so.
Pardon?
We'll check the mailbox so we don't miss that one.
It's, we want to appraise it correctly, and it's not something that, we don't have gravel pits every day,
Yeah,
so.
okay.
Great.
Perfect. Just to let you know.
Good.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So we'll all eat our supper while you work.
We'll keep working.
Keep working.
Good,
All right.
thank you much.
All right.
Thank you. So now we can go to the road foreman's
We'll
report.
go the road foreman's report. So this is the rundown from Lee. Mud season is progressing. He's seen it worse, he's seen it better. He's going to be meeting with Charlotte and Megan Bronx from the state regarding the threshold emergency grant. and was wondering if one of the select board members would like to come to that meeting. Should be in the next week or two.
When is that?
He's not sure when it's going to be, in the next couple weeks, but he wanted to make sure that we knew about that meeting's going to be held. His hope is to have the loader bid in for us to see by the next meeting. And that was his rundown.
Okay. Any news on the axle?
No, there was no news on the axle.
Okay.
He didn't mention the axle.
Okay.
And I forgot to ask.
All right.
Okay. What was the name of that grant?
It's the threshold emergency grant.
And so will he just email the select board when he knows when the meeting is, and whoever can make that meeting?
Yes, I believe so.
And we really only would want one or at most two people at that, so we should, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry.
We don't
have the
want
whole
three
full
people
board.
going.
Right.
Not that,
He doesn't
not
have
that
a
we would all
date.
jump
That's-
at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not gonna have the bids back for the loader, it's the specs?
He said the bid. He should have the loader bid hopefully by the next one.
Okay.
Maybe he meant the specs, but I wrote bid, so
Okay.
unless the cell phone reception kind of got garbled right on that.
Okay.
But he'll have information on the loader on his
Okay.
on our next meeting.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, the curb cut. He is all set with curb cut as long as it includes the 2 water bars for the Green Mountain Conservancy.
Okay. All right, so we have an application from the Green Mountain Conservancy. Sam Farwell put this out, and this is for down on Camp Arden Road between 922 and 1021. And it says, it mentions the water bars here, and
Oh, good, that's what I was
so
gonna
it's
ask.
already written down. So what would you like to do with?
I'll move that we approve the curb cut for the Green Mountain Conservancy on Camp Arden Road.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Is there anything we need to sign here?
I'm not sure with these ones, whether we sign it or Lee signs it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm thinking it was Lee.
Yeah, I think it's Lee.
I think so.
I think so too. Give him something to do. Okay. We have coronavirus preparedness under the road foreman's report, but
I put everybody a copy of the extras for the highway department in our boxes, so
Okay.
we've got the numbers in the extras.
Oh, that's what this is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's what that's for.
contact.
Yes.
Yep,
That's, there we go.
great. I don't see any of our names on there.
Good.
Well, that's perfect. Yes.
Good, well,
I don't have my CDL.
I thought you were the, yeah.
but you could still do the loader. That would prevent you from doing the loader. Grader.
The grader?
No, I don't think you want me on the grader. I'm just learning on my little Kubota at home. That's a little, actually.
Under correspondence for information, is there anything you'd like to go over?
Let's see. I went to the town of Newfane on that proposed zoning bylaw changes regarding the Manitou, but it's not really called Manitou. It's mostly, they did prove it, but it's for the green burial up there, so it really kind of didn't, it was interesting to go to, but not a lot to bring back.
Okay, all right. Now, Terry, you and Geraldine both went to the coronavirus presentation and training at the Brattleboro Fire Department yesterday. Do you want to give us
Right, yeah, so that was a meeting for emergency management professionals and town officials. And the people from Brattleboro Memorial Hospital were there, along with people from the Vermont Department of Health. And I'll let Terry speak for herself, but I was very impressed by the presentations. It was very informative, and I think we can be very proud of our state and our local hospital being well-informed and prepared. The woman from the hospital spoke, and she said that they've really been preparing since the outbreak in China. And we can be very glad for, I think she called it, it's been on a slow roll, that they've been able to watch this happening and prepare here, and to remember that in Vermont, at least when we were talking last night, there was only one case that has tested positive. So there's no reason for panic. They were very calm and collected in their presentation, and at the same time preparing for what this is likely to mean. And so because this was for emergency management professionals and town officials, the focus was much more on how do you share information with your town and with the people that you're coming in contact with. So Terry and I talked about the way in which we'd like to move forward in Dummerston, and one thing is to help people be informed, and already today Lori sent out a message with the links to the two websites that will give factual information. And that's one of the things that they emphasized, is that there's a lot of information out there. I mean, people's email boxes are just flooded with information on COVID-19. But the important thing is for us to spread factual information. And that's the CDC website and the Vermont Department of Health website. And on the Vermont Department of Health website, there's what they call a ticker. And it's a table that gives up-to-date, like daily information on, you know, how many cases there are, how many people are being monitored, how many people are being tested, and that's really the place to look for the most current information. And so they said there are 3 things that people can do. One is make sure you're accessing and sharing factual information. 2, personal hygiene is just, you know, the way to go, really paying attention to personal hygiene. And then the 3rd piece was, if you don't have to, don't. In other words, if you don't have to go to that group meeting with so many people, if you don't have, you know, if you can work at home, if you, you know, whatever, that's good procedure right now. And so Terry and I were thinking about it in terms of Dummerston, and it's great that Lori sent out that message. We're thinking about what we might put on the website, so we're going to talk about that. And then we decided that it would be a good protocol for the select board to meet with the town employees and have a discussion about it, so that we can just walk ourselves through some scenarios. And we want to make sure that the town office runs smoothly. We want to make sure that our roads are maintained well. And so we'll talk through some scenarios, and so we can discuss that and schedule some kind of meeting with the town employees. I think that'll be a work session. It won't be a select board meeting, it'll be a work session where we'll meet with the town employees and talk through some things.
Right. I wonder if getting in touch with Dummerston Cares to see what they have.
Yeah, we could invite them to that meeting, actually, you know, if we want, or we can just get in touch with them
Bill
separately.
Smith.
Yeah.
You want me to give Bill Smith
Sure.
a call?
Yeah, that'd be great. Fine.
Yeah, make sure he's up to date on everything, and okay.
Great. Yeah.
So anyway, it was very informative. It was great for Terry and me to go together. Always good to have 2 people listening, and then we were able to talk on the way there and on the way back, and
yeah, you pretty well got it wrapped up.
Terry knew a lot more people there than I did.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
So if we want to get together as a work session, you want to look at maybe next week? Next Wednesday?
Yeah, maybe Maria could try to set up a meeting. Would you be willing to do that, Maria? And the purpose, again, would be to just talk through some scenarios and make sure we're prepared. That's part of what this list is that Terry has given us of backup highway people. So the challenge with COVID-19 is when one person tests positive, then everyone that person has been in contact with needs to be monitored, quarantined, tested. So that's why groups of people are problematic when you've been with that group of people. So groups of people that work together, it's kind of problematic, you know, if one person comes down with it. So you just want to be prepared. Okay, so what does that look like, and what does that mean, and how can we have redundant backup systems? And we're in a really good position here to walk through this. It's a good exercise, and then if it comes to fruition, we're prepared for it.
Good. You want to do that at 5 when the town office closes?
If that's what they're up for. I mean,
the road crew, you want to include?
Well, at least Lee.
Okay.
No, just Lee.
All right.
Yeah,
fine.
just Lee.
Okay.
You know, and I don't know as Roger needs to be part of it. You know, we can think about that. You know, I don't know.
Well, we could ask Roger, and how about the listers, because they're working in here at the same time
I
too.
mean, the question to answer, one of the questions to answer is, if you weren't able to do your job, what are the important things that still need to get done? And then the other question is, if you need to work from home, what kinds of things can't you do from home that are timely and urgent? So, you know, it's talking through those two possibilities and just raising the, you know, questions that arise when you have that conversation. And I feel like one of the reasons why we're in a good position is that I feel like our town office really works as a team. So people pinch hit for each other. You know, that's not a new way of working. We're used to working that way. But, you know, as a select board, we're responsible for, you know, the smooth running of town business and the roads being well maintained.
Okay.
We'll have to warn that as a work session then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Great. Okay, anything else under correspondence for information? Going down to correspondence for discussion and or action, we have Mary Ellen Copeland, who's been the chairperson of the Conservation Commission, is resigning. I guess, so we can appoint another person, we have to accept her resignation.
I think her term was up.
Oh,
anyway.
her term was up, so now she's just not.
Re-upping.
Okay, so we don't have to.
Yeah, we don't have to accept the resignation.
Right, because there isn't one, she's just not re-upping.
Right.
Okay, well, gee whiz, she's done a great job.
She's done an
Yes,
awesome
she has
job.
excellent job
Yeah.
for all her, yes.
Pretty impressive.
Very
Yes.
impressive, yeah. Right. Okay, well, we'll look to see.
I think there's some people that are interested, and
Yes,
so I think
I
the
think
thing to say is that anyone who's interested should submit a
Can
letter
have
of
a-
interest to the select board, and we'll consider.
A short little chat with them and get them.
Good point.
Get them off and running. So I think they have someone in mind. So we'll wait to hear from them.
Wonderful.
And go from there. Let's see, there's an issue of speeding in Dummerston Center.
Yes.
Who would
Who would have known? I got 2 complaints regarding the speed issue. So I have discussed it with Mark Anderson. It's been here a little bit more since then. I've gotten back to both parties. So they'll give me an update.
Mark Anderson is?
The sheriff.
Okay.
Yep. So they're working on the issue.
Okay. Oh, good.
What is the, who decides where he puts the vehicle And is that completely within the sheriff's purview?
I mean, where he sits to watch?
Yes, where he, because I probably have the best view of speeding in Dummerston Center.
So from your perspective, where would be the best place to put the vehicle?
It would be to hide it as much as possible, because if he's sitting out right here, people can see it from some distance, and he's not going to catch people. But the other thing is the timing of it. The speed is in the morning, early in the morning. Well, the sheriff's never there when they're going to by at 60 miles an hour.
So they're not going 60.
60.
Well,
that's an exaggeration.
Well, it may be 50.
So what are the hours? What would be the hours that would you suggest? What are you seeing based on?
I don't know what flexibility the sheriff's department has, in changing the time they come, but they generally come, seems sort of noon to 3. So it looks.
Well, they're providing a service for us, and Terry's our liaison, and so they're all ears for our suggestions.
Right.
And you're right, they can't do everything we request, but they want to hear our requests. So that's why Terry's asking you these questions.
Is it worthwhile having a discussion about with them on the timing of?
I can send him an email regarding the where they're located. I was speaking to him last night about this subject, and he was saying there's not a lot of places to hide in the center in order to, you know what I mean. So,
I know.
So if he sits over here, they're aiming for another area, and if they're sitting over there, they're aiming for because you can only see so much with the buildings the way they are. So. It would be more timing than hiding.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so what time, I don't think that question got answered, what time do you think would be best for someone to watch for people going above the speed limit?
Well, if your goal is to catch people that are speeding, they're on their way to work. And maybe
Right, so it would be from 7:30 to 9:30? Yeah, great. Okay. And how about your driveway? Is that available for them?
No.
Well, there you go.
I don't know if they like parking.
No, they don't really usually.
And I think they can, from what I've seen, just about any time of day.
Exactly. But it kind of already correlates to what I passed along, because one of the complaints was around the school time bus in the morning. So so I think we can.
I was impressed with the way he described last night, because I overheard this, where he sat and what he could see and what people were coming from what direction. So it's not random where he sits. They're thinking about it. So if we have suggestions for them, I think they would be all ears.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Moving on, under new business, Wyndham Regional Commission local emergency management plan update.
The LEMP update. So it's just come down through the pike again. I did it last year. It's the
just replacing a couple names and
a couple names. Also, we'll probably want to keep it the way it is this year, where everything goes to everybody, and that's probably a good idea considering where we're at. The only thing I'm gonna have to wait on is we need to fill in the blanks on a few in the back, such as the town health officer, the animal control officer, and the forest fire warden.
Oh, that's, isn't it Charlie Richardson and Marty Bratt?
Neither one of them want to up again.
And the same we got the constable filled. So those three things need to have something before I can fill it out or on the computer and then bring it to you guys.
Right. I think in the absence of an animal control or health officer, it's a select board.
Okay, so you want me to just put the select board?
Sure.
Okay, and then we just the forest fire warden. For the forest fire warden?
You gotta tell me.
Okay.
You gotta pay attention, David.
You gotta be up on it, because I've been there before. I'm just warning you. Okay, so we'll just wait for the forest fire warden if it's.
That's
and
how
like
she got
these-
the limp.
That's how I got the limp, really. It's been.
So
you know.
is there a deadline to that, Terry?
I'd like to get this in here in April because it's got to be done by May. But that'll
Okay.
give her time down at the Wyndham Regional to fall through with it, kick it back. I don't think there should be too much kickback this time, and then we can have it in by our May deadline.
Okay.
And then the next April 21st, I believe, is going to be the next emergency management 401 class, I think, and I'll probably sign up for that for the Wyndham Regional.
Thank
So that'll
you.
at least qualify us to do this stuff. How's that sound?
Wow, great.
So.
So you can actually wait on some of those if we end up appointing.
Exactly, yeah, because it won't take long to fill us out.
Okay. Next on our new business is state statute requires that on our first organized meeting after town meeting, we need to appoint the tree wardens.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Godfrey Renard and Jonathan Royce as tree wardens again.
I'll second that.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you to both of them.
Yes, good job. Let's see, before we, become the liquor board, let's take care of the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. And this is from the listers, and it just certifies that they have no suits pending to recover taxes paid under protest. And this is information that's needed for the 2019 grand list. So they certified that there's nothing in the docket.
So you want a motion?
Yes, please.
So I would move that we sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
I'm gonna sign it now, pass it around.
Great. Now, next.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we recess as the select board and convene as the liquor control board.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, here we are as the liquor control board. And this is an annual renewal for the Whetstone Brewery at Campfires on Route 5. What would you like to do?
I'll make the motion that we approve the annual liquor license renewal from Whetstone Brewery at the Campfires Campground.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No? Okay, so we've approved that.
Is that the only liquor board
Yes.
business?
Yes.
So I'll make a motion that we adjourn as the liquor control board and reconvene as the select board.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Right, here we are back as the select board. The only other thing I think we have is, maybe you saw the email about the views article.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And I did the last one.
You did.
Yeah, so
Yes,
I think
you
I
did.
get a pass on this one.
What's the deadline?
Oh, March.
And towards the end of the month.
Yeah. Oh.
And what would we want it to be about? What would be?
Well, we, you know, it's likely that we still might be looking for some candidates for different,
Open positions?
possibly. Let's see. That'd be one topic.
Uh-huh.
March 24th.
That's what I thought. That's what I wrote down. Thank you. So there is a select board 101 that we want to encourage David to go to, the VLCT.
Yes.
And I think that's March 21st. Is that a Saturday? Yeah.
Yes.
March
Yep.
21st up in Montpelier. And if David were so inspired by that it, you know, he could write an article as a new select board member.
Right. Right. I was thinking.
How do you feel about writing things?
I was thinking.
You read the views, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, we've only just mentioned about that Saturday, but.
Yeah.
Of course, information about the COVID-19.
Yeah, I'm afraid
that the views isn't going to come out.
Yeah, who knows what?
It's too far of a lapse on that.
Yeah, right. So
it would be nice, but it's too far of a lapse.
Things change day by day by day.
And the views between the deadline for submissions
not a
and
good
the
topic.
publication date is too long.
So how's your calendar look for the 21st?
Well, I wouldn't be able to commit today because there's something that could intervene. I just don't know. Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
If you can do that, just let Lori know.
Okay.
She'll get you signed up.
Okay. Is that do they just hold that once?
Once.
Yeah.
Spring.
Last year was in Rutland, this year it's in Montpelier.
Okay.
Okay, so there goes that.
So, Maria, can you think of any topics that?
All the positions we got open.
I know.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I sort of feel like you're teetering on the edge of.
Well, I'm picturing an article entitled, "A Town Doesn't Run Itself."
That's perfect, Carolyn. That you hit the nail on the head.
That's poetic and inspiring.
Yes.
All right, I'll do it, and let's you and me stay in touch too, because you know, maybe there could be some combined effort. I guess what would help me is
getting information on
about, you know, who's agreeing to do what and where we really have open positions, and you know, sometimes these groups are writing articles as well for the views, so I don't necessarily want to duplicate, but I can do another.
Great, and it can be. Yes, okay. I'm sure you'll do a great job.
Thank you.
As you have
appreciate
done
your confidence.
several times in the past.
All right. Okay.
Thank you for letting the rest of us off the hook.
Right, exactly.
For another edition. Okay. Is there any other business?
We want to decide who's going to contact for all these open positions.
I was ready to go home.
Oh, I know. We're getting.
All right.
We're rolling.
Okay. Well then, we have, speaking of those positions, we have to check with everyone about whether some people have been appointed for multiple years, but some people, their term for the Planning Commission or Conservation Commission, different commissions, is up, and so we usually get in touch with them to see if they'd like to serve another term.
So should we just go down this list? It looks like for the Planning Commission, there are 2 open seats.
It looks like, Maria's covered those.
And the last one on there, he's already sent us a letter of interest, so we need to actually meet with him.
Okay.
Oh, so we should invite him in.
Do you want me to do that for the next meeting?
Sure.
Just a couple, 10 minutes before?
10 minutes before.
Okay. So there are 2 open positions on the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The DRB, Dennis Muse, term is up. And I've heard, although I'm not certain, that he wasn't interested in, but that would be for someone to find out. And then we have the alternates, one of whom might step up to a regular seat on the DRB, if Dennis.
And that's why you have alternates, right? I mean, so that you have people that are kind of learning the ropes and then have the possibility of stepping up.
Can't make the
hearing. So they have a quorum.
So they have a quorum.
Yeah. So, probably who is?
I mean, I don't know any of those three people.
Okay, why don't I get in touch with those people?
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, and I'll check with whoever is the current chair of the DRB to find out what they have in mind for the alternates. Okay, moving down.
So the zoning administrator is a hired position.
Yes.
We hire.
For
so.
3 years. Is his third? Okay. Yes, and we've already checked with him.
Okay. Yeah.
Assistant zoning administrator. Who would like to?
I'll talk to Charlotte.
Great. Okay, Mary Ellen Copeland is stepping down or not interested in another 4-year term on the Conservation Commission. It seems like.
But do the other people need to be called?
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to do the Conservation
Great.
Commission. Okay. And how do we get people's phone numbers? That's
Well,
always a challenge.
Looking
for
them
me.
up in the book doesn't seem to work.
Really?
No.
No. Just
I
gets
think
worse.
you
and
could
worse.
probably ask Lori, you might get email.
From them?
Well, I probably have emails,
Yeah.
so
email.
I'll look
Emailing
for email
would-
first.
yeah.
Email's okay? Okay,
Yep.
good. And so the job here is to just touch base with 1, 2, 3, 4 people and ask if they want to continue on the Conservation Commission, and is it a 1 year or
No.
that continuing for 4 years?
4 years.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see. So we have an open seat on the, at least one open seat on the Energy Committee. Stan Howe isn't going to continue. And Eric Linebeck is up for renewal.
Yeah, and as chair, he would be the one to say if there are any other open seats besides Stan's.
Right.
I would like to not contact
Okay.
the Energy Committee,
All right.
so somebody else should do that.
I can do that.
Great.
Do you have a number for him?
I might be able to give you, I can give you a number.
Because I remember they had a hard time getting
Right.
by email, I think it was the last time.
Okay.
I'll look.
The recreation, the recreation board, whom we seldom see around here, but we know they exist. I recognize all those names.
Well, as I say, you're doing Josh Pacheco anyway for the DRB,
Right.
so you just want to add
Sure. Yeah.
yourself to that one?
You want me to do the other 3, please?
Sure. That'd be great.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
I'd say the next one's probably a pretty sure bet that he'll
Yeah, we're
continue.
just gonna put a yes, or you
Yeah.
want me to talk to him?
Either way.
I'm gonna call him I gotta call him
Yeah,
anyway,
call him
so,
anyway.
so I'll grab him.
Right. First, gee, I didn't realize we had 2.
We don't.
We don't, one's out, one's in.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right.
Marty no longer wanted to do it, but Louis was willing to do it.
Excellent. Great. I'll sleep better knowing that our constable is on the job.
Yeah.
I can tell you,
Terry,
I have
thank
checked
you.
with Wayne Emery and the other animal control officer, and they are off leash.
So those are both no's, huh?
They are
Ooh.
large.
Okay.
So it's not a highly valued position.
Oh, no, it's a very
Oh,
highly
yeah.
valued and esteemed position in
So these are
the
both no.
community. Dogs, all wag their tails when they
Oh, yes, they do.
come by. I'm on a first-name basis with many canine citizens.
So nobody's bid at the position, huh?
No, even though we are offering a $500 stipend, which is generous for this town,
Right.
with these cheap select board members that keep cutting the budgets. So Yep, and an article in the Views. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're looking up in the phone book, trying to find where to call when. Just let us know, we'll give you all the training you need. I guess Lori's gonna take care of assistant town clerks.
Yeah, she usually does.
Maria Glaybeck has graciously agreed to serve as a select board assistant for another year. Health officer Louis White has declined to continue, so that's an open position. So we need to find a health officer. In the absence of the health officer, the select board takes on that role. Until we can find someone.
Do you want
Usually the newest member of the select board.
I
hope that's just understood.
Well, what does the health officer do? Can you just?
Okay. They are responsible for mitigating any public health hazards. So in the past, the health officer has done rental inspections. If there's a question about a failed septic system around town, they go and check that out. Dog bites, generally they work with the animal control officer to make sure that dogs are licensed and follow up on any quarantine of dogs. Let's see, what else do they do? Yeah, it's generally between rental housing and dog bites around here. And then neighbors complaining about their neighbors not being tidy. So, you know, some negotiating skills is a requisite for that position. But you don't get called out very often, actually, despite the, and there is a handbook this health officer receives that walks you through just about any situation that could arise. And you know, the state is also very good at providing backup information. So it's an interesting way, you get to see a different side of the town than what you've heard. The weigher of coal.
I'll grab Ruth.
Okay. Pound keeper, Ron Speck.
I can grab him too.
Great.
Oh, you know what? I'd like to call him. Do you mind if I call him?
No, that's
okay,
fine.
I'll call him. I'm going to ask him about animal control officers.
Great, great. Louis White would, I don't know why he'd want to be inspector of wood and lumber, not the health officer.
Okay. Oh, I got Ruth for the Friends viewer. As the next one, because we've done the tree ward. And I've already contacted Harold, and Harold will be a fence viewer.
Great. Okay, so where Roger Turner has let us know he does not want to continue as a representative to the Wyndham Regional Commission. We have Caleb Kissling. It's an annual, we have to get in touch with Caleb again? Or? He just was appointed a few months ago, wasn't he?
I'm pretty sure it's just
October or November?
But he was filling in for Lou Sorensen.
Yeah.
So I think we appointed him until town meeting.
Okay.
Do you want me to send him an email? I think I have his email.
Great. Good. Okay, so we need to find someone to take over for Roger. And this is the next one's a paid position, the delinquent tax collector. So, boy, you're going to have
a lot to write.
Yeah, a lot to write about that Views article. The fire wardens. Marty Ferret's not interested, I guess.
No.
Okay.
And neither is Charlie for the assistant.
Okay.
Fire warden?
And assistant fire warden both.
And how do those people, is there coordination with the volunteer fire department? Or what's the responsibility of the fire warden?
He gives out burn permits.
Okay.
Or takes complaints if somebody's burning. You want me to ask Marty if he has any recommendations?
Yes, that's a great way
All right.
to
Yeah, if you would do that, that
wear
would be
it
great.
down. Okay. Let's see. Now, the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. The last time Michelle came in, did she?
We haven't seen her in a long time.
Oh, I thought it was. It just feels that way.
I don't think she came in this last year.
Huh, okay.
Well, Wyndham Solid Waste is ramped down quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah, but they still have quite a lot of.
And she's still willing to do it? I mean, I can call her.
Okay, great.
I'd be happy to call her.
Good.
Don't we usually have two of them?
Lester has been
Lester, but
the
he's,
alternate.
yeah.
Okay, emergency management, the select board. What do you want to do?
I think we'll just leave it like that for now.
All right.
I think it'd be the best.
The Green Up Day, chairs, Mark Brown, Whitney Harrison.
I can get a hold of them.
Okay. Oh, the cemetery committee.
Already done.
Save some room on your.
No, they're already done. Everybody said yes.
Okay, great.
And I'll grab Ruth because I've already got her for everything, the other things.
Okay.
And Harold said yes to Rescue Inc., so that's done.
Great. Okay. Vermont Community Development Program. I don't know what they do.
So is that like a liaison from Dummerston so that we have a representative
Yes.
at the Vermont Community Development Program?
Yeah, I think so. And Jack Lilly and Jack Maddox. David, would you like to get in touch with them?
Yeah, I don't know either one, but I'd be happy to
Okay.
contact them.
I think
Jack Mannix
is
has.
actually in the phone book, if you still have one of those.
I don't.
Okay.
You can always ask Lori.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jack Mannix owns Walker Farm.
Oh.
And Jack Lilly is one of your neighbors.
Where does he live?
Right down on Middle Road.
Yep.
And then Jack Lilly is also the Connecticut River Joint Commission, so you could tag that on too.
Okay. And it's asking if they're willing to continue for another year.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And how about Dan Marks? Are you familiar with him?
No, yeah, but I'd be happy to.
Oh, great.
And at the same time, you know, you can find out what these two things do. Like I
Yeah.
wouldn't even be able to tell you, but
Yeah.
you'll be able to
Okay.
share some
Yeah.
information with us.
The Connecticut River Joint Commission is a subcommittee of the Wyndham Regional Commission, and they address issues connected with anything to do with the Connecticut River.
Yeah.
And Dan Marks has been on that, serving as a valuable member to their commission for a number of years, at least 10 years or more perhaps. And Jack Lilly recently joined as Dummerston's other representative.
Okay, great.
And the listers as the E911 contact. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd just say yes to that.
Say
Yeah,
yes.
say yes to that one.
Well, there's another page.
There's another page.
Whoa,
Wow.
a bigger town than I remember. Okay.
So it seems like with the farmland committee, is there one person that is the head of the committee or are they all?
Jack
Jack.
I mean,
generally is.
it seems like we would be able to ask Jack
Yeah.
to say, is these are the people I have listed on your committee, do you expect them to continue? Rather than have us call them all. So
I'll call him too.
great,
Yeah.
okay, you're
Right.
calling him anyway, so
Yeah,
ask
right.
him about all those members of
Yeah.
the Farmland
Okay.
Protection Committee.
Okay. Police Advisory Board Liaison?
Sure.
Great.
All right, Terry,
Good.
thank you.
Save you making a phone call.
Right.
Let's see. And the Social Services
Yeah.
Committee, that could be done with, I think, one.
Yeah, so I'll contact Connie Baxter
Great.
and ask her, so I'll do that committee.
Okay, great.
Okay, perfect.
So we're,
Going right along.
And so when we find out, should we email Maria so that she can then fill this out?
Sure.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's a lot easier to make one motion than
Right.
all of it. To make,
Yes, yes, that's very true.
rather than individual.
Yeah.
great.
Now, maybe we've come to the end of things.
I think so. All right. Is there any other business?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Right?
Yeah. All those in favor?
Good morning. We are very excited that we have some folks from the SCAN Foundation from California. We've got Gretchen and Megan. Gretchen is Vice President of Policy and Communications of the SCAN Foundation, and Megan Burke is the Policy Analyst. And those of you who know me realize that you can't, I can't say this with, I can't not say this, which is they're both MSWs, although Gretchen has a PhD. I'm recruiting everybody into this, but spearheaded by members of the committee as well as people in the community for years, trying to really identify and have a focus on aging and on healthy aging in Vermont. And having us be prepared for the changing demographics and to both celebrate the fact that we are the second oldest state in the nation, and to make sure that we are tapping into both the challenges and the benefits that that brings. And what, thanks to President Pro Tem Tim Ash, along with Senator Kitchell, they were connected to the folks at SCAN based on a presentation somewhere. And the Senate, with all due respect, Senator Lyons, deemed to talk to the House and say there are these people who you need to connect with. And so we have, and they have a presentation, and they also got a copy of the bill that two House members, Teresa Wood and Dan Noyes, created. So with that, I want to invite the two of you to come up.
Please. So, Gretchen and Megan, thank you for coming. As I said, it's great to have the face with the voices on the telephone. And as we talked about the plan for aging in the state, we had already communicated with House and Senate. Actually do communicate on a regular basis. And it seemed more appropriate that you folks get to know the House first before the Senate. So we're really happy that you're here, and thank you for the work that you've done, and look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Wonderful. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It is a sincere honor to be here in the great state of Vermont to speak to you about some of the work that we've been doing in California on a master plan for aging, to share our thoughts in regards to all the amazing work that is being done and has been done here in the great state of Vermont, and to offer some considerations for your reflection. I'd like to thank Chair Pugh and Chair Lyons for the opportunity to be here to speak to both committees. It's a great honor to speak to one. It's even more so to have both of the committees here and the members of the committees, all the staff that support the committees. Great thank you for all of that, as well as administrative leaders who are in the room with us today, and many stakeholders who are here to be part of this discussion. We do see this as a really important discussion across the nation, as we're seeing that changing demographic of Americans growing older and Americans living longer, family caregivers being part of the mix across all ages. And this is not just a baby boomer phenomenon, it is a transformation that is happening from this generation, the generations that are alive today and all future generations to come. So we see this as really a spearheading a movement, and instead of just simply a moment, it really is a longer trajectory. And so the presentation that we will share with you today is to give you a little bit of a reflection of what we call a master plan for aging at the SCAN Foundation, and what that means, what the lens in which we are thinking about that concept, then again share some thoughts and activities that we're doing in California, and then pivot immediately to what we see in Vermont and the ask that was made of the SCAN Foundation. The SCAN Foundation is a nonprofit public charity in Long Beach, California, so we're a long way from home, but frankly, we both spent time in the Midwest, so we're really enjoying the snow. So thank you for the decoration. And it is beautiful. And we were created as a one-time gift from the SCAN Health Plan that felt it was very important for the nation, as well as California, to have conversations about how do we transform care for older people so they can live well in the place that they call home, regardless of age, health, or ability. And so you can see more about us on our website and our origins and the kinds of work that we do, but we are a nonprofit public charity. And the work that we share with you today was from our own charitable purposes. There was no payment made for the insights and the analysis that we made, so I just wanted to be super clear about that. And I'll talk to you a little bit later through the slides about how did we come to be in front of Senate President Pro Tem Tim Ash. So moving on to the next slide. So if you take away nothing from today, I would really love for you to take away these 3 points. And the first point is that when we look across states, and I'll share some work that we do with the AARP and the Commonwealth Fund out of New York, where we look across states and how well they are providing and serving their aging populations through long-term services and support systems. What we found is that those leading states that have the best kind of systems of care in total have some form of a master plan, that they have thought about aging in a much more comprehensive framework than simply thinking about their Older Americans Act money, or thinking about Medicaid, or thinking about what is often called frail elders. These are states that have taken a big step back and looked at all across their systems of care and how can they connect different parts of their government agencies, their regulatory frameworks, and lead the way by saying aging is bigger than one particular program. And number 2 point is that from our analysis, and we are very humble in our analysis, I'll share with you that we really looked through what we could find on the internet, because ultimately that's what consumers will do. That's what the private sector, who doesn't know any of you and don't know any of the administration officials, that's what they'll do. That's what philanthropy does, is they look and see, what are you saying about your aging state, your aging priorities, your vision, your goals. And as we did that look, that very humble look, Vermont has many, many, many pieces to build upon to create a master plan for aging. And third, Vermont is already a pace setter and can continue to lead the way. And on the bottom part of that slide is this nice little perfect purple graphic. And it is perfect for Vermont, that as we looked through this work called the scorecard, which I'll speak to in a moment, we gave Vermont a prize for being a pace setter in affordability and access for older people here in the state in 2017. So there's more on that we can share with you, but Vermont is already pace setting and leading the way. So let's move on. So I keep talking about this scorecard, and I wanted to share with you a little bit about that. The Long-Term Services and Support Scorecard was built by the AARP Public Policy Institute out of Washington, D.C., with funding from the SCAN Foundation and the Commonwealth Fund. And our first scorecard was built and released in 2011. And it had 5 dimensions of care, 5 dimensions of services, focusing on how do we think about quality across a total system of care, ranking states. This is a state scorecard, ranking states and the District of Columbia on how well are they meeting domains like affordability and access, choice of care and setting, quality of life and quality of care, support for family caregivers, and effective transitions of care. And what you see here is the front page of the 3 scorecards that are out so far, 2011, 2014, 2017. That leads to the next scorecard comes out in 2020. So it'll be released on June 25th. You'll get to see where Vermont is in that lineup. As of the 2017 scorecard, Vermont was ranked 3rd overall, which is very impressive, and had solid scores across all the different dimensions of care that I just spoke about, which ultimately led us to give Vermont a Pace Setter Prize Award, where that was the SCAN Foundation looking at states kind of across multiple scorecards to say how well is our particular states doing, and y'all went for affordability and access, so you should feel really good about that. When we looked at those states, we took that step back to say, what really is a difference maker in a state that over time, across all the dimensions, seems to be ranking higher? Those folks that are in that top quartile of states time and time again. And those were states that generally had a master plan of some form. They may have not called it that, but there's documentation, there is a focal point of saying we as a state are thinking beyond the particular lines of dollars that are traditional in aging services. So I'd like to share a little bit about why a master plan for aging. Why go through the work of putting this kind of visibility project together, this vision setting, and with goals and strategies and an orientation towards an accountability framework that looks beyond budget cycles, beyond individual legislative or gubernatorial cycles, but ultimately takes a step back and says, where do we want to be as a state in 10 years, in 20 years, whatever the time frame is that a state would like to choose in that frame set. And first of all, it's about bringing visibility to population aging priorities across all sectors, across not just inside of what is traditionally a Department of Aging, the Department of Aging and Independent Living that's here in Vermont, or the California Department of Aging that we think about in our state, but it looks at what is the visibility of aging inside of housing, inside of transportation, inside of the business sector, inside of consumer affairs, inside of energy, inside of the Treasury, all the different aspects of government, because we can look at every single agency department through an aging lens about what does it mean for an aging population and the work that those entities do. And a master plan for aging has the potential to do that. It interconnects goals and outcome measures across various strategy and reporting documents. And we'll share with you what we found in Vermont about there are so many different elements that are the ingredients for creating a master plan. But they live in different places. Inside of your architecture at the state, they live at different levels. There are people who know them very intimately, and then there's all the rest of the folks who may not even know that Vermont is measuring these important outcomes for their aging population. So it's about bringing all that great work up to a visible surface so that any individual inside of Vermont can easily see what are we shooting for in the state for our aging population to live and age well here in the place that folks call home. A master plan can provide a roadmap for the legislature and administration, as well as all the staff, to think about what are both planning priorities, incorporating budget priorities, incorporating oversight priorities, and that it can transcend the legislative timetable, that for members' time in your seats, as well as governor changes, as well as, frankly, good and bad times inside of a budget. It's about kind of keeping your eye on the prize of what do you want for aging well and living well here in Vermont, whether times are flush or that times are tight. And finally, what a master plan can do is call for the engagement of public, private, and what we think of as philanthropic leaders in your community to collectively engage in aging priorities, and that we're all working towards the same goals, objectives, and strategies. So this is not about setting a plan for only government to be involved in executing on that plan. But you all and all of the folks who work with you inside of government here are leaders. You're setting a framework for what is best for Vermont, because you were elected into those positions to do that. And so, but this, by that collective energy, can say, what is our North Star for aging and living well in the state? And that's something that everybody can get on board with and move forward. So as we took a broad scale review a couple of years ago, when we kind of had that discovery of, wow, states that do better have some kind of master plan. I wonder what's behind that. What are some of the ingredients to get to creating a master plan for aging? That we saw 5 critical elements to get to the success of a plan. And part of the reason, since we focus a lot on California, to call these different elements out is that we were really excited at that time to get California to do a master plan. And so we wanted to say to folks inside the governor's office, inside the legislature, inside the stakeholder community, here's what we need. Here are the big key elements to get to a master plan. Decisive leadership that comes from all levels of government, and what we felt in California we needed was engagement from the governor, because we'd had a lot of legislative activity over many years. That there was a kind of a rational set of priorities inside of a plan that are also data-driven. So, you know, we don't always have all the data that we want and need to measure where we are today or where the outcome measures can be for tomorrow. But if we start from a place of looking at what is the information about health, human services, about financing, about housing, about transportation, where we're putting our priorities. If we start there and then set some achievable goals in a 10-year time frame, that helps us know, are we kind of hitting the mark or not? Comprehensiveness, really critical. This is not about focusing only on health and human services. This is about looking far outside of that realm, inclusive of that realm, but far outside of that realm, to consider things that we've talked about a bit earlier: transportation, housing, business sector, consumer affairs, regulatory bodies, and the like. Stakeholder involvement is critical. Lots of voices around the table, and the critical element of incorporating those new voices around the table. People who don't think that aging is their business. And what we say at the SCAN Foundation is aging is everybody's business, including the business of business. That to be focused on what is it that the aging population is needing and interested in, and what does that bring to the table from a stakeholder perspective. I think probably before I even go on to accountability, something that's critical to consider is that this isn't a master plan for older people. This is a master plan for aging that includes all of us, wherever we are on the aging trajectory. And then within that, accountability, so that even though the vision may be big and broad, even though the goals are audacious, that there's a sense of timeline and accountability, and what are we seeking towards to achieve the comprehensiveness through those rational priorities, and that there's a sense of clarity and vision on what those measurable outcomes can be. So a little bit about the California universe. There have been calls for change in California to address the fragmented system of care for vulnerable older people and aging well across the healthy sectors of the aging population since, gosh, probably the early 70s in our state. Some of you may be familiar with the program for all-inclusive care for the elderly, or called a PACE program, that was built out of a pilot project in San Francisco, and that's in the early 70s, and that was one of the first calls for bringing all the care delivery services together for a very particular population. And from that movement, it continued to spark this conversation of that aging isn't just one thing, that aging has touched many, many different sectors of public life. And so when we say a call for change, California has been calling for that change in many ways, but change is difficult because it's change, change, but from my vantage point, right, change for you is great, but if I have to be involved in that change, it can be really tough. And so the Master Plan for Aging says we're all involved in that change, and let's set the vision of where we want to go. So we had, as I shared, we had a number of different legislators over the time. The Legislative Analyst's Office, many different commissions call for what can we do to break down the fragmentation of care and those individual silos in the spirit of aging services. And frankly, it hadn't gone beyond those reports that kind of sat on the shelf. And we felt really strongly that we needed to have both partnership with the legislature and the governor to call forth this concept of a master plan for aging. And in 2018, we had a great opportunity in the sense that we had a gubernatorial race that was not having an incumbent in it, which was a great opportunity to say, let's put aging on the map. Let's put it as a priority during the governor's race. And so the SCAN Foundation, along with another philanthropy down in San Diego called West Health, we created a platform called We Stand with Seniors, and funded a whole body of polling work to speak about where is the general California population's interest on aging issues. The polling firm needed to do the analysis 3 or 4 times because he could not believe the high numbers of people responding over and over and over again in every question about how much they wanted California to have a plan on aging, how relevant aging was to their own families' lives, how this touched them in a very personal way, and they wanted to see California's leadership take this on. We did the poll also 2 different times and continued to see across racial ethnic groups, across age groups, across party status, across rural and urban, this high 70s and 80% of folks saying we want to have a master plan for aging. So when you have those kind of polling numbers in an election year, governor candidates listen. And we were very excited to have both the Republican and the Democratic candidate at that time call for a master plan for aging, which was very exciting, something that had never happened in the state. There had never been a discussion at that particular political level about what does aging mean for our state. We were able to catalyze that by having Governor Newsom, who came in to continue to speak to those issues. But in the meantime, the legislature was very active because they were seeing this trend of a gubernatorial candidate, something they had never done, speak about aging issues, and they frankly wanted to get ahead of the curve. And a little bit of healthy competition, I think, between the executive branch and the legislative branch in California. And so what we saw was a number of legislators put forth master plan for aging legislation very early in the year. This listing of 5 on the screen gives you a sense of just some of the engagement and interest, but with tremendous amount of sign-on in each of these bills. And just to give you a sense of it, the first bill by Senator Hannah Beth Jackson was about the parameters of creating a master plan for aging, so kind of setting up a legislative architecture, which we would be happy to share that information with you if it would be helpful about what it is that was called for as the elements and domains of a master plan. The remaining bills, the remaining 4 bills were speaking to what are the elements they wanted to make sure were in a master plan for aging. So make sure that consideration of affordable and accessible housing is part. Make sure that there was a state level reorganization, something that had been called for in California for years, about creating a Department of Community Living as inside of our state to pull together different state offices in ways to really catalyze this concept of community living as people grow older. Statewide implementation of a universal assessment so that when we assess people for various public programs that we're using a core set of indicators and measurement tools inside that so that we have a better sense of who are those folks inside of California who have need for publicly funded services. and as well as workforce and family caregiver support issues, to make sure that all of those were components inside of a master plan. In addition, Governor Newsom continued to stay true to his promise to call for a master plan for aging after he was elected. And in his very first State of the State, which as I was looking at the date yesterday, I was like, oh my gosh, that was a year ago. On February 12th, 2019, he called very loud and very credibly that it's time for California to have a master plan on aging in the state, which was truly exciting for us to see that level of leadership. That was catalyzed even further in June when he put forth an executive order. Again, I think a little bit of healthy competition in some ways between the legislature and the executive branch, that he didn't want to be completely, I think, usurped by the legislative branch, and instead worked with them and created much from all of the bills that were put forth to say, let's put a master plan on aging for the table in California, and continues to have legislative support and engagement through that process, which is very exciting to see the two branches of government working so actively together. That executive order called forth that California would have a plan by October 2020, and let's move to the next slide, with multiple elements of that plan. First of all, I think the most critical element that was called for in legislation and that was catalyzed inside the executive order is that the plan will ultimately be developed and truly owned by a cabinet level work group. That the state owns this aspect of a plan for aging, and that their spirit of their work is engaging stakeholder input in that, but that this is California's master plan for aging, as opposed to what had been done historically as calls for different reports that were buried in many ways inside of stakeholder processes, but not truly owned by the state itself, and led forth both from all different parties. That cabinet level work group involves every single agency, and that's the highest level in California. Every single agency has a seat at that table, which is beyond exciting for us to see all the different entities who have ownership over government processes be involved in that cabinet level work group. It is advised strongly by a robust and comprehensive stakeholder advisory committee that has about 30 members on that committee from folks outside of government to give advisement on all the various aspects of that kind of a plan that helped create goals and outcomes. And in your packet on the website is a one-pager about what are California's goals for a master plan for aging, and we put that forth there for you to take a look at kind of how the state is framing that vision. There are two very particular subcommittees that were called forth in the executive order that came directly from comments inside of the legislation. One was to have a subcommittee with a particular eye on long-term services and supports, recognizing the critical role that the state has in funding Medicaid-related programs, and the touch points to both the home and community-based side of services as well as inside the nursing home industry. And they wanted to have particular vantage point of views around the whole range of long-term services and supports, and what should we be thinking about as part of a master plan for aging on this end. However, the master plan is way bigger than just long-term services and supports, and you'll see that inside of the goals that is on the sheet on the website. Lastly, Lastly, the executive order called forth a research subcommittee, recognizing that we probably don't have all the data that we want inside of California to see how well we're doing on a master plan, as well as we need to have some measurables that were part of the executive order to think about how do we start to learn how well we're doing as a state in order to move forward over a 10-year window. And so the research subcommittee, which I sit on along with many of my university colleagues across the state, the conversation there is to help create that early dashboard about how do we track progress on meeting the goals of aging well and living well in California, something frankly you all are very much ahead of us on, and we'll get to see in a moment. And so that gives a little bit of a window just in terms of some of the pieces that California is working on. One of the other pieces inside of your packet that's on the website is an analysis of other states who already have a master plan for aging, including Colorado, Washington, Minnesota, and Connecticut, and looking at those pieces so that you can see how do other states conceptualize this concept of a master plan. We also recently learned that Massachusetts has moved forward on this kind of a concept as well, and they have a robust website which we'll send to you and your staff so you can have that as part of your background. So at this point, we'd love to turn to our analysis of the state of Vermont to give you a little window into what, using this lens, using this perspective, what we see is already here in the foray in Vermont. Many of the pieces and building blocks for a master plan, and then how that might be converted into something further. And so just to give you a window into the consultation review, I had the great pleasure of meeting President Pro Tem Tim Ash at a meeting in, I think it was either Miami or New Orleans. There's a group called the Reforming States Group that is funded by the Millbank Memorial Fund that has 3 meetings in the fall, and I went and presented on a master plan to all 3 of those meetings. And President Pro Tem Ash came up to me afterwards and he said, I think we might have one of these, master plans on aging. And I said, well, that would be great. I'd love to see it. And so he said, would you be willing to look, because I offered to the whole group, if anybody'd like us to look at what their state's doing, he said, would you be willing to look at what we have in the state of Vermont? And I said, we'd be delighted to look and see what you have in the state of Vermont and learn from you, and to see, you know, how close do you fit the criteria that we have for a master plan. And again, this no charge for this. This was our own consultation and great learning experience as a foundation. And so we looked at what he sent, which was the state plan on aging, as well as we found many, many state reports and other pieces of legislation that you all have moved on very judiciously over time. And our findings ultimately are that you've developed many strategy and framing documents that have key ingredients that could be woven into a master plan for aging. So at this time, colleague and policy analyst at the SCAN Foundation, Megan Burke, is going to walk through what the pieces are that we found. And I would again just remind you that this is our very humble review of your documents from your website. We did not speak to any administrative officials. We didn't speak to, frankly, any of you and your colleagues. And we did that with a very particular intention of that we took that consumer's view, meaning that they're just going to go to the website and see what they see. And we wanted to share with you that vantage point. And so you all may see, you know, much deeper than what we have. And we are delighted and honored that and look forward to learning from you. But this is what we see. And Megan, take it away.
Thank you, Gretchen. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold. All right. So this slide is a list of the different resources, the documents that I reviewed in the analysis. I'm not going to go through the list in detail right here. The following slides kind of highlight different aspects of the different reports, but wanted to have a nice solid list of the resources. So we started with the state plan on aging, because that's what was asked of us. And the state plan on aging is a report or this measurable framework that every state has to do. And it's related predominantly to the Older American Act funded programs. And what I really appreciated when I was looking through it is actually how person-oriented the language was, and how person-oriented the goals are. It's definitely data-driven. And it was a really great resource for pointing me in the direction towards all these other documents, all these rich documents. But it's really primarily focused on that one funding source, right? So the next thing I looked at was Dale's scorecard, as you can see here. And that was just super exciting to see. I just was like, oh my gosh, there's data and it's visible and it's easy to understand and holy cow. And again, very person-oriented outcomes and program measures. I did notice it's primarily focused on health and long-term services and supports. What was great is that it combined the outcomes from the state plan on aging incorporated with other priorities from Dale. into one single reporting format. There's the accountability there. And one of the things I thought about when I was looking at it is, I wonder what the level of stakeholder engagement was. Like who came up, who decided on these outcomes? Did we talk to the people and they were like, here's something that's really important for us to measure? That wasn't clear. The Dale mission statement was right there, smack in the state plan for aging, and person-oriented, loving the principles that are put forth. That is really a core that you build your programs around. Respect, independence, choice. There's obviously a value system here that is guiding the work that you all do. We looked at Act 186, the Outcomes Bill, as that established, I believe, the outcome measures or the requirement for like the Dale scorecard. What's great about that is the accountability piece in there, right? It requires that annual report. I think a lot of times, especially in California, when we would look at those calls for change and groups that would come together with really great recommendations and these reports, the piece that was missing was that reporting out, that accountability, that how do we get this moving? Everybody has a lot of great ideas, but how do we make it actionable? And in the bill itself, there was language for one specific outcome that addressed older adults and basically Vermont's elders, people with disabilities, and people with mental conditions live with dignity and independence in settings they prefer. It was great to see older adults called out in a piece of legislation as a target population. So then there was, I'd seen the Dale scorecards, saw the reference to the legislation. I'm like, there's some broader outcomes reports for the whole state. And it does incorporate aspects of the Dale scorecard. Again, it's person-oriented. I noticed that on the website, of the 10 outcomes that are listed, 2 of those outcomes do have aging-specific measures, so it was nice to see aging starting to make its way in. Again, stakeholder engagement, a little unclear. And then there was Act 172 that got the Older Vermonters Act Working Group going. I'm sure you're pretty familiar with that. Right? And when I did this initial analysis, the work group hadn't submitted its report yet. So I was just kind of working off of some of the framework that was on the website and really appreciated seeing how comprehensive the work group was thinking as far as all those different aspects of daily life and how our needs kind of interact together. So financial security, health and wellness, right? Social connection and engagement. I think we often focus on health and long-term services and supports, and there's a lot more to each of us than our health and things that we want to do with our lives. So then there was the working group, and it was great to see the broad stakeholder representation in that working group, all the way from the state staff to older adults themselves and caregivers. The recommendations, I got a chance to kind of go through them a little bit, and seeing again that I found it interesting. I love that the recommendations addressed what was required in the law, and then had all those extra recommendations that were said that that's not enough. There's all this important work that also needs to be done, and that they were empowered to include. That's fantastic. Again, the feel and the framework of the report is person-oriented. We're looking at the person, not necessarily, program specific. We're really trying to think about what's the older adult's experience, right, living in Vermont. Great data sources, and again, as I said before, representing that intersection of basic human needs. So we're here today for Age 611, take a look, and it was great to see that the bill incorporates the principles from the framework from the working group. They were very thoughtful, person-oriented, again, really focused on what's the individual's experience. We see that the bill outlines, again, Dale's responsibilities, the Area Agency on Aging's responsibilities, adding a few few more requirements to the state plan on aging, so making it a little bit more than just older American Act dollars. But again, it focused, the bill so far is focused predominantly on health and community-based services, so is there a broader viewpoint that we can have? Also notice it's focused on kind of the most vulnerable or low-income kind of individuals and not the broader older adult population. One of the other documents that then as I was, bumbling through the website, came across the state strategic plan. So I'm like, oh, there's another strategic document we're thinking. And obviously this came through the governor's executive order. And it was great to see, again, that focus on measuring and reporting outcomes on a regular basis, that there's accountability to the departments. But the thing was, I looked through it because I really was scouring to see where is aging in all of this. It wasn't really apparent where aging issues fit. Or I could figure out where they might fit, but it was not communicated. And the breakthrough indicators that I could see, there was nothing directly related to aging. And so as we talk about a population that is aging, and we know that, well, as Gretch said, we're all aging, that should be intertwined in there somehow. And it doesn't always have to be, blatant aging, but there should be something, we think. So I looked at all these documents with these 5 elements that Gretch had reviewed in mind, just to kind of see, where those elements fit. And here, we're just going to kind of go through each one. The first element is state leadership. Obviously, you got a legislature that's engaged. There's several pieces of legislation or bills that look at aging and really thinking strategically about the future. You have a governor that thinks strategically, and from what I could tell on the website, does have person-oriented values. Seems like thinking about, again, the Vermonters' experience. So there's a value system there. And then with the administration, seeing the leadership with the principles that have been put forth, how those were incorporated into the state plan on aging, understanding that those really were a foundation probably for the working group, and then they just built upon that. And then just the accountability and the Dale scorecard and the leadership that is shown through that. And what we see is missing in the leadership part is really just that call for a comprehensive master plan on aging. So there's definitely these elements, there's interest. You have these strengths, but how do we take this and just lift it up to the next level? So the second element, priorities are ranked and data-driven, definitely. You guys you're great at that. You use a variety of reliable data sources to develop and track your outcomes, and it was great the transparency in the sources that I saw. Again, love the scorecard. I think the first time I went through and just saw basic reporting out, and then the next time I went in, I was like, oh, you can open this up and you can see what the data source was. And some of these there's analysis, and it was, I can see how maybe they're working with another department maybe here. And so the transparency in that was, for me, I guess, a bit of a data geek. It was exciting. But I go back to what's missing again, and it's like you're almost there, but we still say that visible, cohesive platform, right, where all the data and the priorities are easily accessed by everyone, the policymakers, your state staff, your researchers, and the public. So they don't have to go through and search everything the way I did or have this interesting little winding path through, that it's readily evident and easy to access. Element 3, comprehensive. So many of the priorities in the Dale scorecard and the state plan on aging touch on different aspects of our lives, right? Obviously the health and LTSS. There's touch points to housing, touch points to employment. Like to see where everybody's thinking about how do we keep older adults engaged in employment, but also how do we think about the workforce. So there's all these little touch points. But they still appear to be connected to probably specific funding sources. And it's, Yeah, and I think it could be a little bit broader in the thinking. When we think about what's missing, we did see a lack of connection across state departments beyond Dale. There were some touch points. I think I saw with an outcome related to transportation. There might be some work going on with Department of Transportation, but it's not. It doesn't appear to be kind of an expectation and part of the culture. I don't know. Population planning, regardless of socioeconomic status, we often focus our attentions on, what is the state funding? That's your role. But as Gretch said before, how do we think broader? And then I didn't really see much touching on long-term care financing. One of the caveats here, I didn't list the working group report here. The list of recommendations definitely is very comprehensive, but it's not something that's in action yet, and they're recommendations, and there are actionable steps on them yet. So I think there is the right thinking and going in the right direction, but didn't really include it in this list yet because it still needs to be acted upon. Stakeholder involvement, state plan on aging, there's the stakeholder surveys, focus groups, in-depth interviews that's required in the process. And then the Older Vermonters Act Working Group, again, comprised of a number of stakeholders, well represented, and I think most importantly included the individuals themselves, right? Family, caregivers and older adults themselves. Really strong. But what we see missing is taking that stakeholder engagement to the next step. So it's creating that actionable plan. You've begun to identify issues and some solutions, but engaging the stakeholders as you move forward with implementing recommendations and prioritizing. And element 5, the accountability. State plan on aging, 4-year plan. Has its measurable outcomes to report on. And then you've got your scorecard again and the outcomes report that are reported annually, have your measurable goals, and like I said before, great information, making it very transparent. What's missing, again, going back to that visible, cohesive platform that reports the outcomes that's in Vermonter-friendly language. So, of myself going or someone from the public being able to see what is the value system, what's important in Vermont, what are the guiding principles, and what are we doing to get there, and how are we measuring that success? So just kind of bringing it all together. I'm gonna send it back over to Gretch.
So just a kind of a quick synthesis, obviously lots of strengths across the main elements with leadership, a focus on person-oriented values with lots of data-driven priorities and accountability. And I think in terms of the opportunities for improvement, which is where we're seeing where the next steps can go from, whether it be this body in tandem with other committees as you see relevant or inside of the executive branches to move forward to that call for this, a much more visible, cohesive platform where all these pieces are coming together and creates a visible kind of vision point for aging in the state from more of a 10-year window as opposed to, or 10 or more year window as opposed to a 4-year window, and setting out those priorities, goals, and strategies that all elements from the public and the private sector can get behind to move forward with a very activated stakeholder engagement path to move that forward. And I think that the Older Vermonters Working Group really pushed you over the line of having a great score in our mind on that stakeholder engagement process, particularly as we started to go through the recommendation set that was beyond what was called out from the legislation, but really kind of pushing that conversation forward to add so many of the other elements of what life, the components of life to be added into a plan moving forward. And so our recommendation is that Vermont craft that highly visible public-facing platform that incorporates and communicates a vision, goals, strategies, and outcomes to support aging well in Vermont. And it's not just about creating a website, so please don't hear me say that. But it is about, because It could be easily interpreted as that, but it's the process that gets to that place of saying, who are we as Vermonters who want to age and live well here in this great state, and what is the vision that we are seeking towards, and all the elements of kind of what is the movement forward of great life here, regardless of age, health, or ability. And that the visible platform of that certainly can be a visible website, but it is a document that all can see and all can participate in their own unique ways, including the legislature and the executive branch of today and tomorrow beyond that. And so, how do you get started? These are humble recommendations of ways to take the next steps action. I'm sure you may have many other considerations, but we would see that it would be the legislature and or the governor calling for a master plan on aging process and platform. It doesn't necessarily have to be a really long experience. I think in California, our governor has basically gave it about 15 months, and part of that is we've been talking about it for a really long time and needed to have that next steps push from leadership and to get to a place of setting clear priorities and moving forward. And so given all of the elements, all of the capacity, all of the knowledge base that you all already have here in the state as shown through all of these documents, we actually don't believe it would take a very long time at all. And it is about taking so many of the pieces that can feel a little bit buried down in the administrative architecture from a consumer's point of view and gathering them together and lifting them up. And creating a message architecture around that in using Vermonter-friendly language. And you all know how to do that way better than us folks out on the West Coast. But that people want to hear from you in the ways in which you speak about living and aging well here in the great state of Vermont. And there is already that existing person-oriented principle platform, the goals and principles that are in the Dale State Unit on Aging report that feel a little bit buried right now, but that's an amazing starting point to kind of catapult that vision set and bring it, up front and forward, as opposed to, certainly there are required documents that need to be done for federal funding, but there's so much great content in there that could be the early base plate about what your goals, values, and perspectives are to set your vision for what does aging look like here in the state. You have a great opportunity to continue to push forward and expand on the Older Vermonters Working Group and all the other stakeholder engagement to help shape around the edges as you bring all of these pieces together to make it something really visible, credible, and polished. And make planning for population aging a part of Vermont's culture. My experience of the people I know who were born and raised in Vermont is that this is the place where they want to stay. This is the place where they want to live. And being visible and active in that conversation says that folks are heard inside of their elected bodies. And that's infused, an aging lens is infused across all departments. That it's not about that transportation has to only focus on aging, but that if someone goes to them and has a particular need that is kind of from the lens of aging, that they get it. They know what the goals and the priorities and the mission is, and they can speak to that in an effective way. That the housing department can speak to that in an effective way. That consumer affairs or whatever your licensing bodies can speak to what are they doing to promote healthy wellness and aging here in the state of Vermont, so that everybody has that ownership of aging being everybody's business. And that as you pull these pieces together, have a clear statement of impact on older adults through general population goals. Obviously, we thought it was lovely inside of the state strategy document with an acknowledgement of protecting the most vulnerable. It's very easy from a historical standpoint to think about older adults as part of that most vulnerable group. But as we all know, aging has a full range of heterogeneity of need in it, for folks who have lots of needs to folks who have no daily living needs and are living like all of us here in the room. And so thinking about what does aging well look like across all populations can be infused through that general population vantage point for the state strategic plan. And so we'll just return to the 3 points that leading states, and we believe Vermont is one of them, has a master plan for aging, and we think it's a great opportunity to take the next step in that place because you have so many pieces to build from so far And we would love to see you taking your pacesetter status as a pace-setting state on aging and long-term services and supports and push it even further to a call for a master plan for aging. Inside of the documents that you have on the website, in addition to this PowerPoint deck, are the goals that California is working on, so you can see that for your consideration, as well as a shorter Word document that has effectively a summary of the strengths, challenges, and recommendation to all of you that you can share as you wish with some resources that live underneath that. And with that, the presentation part of today's convening is complete, and we welcome any questions or thoughts or dialogue that you have. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it says something, at least speaking for my committee, that people were listening and paying attention and not interrupting you, which is sort of our regular way of doing it.
I don't think we've ever done that before.
We're deeply honored.
I did warn them. But so, I don't know if you want to say anything, and then if we're going to just open it up for questions.
I don't know. I just want to say thank you. This is extremely well done and very thoughtful. We look forward to receiving the bill from the House so that we can, we always make improvements, right? Whichever way it goes. But can I ask a simple, a short question?
Anyone can ask questions.
Oh, good. Thank you. So as you were talking about increasing stakeholder participation and including in that going across all the silos of government, and knowing what the goal is, and encouraging the mission statement to be fully realized, how do we keep how do you control the size of this? I mean, without it becoming behemoth. I can see this just reaching out into every little nook and cranny of both the state and state government. So, any thoughts on how the stakeholder groups can be managed effectively so that we end up with something that is contained, doable?
I think that's a great question, and different states have done it different ways. I can share with you the current process that California is doing. California chose to very deliberately, inside of what was legislation and then effectively turned into an executive order, to have a stakeholder advisory committee that was the main convening point group. That was a 30-member body that meets on a regular basis at this point in time to give feedback, and it represents a panoply of perspectives from housing, from long-term services and supports, from mental health, from transportation, kind of all the way across the board within this 30-member body. And people, we really saw it in terms of, where the state folks decided to get this representation is to make sure that there was depth in the bench of each one of those individuals. So it really is like the 30 big leaders in the state who have worked across many, many different domains and can bring that perspective to bear. Then having some subcommittee work across that from the long-term services supports and the research side. And then the state decided that the best way to garner feedback in an open way, but also in a manageable way, was basically to create effectively an inbox. And that having some folks in the team to kind of sift through that and seek themes of the emails coming in. California was a bit more concerned about having breadth of voices as opposed to containment. And also I should acknowledge that one of the things that came up through the main stakeholder advisory work group, given the extensive diversity that California experiences, was to have an equity work group alongside of that to make sure that we got voices from kind of all of the main racial ethnic communities, of various types of culture, rural, urban, tribal communities, kind of LGBT communities, you name it, to have voices across the board, and making sure that those voices were heard through the process as well. So while I think the question about containment really is from the lens of where one sits in the middle of that process. But I think right now we felt like inflow of ideas was really important, and being able to sort and acknowledge what are the different themes that are coming through that to then bring it back to the cabinet level work group.
Can I add a little bit?
Please.
So there's the subcommittees for research and long-term services and supports, but not all of the goal areas have subcommittees. And so one of the things that the state decided, I would say fairly recently, is to do like webinar Wednesdays or whatever. And so they take a different theme and have the experts in that area. So housing was, one Wednesday, and it's an hour long. But that's put out there. Anybody can join. The experts talk and they field questions, and then people can submit comments via the website that they have or this email in response to what that presentation and whatnot was. And another thing that we did early on with Greater Good Studios that I found really valuable as a foundation, we wanted to hear. We really wanted to learn from folks on the ground, like what they value and what's important to them. And so as the state was even trying to decide that we were going to do a master plan on aging, we had funded a project with Greater Good Studios, just kind of what they're like.
They're a human-centered design firm that does kind of on-the-ground, almost anthropological research of various communities kind of across the health and human services sector, and we brought them into California in order to hear the aging experience from on the ground in 3 different communities, and then to host 3 different design sessions, getting the voices of older adults and family caregivers to the foray to, again, garner more feedback in that process. So I think it doesn't necessarily respond directly to your kind of containment point, but we thought more was better. And what, of course, I think what's critical is that the themes are many of the themes resonant that you all have articulated in terms of respect and equity and responsiveness. And those themes continue to emerge in unique and various ways.
Thank you. One of the things, so we were meeting about Age 611 just before this, and one of the things that we were struggling with was the expansiveness that Senator Lyons just spoke about, and trying to figure out, how narrow or broad Age 611 becomes is, but I think for me, I think helping to think about sort of a master plan concept, which I think is something that Representative Noyes and I have been thinking more about, not with that language, but it is helpful. It's a helpful framework for us, and I don't know if we'll totally get to it in Age 611, but I think the other aspects of state government that impact on all of us as we age, like in transportation or housing and community development, things like that, they have aspects of what I heard you say are helpful to have in a master plan on aging, but I think exactly what you said, we need to dig them up, elevate them, and have them be present and visible through this process of a master plan. So, because I know we have a lot of focus on those things in Vermont, maybe not sufficient and maybe not measurable enough, but I think that would help us to elevate those things. And we do need to, work with the governor's office on messaging. We talk about that all the time.
Thank you for your comment, and if I may reflect a little bit on an experience for me inside California that I've been working in California on these topics for about 30 years now, and the master plan call has been this amazing stone soup exercise. If you think about the metaphor of the stone soup, and communities who feel like I don't have anything to feed in my family or in my community, and somebody puts forth a big pot of boiling water and puts a stone in the middle of it. I'm glad I have fellow nodders around that. And the carrots and the potatoes and the beef bone and the onion, proverbially, that have come out of this process are things that I've never seen before. There's data that were inside of the Department of Finance about aging trajectory and trends that I have never seen before. And my colleagues who've been in this business 10, 15 years longer than I have never seen that data before, because it sat inside the Department of Finance's office. And it's public data, but nobody knew that somebody had really thought about those pieces and analyzed them in that way. And they said, oh yeah, we'd love to present, and we'll, hand these slides over. And I'm looking at these slides thinking, this is so instructive for us to think about California's aging population. And that has happened over and over and over again, simply by the call for a master plan for aging. The stuff that's inside of the Public Health Department database that has connectivities to transforming systems of care for both healthy and vulnerable older adults, again, never seen before until the pot of boiling water was put out in the middle of the community square. And it's that value, in addition to people working and collaborating in ways that frankly usually butt heads in the stakeholder community, and we are not seeing that at all, because they all want to make sure that their value and their perspective is inside the master plan. But this is not about setting up program streams. It's not about setting up service streams. It's about setting up the vision and the goals and the strategies across elements of public life in its biggest sense, about where do we want our state to go, and bringing information to bear on that. This is not about creating a budget stream. That's also very, very important for me to communicate, that in terms of the master plan itself, it will generate budget streams and consideration of service lines and connectivities beyond that, or thinking about how do we use the budget that we already have allocated and down the road. But it in and of itself is not about setting up a budget line or budget stream. So just wanted to share that, so thank you.
What is California, like 50 times the population of Vermont? I can see advantages and disadvantages being small and being large. Could you just comment on the differences in scale?
Sure. I think 50 is probably conservative in terms of this. I thank you for that. Yes, I mean, we lovingly call it the country of California sometimes inside of the state, let alone the country of Los Angeles, a whole other aspect. And so I think, in terms of an opportunity that comes out of that California is willing to set forth a vision about what does aging look like in the state over a 10-year period is tremendous. And it's a huge endeavor, to say the very least. And so, one thought is, as well, if California is willing to put this kind of marker down, we would hope that other states would as well. I think there is opportunity one opportunity in a smaller state is, but similar to California, is all the major stakeholder players already know each other. And that can be good and that can be challenging in different ways. I would also say that there are probably many stakeholders who have never thought about this, have never thought about what their work does in an aging context. And I don't know who they are here to call them out, but I can just tell you that kind of our effective Bureau of Economic Development, they didn't really think about aging necessarily. That transportation has thought a lot about bullet trains and a lot about really massive scale infrastructure, but that hasn't necessarily thought about how do we bring that to communities and the aging lens in those communities. And you all have your same issues, just like we do in that sense at a different scale. I think there probably could be something more challenging in a small state, but in many ways I think you could probably get it done quicker because you have A, so much groundwork already done, and B, it's probably about incorporating 10 to 15% of new players who haven't thought about this, and you probably know who those players are in the big macro scheme of things. Or you could get to them as who are the top 10 players that are the advocates in other committees who never come to your committees. And ask them, what do you think about aging in your issue, whatever your issue is. And so, thank you.
You mentioned the issue of data, the importance of data, and I feel like one of the challenges that we're up against as a smaller state is aging IT infrastructure and the collection of data. And I'm, you know, just trying to underscore this everywhere we go, that we're as good as the data we collect. And I just, you know, has that been a priority in California where you, I mean, obviously you're dealing with a whole different scale. But I'm guessing that you're in agreement with that, but I'd just like you to talk more about the data piece.
I'm very happy to. In many ways, we have incredibly challenging data, IT infrastructure, measurability, information gathering, maybe different ways than Vermont has, but challenging in its own right. We have something called the California Health Interview Survey, and there is a paucity of aging questions inside of that, and to add aging questions inside of that is very expensive for any given unit. So in many ways, we have something that's really rich, available to us, yet we don't have any aging lens on that. And so to add the aging lens is complicated and problematic, and that's macro survey data as opposed to something that may be more delivery or site specific as well. And so part of the research subcommittee's work is about making recommendations to the state, to the cabinet level work group about what do we really need to have and to know in that 10-year window for us to say how well are we doing. And so I think what we feel incredibly encouraged by in terms of taking that widespread macro look at Vermont is the work that the team at Dale has done to create the Vermont scorecard so far has been incredibly resourceful of using information that you have in the state and information that is coming from outside sources, like incorporating the long-term services and support scorecard measure in your scorecard measure. Needless to say, as we funded that product, we were really thrilled that y'all used it. Like, yay! It's being used. But so part of it is making recommendations about if we really want to measure these things, what do we need to do that? But this is also a place of looking at as you know, creating a vision about what do you want the information set to be, because my guess is that there are a number of private sector players in the state through healthcare delivery systems or health plans or other kinds of entities, transportation authorities that already have data systems and could add that 1 to 2 meaningful things that would really give you a lens into how well are they addressing the needs of an aging population from their vantage point. So I think this is that space of saying, here's where we want to go, what can everyone bring to the table to make that happen? And again, so it's not all landed here on state government, but you're setting the vision of success.
So I actually moved here from California 40 years ago, and I moved to a town of 1,000 people, and the thing that that most surprised me was that government was all done by volunteers at that level, whether it's school board, select board, everything. And so what that has meant on a practical level is that we use retirees because they're the people who have the time to do the job right. So that, to me, that puts a really different lens on aging because I see our retirees as a resource in the state.
Very much. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. And from that perspective of coming into the state, it would be so awesome to have a master plan for aging that calls that out in the principle set very high up and very visible, because it's that kind of nuance about what you're seeing here that should be cherished and celebrated at a statewide, visible level. So thank you.
You talked about you were talking about a master plan, and California. It sounds like it was made possible through ultimately an executive order, and then you referenced Massachusetts is doing that. And now, is that emanating from an executive order, or is that emanating from a department or agency or from legislation?
That's a great example.
I believe that was an executive order that started that. I just kind of dove into that really just the other day.
Okay.
but if I remember correctly, I believe it was established through an executive order.
I think at the end run, we've seen many states move that to that place of an executive order, kind of really pushing it forward and making a call. I would say that from in the Colorado instance, in the Connecticut instance, and in the Minnesota instance, what we have seen were a lot of activity through the legislature to bring that visibility and really draw it up from people and stakeholders to get to that place. So I think different places, different entities go through kind of different processes. And you all know what would work best here in Vermont, but I think there is a place of that championing leadership, and how that could come through on the legislative side would be wonderful and amazing. So
I mean, it's, you know, sort of, it's a both and. I mean, in the sense that if it's an executive order, it only lives as long necessarily as the executive in charge. And if it's from the legislature and it's put in the green or white books, it exists whether or not the people around this table are here or not.
I think that's the most important piece of a master plan, wherever it emanates from, is that while different processes can catapult the development of it, that it ultimately lives in its own and is codified, shall you say, in whatever way is the most appropriate inside of the state government, for it to have life and it to have resonance, and to be visible and distributed and shared, as particularly as each legislative session comes through, and any type there is priority setting for the state in whatever way, that it is called out, carried forth, and visibly revisited. So it's saying, yep, we've called out our priorities, and here's where they are.
I want to ask if there's any from the legislators, any question? Yeah.
Thanks for coming in. It's very enlightening. I know how much work these people have put in on this thing. And I'm wondering, I think we could have a conversation in the committee about this, and adding maybe something in this vehicle that we have now, with setting up some kind of an infrastructure to get that done. But I don't think we can get into too much more than that. But it would get it started, and it would be, I love these one-liners, you know, setting up, blah, blah, blah. Then start working on it in the summer and go from there. I don't think we can jump into the water fully, but I think we've got a vehicle where we could start something like this if the committee thought it was okay, and because we don't want to lose what we're doing now. You know what I mean?
Thanks, Tom.
Welcome.
Other questions or comments? There is this part of me that wants to, because you are here, if there is someone in the audience who would like to ask a question, to take full advantage before they leave for the plane.
I have a question. I'm Angela Smith-Jang. I work at Dale.
Yes.
I helped write the state plan on aging. And I was curious if any of the states that have developed a master plan or are developing a master plan use their state plan on aging as the foundation for that and build it out from there, or if it's a completely separate kind of a deal. Because the Older Americans Act state plan on aging, part of the dance we were doing with it was trying to create like a vision, but at the same time recognize we can only we're funded to do this, and this is what we're required to report around, right? So it's that question, and I was curious what other states have done and how they tried to align these two different plans.
Sure, that's a wonderful question. And I think that's how, ultimately how this conversation got started was a member of the legislature saying, tell us about the state plan on aging from your perspective. I will acknowledge that while I have not read every state's state plan on aging, I am fairly clear that there are better and not so great plans. And what I mean by not so great is that they meet the letter of the law and are the accountability document to the Older Americans Act funds in that way. And yours is not. Yours is a really beautifully written document that puts the person very squarely in the center. It remains true to your funding source and meeting those objectives, but goes well beyond that in terms of expressing values and continuity to the best of what you have to kind of work with inside the aspect of your office. And so I think there's an amazing opportunity to take the pieces that you have and truly lift them up and out, because right now all of that is inside of one department. And we see it as an opportunity to bring it up and move it further. I would say, I don't know the full history of Minnesota, but my guess is, if I were to, put a nickel down, it would be that Minnesota recognized that they were doing all of this work on their state plan on aging, and it wasn't going as far as that they wanted it to be. And they recognized the need to set forth deeper and longer-standing values across things well beyond the funding streams they had control of. And they were able to get buy-in from other departments to say, let's build a plan that's with us, but well beyond us, and that we can still address all of our AOA, ACL, Older Americans Act funding requirements in, and so that they did it in that evolutionary spirit. So kudos, first of all, thanks.
Monica.
So first a comment and then a question. I love that you were calling out the RBA work and the accountability work, primarily because the beauty of RBA is that it recognizes places where you have a direct responsibility and direct accountability, but also recognizes there are places where you contribute only to the goal and require other contributors and participants. And so I think that that's really the strength of that mechanism, and that's something that state government and the legislature has really stepped behind and is supportive of. So I thought that's a great vehicle. My question is, when you have been looking at the master plans on aging and the states that are doing those, do they correlate with states that have also sought the age-friendly state designation?
So I'd say that there's a little bit crossover, but not a ton of crossover. Massachusetts,
yeah, and Colorado. So with the age-friendly designation, right? There's the piece of we're going to pursue this, a commitment to pursue it versus the implementation, right? And I would say when I was looking through it briefly, like Massachusetts has their plan, but they started a master plan for aging and incorporated that into their, I think, into forming their age friendly. Is I think how it started, or it might have been aligned.
It could go the other way though, right? Because I feel like the stage, the designation requires a planning process that I would imagine would, because that's something that we've been exploring, and so I'm just sitting here thinking, gosh, we met recently with ACCB, which is our housing entity. We met recently with transportation to make sure that if we were to pursue this, that they would be on board, and they are very enthusiastic.
I think it's this really great kind of housekeeping seal of approval, and that you get to message around that if you were to receive age-friendly state designation, you get to say that, and then the process by which you are working to get that designation and all of the work that you've already done can actually catapult forward relative to the plan. So it's like there are these aligned and parallel processes that aren't the same, but they feed off of each other and they build that capacity and those relationships in order to get that kind of buy-in. Because I also believe for age-friendly designation, you have to get a higher level letter, seal of approval, right? So that's a great way of championing across all of the leadership bodies.
Part of it for us is the leveraging, right? Because one of the dilemmas of a state that's the size of one of your towns is that there are 3 people in our state that are on aging.
Right.
So we really are trying to work smarter as well
that's a great expression of the opportunities for leveraging and bringing more people in the boat, not to necessarily do Dale's work, but to say there are bigger outcomes than just what we're moving forth that meet the needs of a truly age-friendly universe here in Vermont. So,
And that was Monica Hutt, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right, because I think, because not everyone may have known who you are, and we are being filmed or on tape so that people know from the span from what you're doing. I saw another hand. Please introduce yourself and for whom you are speaking.
Dale Hackett, Consumer Africa. So San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, LA, Pasadena, Lake Elsinore, Big Bear Lake. These are all very diverse areas, very different. You've got in San Juan Capistrano, you've got the Mission, you've got the Native American community, you got the Latino community. How are you going to work this with such the diversity of culture and then the layout, like you've got the gated communities, but then you've got the sprawl of the farms at the same time. You go to Lake Elsinore and you're suddenly rural, 3,500 feet up, and you're looking down at the town, like you're coming into land, but you're in a car. And it's a sheer cliff. So Big Bear Lake, you again switch into, I mean, you go from...
So your question is how are we dealing with, how are they dealing with diversity?
It's a wonderful question, and a great description of the Southern California landscape upon which I am from. And so what we see, and that is already sparking, so what I'm about to share isn't just Gretchen's dream, it actually is happening throughout California, is that there's a master plan for aging at the state level that sets forth goals and strategies and objectives and measurables, and that sets a template for counties, which are very powerful in our state, and cities to then do their own master plan for aging relative to the diversity and the experience that they bring to bear. And so instead of because we have many cities who have gone for age-friendly city status, and they got to the place where they got the stamp, right? But they didn't have a lot necessarily underneath that to move that forward. So I think you brought a really great point earlier that connects with this question here: is how that age-friendly is needed, but not necessarily sufficient to transform the landscape for an aging population. But we see that the master plan has a bigger vision point than that, and an executable opportunity within that then cities and counties can replicate that planning process for what does it look like on the ground. And we're seeing Ventura doing that at the county level. We're seeing Los Angeles do that at the county level. San Diego's been on a journey for a long time, and they're so excited that the state's setting a frame so that their planning processes actually marry up nicely with what the state elements are. So we see it as an umbrella to then states, but cities and counties can kind of localize it in their own way. So thank you.
And Gretchen and Megan, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. This is excellent information that's going to help Dale, and it's also going to help the House Human Services Committee and the Senate Health and Welfare Committee. I think we're all very enthusiastic about trying to work on the master plan and do what we can to include some of the comments that you've made. It's been really helpful, and we really appreciate your being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we're here, and we're happy to keep you posted on what happens in California and other states, and look forward to seeing where you all take this information. So have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your research. And House Human Services, could we be upstairs at 11?
And Senate Health and Welfare will be downstairs at 11.
Call the meeting to order at 6:01. Welcome, and I guess we are also streaming live on Facebook. Thank you, Mr. Perrin, for arranging that. So, no, that wasn't you? Oh, BCTV. Oh. Well, you get blamed for a lot of stuff. You should get credit as well. So thank you for coming to the WSCSD Budget Information Session. So I think I'll start at the beginning, especially because we're live streaming this. What is the WSESD? So the WSESD is the towns of Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney that were merged as of July 1, and also the former BUHS number 6 district. This now is one district providing education for all the children in that town. We have a sister district, Vernon, that did not merge. Because of that, we have another structure, the WSESU. It's a supervisory union structure, and that provides certain kinds of services to students in the WSESD and our sister district, Vernon. So some of the differences are, because this is important in budgeting, because some of the things by statute are going to be budgeted through the SU and some of them through the SD. So at the SU level, the services provided to Vernon and WSESD are the superintendent's office, fiscal service, curriculum coordination, special education, transportation, and actually food service is in there too. There's a whole laundry list of services that are funded at the SU level. At the school district level, both for Vernon and for the WSESD, the budgets include costs for principals' offices, regular education, guidance, building, maintenance, paraprofessionals, the things that you would normally see in your school budget. Any questions? Talk louder? Okay. Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes. Can you just state your name?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. Special ed, you say it's provided by the SU, but it's...
Oh, yeah, you need a mic. Sorry, thank you. Would you like me to be a runner? I can do a runner today. It's my favorite job. Yeah.
Special ed is saying is provided by the supervisory union. However, Vernon doesn't get it through the supervisory union shared like we do they? They pay for all of theirs.
So yes and no, Jody. Well, we all pay for all of ours. I mean, it just doesn't, in the end, we all pay. So Vernon's kind of a different case. There's a lot of cases like that around the state. People that have tuition in, the payment is done a little bit differently. But to be sure, we're all paying the supervisory union back for the special education services that are provided. So let me just, I've only talked about who provides the services because that's where they're going to land in the budget. So maybe I'll go a little further and then I think I'm going to turn it over to Frank because I think I could almost explain how Vernon's special ed reimbursement happens. It's not entirely, well, I guess it is because we have to pay for the SU. But let me go a little further and talk about what's happening so that people will actually understand the question as well. So the WSESU has a $22.7 million budget, give or take, and that is on page 48 of your 2020 annual report. And those services are provided to the WSESD and Vernon. And then the WSESD and Vernon have to reimburse the WSESU for those services. So that question that Jody is asking is, we receive services, we reimburse the SU based on a couple of different formulas. I think Frank must have spent the whole month of October working on these formulas. So by statute, SUs must provide special education. So Vernon students that attend Vernon School reimburse the SU, and it's averaged out through all those students in the whole Vernon K through 6 and the WSESD K through 12 on a per student basis. So it's based on your equalized pupil number, and the money is then reimbursed to the SU for providing services. In the case of Vernon students that are 7 through 12, the costing is a little different because they're not averaged out with all of our students because they're really not part of this district, but they're still part of the SU because it's tuition. Is that clear enough? Maybe I'm going to phone a friend. I'm just wondering if maybe, I'm kind of in the weeds here, so maybe I could have Frank respond later. But it's a very complex model. In the case of transportation, there are 14 buses, I believe. Vernon has 3, so they pay for the cost of 3 buses. In the case of food costs, different districts reimburse based on the food. In the case of superintendent services, fiscal services, curriculum coordination, it's all on the basis of the number of students. But special ed was a very tricky calculation this year. It's on BCT TV too, if you want a full and thorough explanation if you're still not completely on board with it. So if you went to page 48 and looked at our SU budget, there were pretty significant cost increases in a couple of areas. And at the SU level, special education costs were up $2.5 million, basically due to students moving in the area that have increased needs and general increased needs. So that's a pretty significant increase that we have to reimburse the SU for. There was also, I believe last year, maybe 2 years ago, Brattleboro Union High School went to a Provision 2 free lunch program, and the reimbursements didn't work out quite as we expected, so the cost to support that program, which is free lunch for all BUHS students, is going to be approximately $200,000 more than last year. So then at the WSESD, there's other factors that are affecting our tax rate as well. A $700,000 increase in health insurance rate, that's really dictated by the state now. Increased salaries and a net of 3.4 additional staff, that's a $500,000 increase. The food service that we have to pay back to the SU for providing the food service at the high school level, $200,000. And I think I don't have that number right. I think it's not 200K, but I think it's more than that. But special education reimbursement to the SU is also increased. I think that's closer to $500,000. But we have some things that brought down our tax rate. We actually have an increased number of equalized pupils. So I think we have close to an additional 30 equalized pupils this year. So that helps bring down our tax rate. And we had several retirements, so while that's not always a great thing, it does when you take a teacher who is at the top end of their pay scale and bring in generally a younger teacher, that will also reduce our tax rate. So the other thing that's affecting our budget this year is last year the board voted to use $1 million in reserve funds to bring down the tax rate, and this year we chose to use about $800,000 to reduce the tax rate, so that has an effect of increasing our tax rate slightly, but we felt that there's so much going on in the legislature right now that we're not very certain about what's going to happen, that we thought it was a good idea to keep the money in our fund balance and not spend down anymore. And we had about an hour and a half discussion about that, so it's been clearly vetted that the board agrees this is the most prudent thing to do when the legislature's making a lot of changes for us, as usual. So the bottom line on the overview of the budget is our expenditures are up 1.8%, which is actually in line with inflation right now. However, our net education spending is up about 5%, and that is pretty close to what's happening statewide, and things like a 12% increase in health insurance when we are a large employer. Our biggest line item is employees, so that is going to hit our bottom line. And our equalized rate is $1.74. But wait, there's more. Ooh, I could have made a bigger font. Sorry, that's what happens when you make a PowerPoint at lunchtime. You don't vet it completely. So it's not over when we get to the tax rate, because we have different communities and statute requires that we adjust the tax rate for how the market value of our houses compare to the tax assessment. So for example, right now in Dummerston, houses are selling for slightly less than their tax appraised value. So in order to make it fair, there's a factor that the state calculates every year. Some guy, someplace, some woman, someplace calculates this, what's called the CLA. So you take that rate that we all share, $1.74, you divide that by each town's CLA, and that gives you your town tax rate. And I rounded the numbers. They go out one more decimal, but it would have been a smaller font probably. So there's another factor in figuring out your actual tax rate is most Vermonters pay their tax rate on something called income sensitivity. Our rate is 2.83, but it's a very complex formula because it's based on $200,000 of home value plus 2 acres, and it phases out as you get higher in your income level. So a family of 5 making $40,000 a year as a family income would, no matter what their house was appraised at up to $200,000, they would not pay more than 2.83% of their taxes, and it phases out at around $140,000 a year income. That's it. So I thought we could maybe go through and just take an overview of page 12 of the annual report. And I can just show you how these numbers affected the tax rate this year. So it's a state form. Keep turning to page 12 till you find something that's clearly a state form. So the top line, number 1, the budget, those are all of our expenditures, which for the WSESU that we have reimbursed now, our portion. So our total spending for the WSESD is $51,171,300. Now, we get grants, we have tuition coming into we have a lot of tuition students at the high school, a growing number of tuition students at the high school, I hope. And so we get to take that off of our expenditures to get our net education spending, which is $42,654,000. You can see that big, bold education spending number. So if you go down the next line, you can see the number of equalized pupils. And if you look at last year, we had 2,234. This year we have 2,253 students. So these aren't exactly students in chairs. You get, the state takes all the students and they give values based on, at this point, what somebody thought of was the good number to use. So for example, if you have a preschool student, that student counts as 0.46. But if you have a high school student, they count as 1.13?
We do now.
Yeah, right now, 1.13. Because the thought is it costs more because you have so many different classes you need to teach, it costs more, and so many more facilities you need, full labs, that it costs a little bit more to educate a high school student. So they put all the students, figure out all the values. A student learning English might cost more, so there's a value associated to this. So it roughly equates to the fact that we probably have more students, but it might mean that we have more high school students, fewer pre-K students, more students learning English, so those values will affect that number. But the good news is that higher number means our per pupil cost comes down. So it brings our per pupil spending down to $18,932. That's in line 16, education spending per equalized pupil. We did not go over the threshold this year because some of our spending is from capital improvement work we did, so that we don't have to pay a penalty for doing that. So you see a couple numbers down there that we can happily ignore this year. It's a number that every school board member looks to first when Frank hands us this page. Are we over the excess spending threshold? Because then every dollar you spend, you get penalized another dollar. So you take that number and in very tight, that 18,932, if you look in very small letters, it says the threshold. That's the excess spending. And then you go down and you see it says 174%. That number is taking the yield. If you look below that 174%, it said based on yield, 10,883. That's a number determined at the state level that you divide our per pupil figure by the yield, and that we're 174% of the yield. So if you just move your decimal point, that 174% becomes a tax rate, shazam, of $1.74. If you look down further, so that's our district rate. So if everybody's house was selling in all of our towns for exactly what the house was tax appraised value at, that would be your tax rate. If your house is selling, if the houses in your community are selling more than that rate, then your tax rate, your actual effective tax rate will go up. And that's just how it is at the state level. We didn't make that up here. In fact, everything on this sheet is decided by statute and the state to help our taxes be transparent and clear to everyone involved. How's it working for you? Also, if you came in, we had a great gift on the board this year. In the past, it is in the Brattleboro Charter that the Brattleboro Finance Committee will independently review, and they are appointed by the town meeting members. Is that right? Yes. So it's people who maybe stayed late enough and weren't paying attention when they asked for volunteers that will actually take this whole budget, review it. They come to our meetings and ask questions, and they prepare a report reviewing what we're doing with our fund balances, how we're spending our money, and they have traditionally always done this for the Brattleboro Town Schools and the Brattleboro Union High School Board. This year they did it for all of us, which meant they did probably 40% more work reviewing it. But this report is on the way in if you want to take a look at it. And I hate to bury the lead, they recommend passage of the budget. But it's a gift no matter what to the school board, because it was very helpful for us to have a set of eyes checking our work and being able to recommend to the voters the correct thing, what their opinion was on our work. This packet here is all the backup that goes into your annual report. What we did this year, rather than try to have all these annual reports printed, it would have been heavy, unwieldy, and really hard to follow with all these schools. So we have summaries of all the different schools' spending, really broken down by broad categories. So if you have a question about what's happening in your school with spending, and why did this number go up, why did that number go up, between all of us, somebody can answer that question. What have I forgotten? Anything? So I'm happy to open it up to questions.
Richard Mills from Dummerston. Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'll take maybe you all can pass this on, and I can, because this one will reach to all of us.
You want to come up?
Nice.
Good evening, people. Can you explain to me how the state comes up with that yield? I'm sure it's a number that they come up with, and when do you get that number?
I'm going to phone a friend for that one, because I kind of know it's how much money they have versus what they think they're going to spend, and it's not done yet because they're still working on it. But Frank will do it.
I can't add a whole lot to that. That's the general concept. They ask for preliminary board-approved budgets in February. The legislature does. The agency of ed collects that data. It's shared with the legislature. They look at common level of appraisal statistics that come in from the town listers, so they have a sense of what does the state property values look like in general. And then they say, okay, here's proposed spending. Here's changes in the CLA. So based on that type of data, they then project, as Christina articulated, it's the denominator that the entire state uses in terms of school board budgets to divide by. And you can see how simple that math is in terms of projecting essentially the effect of a statewide property tax. The reason why they do all of this sort of preliminary work is so before they adjourn in June, they set that number so that they're confident the education fund will receive enough money to pay out all of those budgets that have been passed by voters.
That's a consistent number throughout the state, though.
It is a consistent number. It's printed at the very top of page 12, and I've added the prior year for reference. So you see this, when we say prior year from a budget point of view, when we're talking about fiscal year 21, Christina's mentioned the 10,883. That's a proposed number that's estimated by the legislature based on what we just talked about. The 10,648 is the actual number that was used to set this fiscal year's tax rates. And yes, it's the same number across the state.
I think last year that they kept the legislature an extra week. That was one of the last things they were figuring out, was what the yield was going to be, because Scott wanted it different than the legislature wanted it. So yeah, these are only preliminary tax rates. We make our best guess, and as you remember, we make our best guess, and then it all depend on how the ed fund spending looked. Earlier they were saying they thought budgets were going to be a little lower than projected, but I don't think that's true anymore. So
well, the last I've heard from the Agency of Ed, as a result of collecting the preliminary budgets, is that the tax commissioner's estimate, you remember in December that was shared with all the school boards, I think estimated about a 5% increase in education spending across the state. It appears that that's coming in a little bit lower. So they're suggesting that yield number is probably going to go up a little bit, which is going to bring our tax rates down. So they're not being specific at this point, but the implication is it's going to be a favorable adjustment.
Jody Normandow.
Is this on? I guess it is. I have several questions, but maybe ask one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, the capital plan.
So that's on
page 23.
Oh, thank you.
It appears, and I was not at a meeting where you discussed this, so you may have answered it along the way, but looking at the 5-year plan, it appears that there's quite a discrepancy between the different schools as to how much you are doing for them. And I've tried to go through and find out exactly what was happening. And so my question, I guess, is how do you come up with these issues? Like Dummerston doesn't have anything in the 5th year, Guilford doesn't, and Putney doesn't. So I'm assuming you haven't gotten them, from the principals or any information from the schools. But how do you decide how much to spend on each school? Because we're supposed to be fairly equal on things like this. Thank you.
So I can speak generally to that. I know, for example, some of the schools had much more flushed out capital plans that were going long term than other schools. For example, our Dummerston board did not have the kind of capital plan going on that other schools did. Some schools are in better shape than others. And so we do, for the Dummerston school, there are some pending projects. If you see in 2024, is that a new furnace and a roof we're talking about in the same year? Yes, a new roof and a new furnace for Dummerston in 2024. So that's the $279,000 if you look across FY 2024. So that year is a huge year for that particular school. The next year, there's nothing projected to be needed. So there's some little things along the way, but for that school, that's what we're looking at in 2024. If you'll notice at the top right-hand corner, it says project subject to board approval. So all of this is just our best guess on what we need. And I think now that we're through our first year almost, the schools that have not had the deep dive, we will be in a place to take a little better look at what various schools will need in 2020. You know, you shift priorities. If somebody else's furnace blows up, you've got to manage that. So it's just our projection to sort of make sure we have this, on our plan and we know what we're looking at. And I think that's something that we could hone in the coming years. You had other questions, I bet, though.
Somebody else made.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Paul Namendale from Dummerston. My question goes back to the supervisory union on page 48. And if we look at that, revenues miraculously equal expenditures. Amazing how that happens. And what I'm curious about knowing is, what is the net amount that is that goes through, that flows through, that we have to pay through our taxes? In other words, you get monies in from grants. You have a grant-funded program. So what is the net amount that the schools themselves have to supply to support the SU? Can I have another question? You want to stack them, or do you want to?
It's pretty late in the day for me at this point, so if we could do one at a time.
Okay.
I'm
Do you want to?
I'm not young like you, Paul. So.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
So, well, I will just comment on the revenues have to equal expenditures, because the SU has they don't have a money printing machine. They can't raise revenues. So their expenditures have to be reimbursed 100% by us. So in the case of the SU, they have to be equal, because the SU isn't raising any funds. They're raising them from us, and the districts have to pay the SU. So, and I will then turn.
Yeah, but they're a grant. They get grants for like special ed, right? Part of that's funded by the state. So I guess I'm curious, what is the net amount that we have to pay?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So what's the net amount of that 22 million on that side? So it's in various places that I can't add off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but let me hand it to you.
I bet Frank can.
I can. Page 21 of the expense budget in the annual report that you have there, that has a group. This section of the report is organized by school site. Okay, so this is intended to be for the reader to see at each school site how much are we spending on instruction, how much on student support services, and on school operations and so on. As part of all of those, the site concept, one is the district-wide services. So what are those expenditures that serve all of the sites? And that's the question you're asking. Mm-hmm. So when you get to the supervisory union on page 21, that's all within the school district. Okay, the school district budget that Christina gave us an overview of 51 million. Part of that is in that, you see that middle section, 3096 is the location code that the state assigns, and it says WSED district-wide programs and services. So your question gets at the line there that is going from left to right, starts with the function code 2500. It says support services, SU, admin, instruction, and transportation. So of all of those numbers on page 48, 3,193,000 is the assessment to the school district for, as you say, the net of all of the state aid that comes in that the SU retains and then has to bill the town for. So it's 3,193,000 for those things, which are the admin, the supportive instruction, and the transportation services. And then in addition to that, the special education services that we just talked a fair amount about are just a couple of lines below that. You see under what's called Program 22, this is all part of a state coding system, and it says Special Education Services Pre-K through grade 12. You see that? That's the header, and then there's the line, the expenditure line. It says Support Services SU Special Education, $4,992,000. So it is the addition of that $3,193,000 plus that $4,992,000. You know, about $8 million.
Right, but that's what you assign to the local schools, right?
Right.
But how much do you get from the state?
Yeah, everything else in that budget is from the state. And, you know, we're talking in the forum of the Wyndham Southeast School District. So everything other than that $8 million comes from the state, other than, of course, Vernon. Vernon has to pay as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So that's the answer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next question. Still back on page 48. I notice under expenditures, well, it doesn't make any difference which part you go to, expenditures or revenue side, but there was the F20 budget you have amended. Now, what was it amended? When was it amended? What was it amended to? And what was it amended for?
Yeah, great question. So years ago, when the world was a little bit simpler in education finance, you would have a town meeting, you'd set a budget, and that would just be a static number until you came back the next year and you saw what you voted on as the same number, and then you have a new proposed number. Several years ago, as the Agency of Ed has tried to standardize the financial reporting and the data collection that they do, they have required a number of changes, and one of them is this concept of if a grant is applied for and awarded subsequent to, let's say, today, or let's say March 17, in the old days, we used to just kind of have a spreadsheet that would say, well, here's what we published, and then here's all the stuff that came in after the date in which the town voted. But now they're saying we must have in the public record, in the general ledger, all of those amendments that occurred subsequent to a vote. So what the common theme in this concept of an amendment is it's always a grant program. It's always funded by a source other than the tax rate. So that means that when you see an amended budget, it doesn't mean that there's also an amended tax rate. The tax rate is what the voters voted on as adjusted by the legislature and at the end of every June. And amended budgets are reflecting grants that were applied for. I don't know if Paul's here, Paul Smith, but in general, the grants are our Title I, our Title II programs. Nancy Weiss, I think, is here at the Career Center. She's done a terrific job applying and receiving substantial amount of Perkins funding money for our Career Center. So it's those types of things.
Okay. Last one, if I may. I'm glad it's not a big crowd because you wouldn't let me do this. Concerned about administration. You keep hearing, there's a lot of talk on the street, and yet I don't know how much of it is valid. That's why I'm asking this question. But we've heard that several positions were added to the SU budget, and it's a great place to hide additional staff if you want to, because it's hard to locate. But I've heard that there was statements made about hiring a facilities manager, number one, for all the schools in the area. One, I'd like to know if that's true or not. And not to point fingers at anybody, and I don't want to name names, but it was, I heard there was a position that was created to mentor principals. And I'm curious, why do principals need mentoring? Because by the time you become a principal, I would tend to think that with all this, the workshops you go to and the education that you've attained, that you don't necessarily need mentoring. So I would like to, if that is the case, I would like to have an answer to those. Thank you.
So I do not think in this budget there were any positions added at the SU level. Is that correct?
Last year, diversity?
Yes. I don't believe there were any positions added at the supervisory union level with this budget, especially where our special ed numbers were coming in so high. It was a really difficult budgeting session season at the SU level. So I don't think, am I correct? There's no new personnel. We have a number of new principals in our district, and I bet everybody could use a mentor. I could have used a mentor in this job, let me tell you. But it's a state requirement that you have mentoring actually for principals. It's another thing that comes from on high. We could have hired in-house or had mentors come down from the VPA. We have an in-house mentor where we had a lot of new principals. But that was put in, I think Ron put that in. I think Ron created that position, so it's prior to merger. There's a state requirement that principals are mentored, that principals have access to mentoring.
Minimally 2 years. At least 2 years. Yes. Yep.
Any other questions? Jody, we've come so far. Thank you for waiting. Another question?
I have a couple of questions. Excuse me. One of them I think I know the answer to, but it's between the schools and it's the food. And Academy School, for example, has $85,000 on it. Oak Grove has 0, Green Street has 0, and BAMS and BUHF have 0. So I'm assuming that's because Academy creates the food for the Oak Grove and Green Street?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And that because BUHS and BAMS is 0 because they have free lunches? Oh gosh, Frank. I just wrote down on the bottom of the page, so I'm on page 17, so I don't know where that went to. I was just taking them all together. If you go to Academy, you see 85,274, and I can't turn the pages with holding this.
Because
food service, it's down halfway in the page, 3,100, right, and it's 85,274.
And then,
so is that because they prepare the food, so they get all the cost for all the food for Oak Grove and whatever? And then the high school, you said earlier that they get the free reduced lunches or whatever. The high school and BAMS both get that.
but there's a line for food service operations, page 17.
Yeah, that's one.
There's the third bar down is food service operations is $229,213 this year.
And that's under BUHS.
That's under BUHS, yes.
And so is BAMS a separate?
They're part of that.
They're part of that.
Just like Academy, yep.
Okay.
The whole school, yep.
Thank you. The other issue was transportation. And I noticed, Putney. I'm looking at Putney, for example, and 2,700, it says student transportation is up 47.6% with a figure of 9,300. And then you come down here further to 2,700 under the regular education, and you've got 4,000. I don't understand the discrepancies in the numbers.
Sorry, Jay, I'm trying to catch. Can you just go over what the numbers were you were looking at, the 2,700?
2,700 under Putney Central School on page 19.
Okay.
You have student transportation, and it went up 47.6% at 9,300. And then you go down to the next section, 11, regular education total, and you got 2,700 student transportation at 4,000.
Right, that's for the summer school program.
Oh, that's under the summer school?
Yeah.
Okay, not under regular education.
Right, it's the regular education is for everything above it in that bold 11 line.
Okay, so what is the total of their transportation?
Would be, looks to me like 13,300.
Okay. My question, second question along that is, what is different in the top section under Putney Central School for $3,000 increase in transportation? I mean, they've been transporting their kids like the rest of us have forever.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Thanks. I'm Herv Pelletier, principal of Putney Central School. The discrepancy in the cost, I believe, has to do with the bus monitor, right? Am I correct on that?
It's part of it, but
Yeah.
also we've done a lot in the summer program.
Yeah.
In terms of increasing services, and we know we have to review that.
Right.
Emily did a committee report on that, and we see that as far as the going from 6,300 to 9,300, that's in the general field trip budget of the school.
Right.
And what we've done is look back at the historical actual and found that the 9,300 was closer to our actual costs.
Right, and it's also worth mentioning that as far as the summer transportation budget goes, it would be much higher, frankly, if we didn't call on some friends at the Putney School for the loan of a minibus, which they were graciously supplied us with last summer at no cost. So all we had to do was put gas in it, so that was a big savings.
And I have one more question. On page 26, where we've got the resident student census, are those butts and seats or equalized students?
Those are butts in seats, correct?
Okay, thank you.
On October 10th, I believe, right? Something like that, or thereabouts. Yeah. November 10th, off by a month. Any other questions on the budget, on any of the, we also have Lyle here, so any of the assessment data? Yes, Jody.
I forgot to say something, and I forgot to thank Frank and the administration for putting the page numbers on here, because in previous meetings it was very difficult to follow on that 130-something page budget, so thank you.
Any other questions? I would just like to mention, if you just give you a few minutes to think, the legislature is considering changing how equalized pupils are calculated. When in 1997, when the Brigham decision came through and we went to a statewide funding system, the idea was that everyone should have equal opportunity for education. And they made real guesses as to what it costs to educate certain types of students who might be a little bit more expensive to educate. But we're trying to give all students the same opportunity. After 20 years of asking, the legislature commissioned a report that came out in this past December that actually looked at the costs. It was a UVM, Rutgers, a couple other organizations. So it was a research study to figure out what it really costs to, is a high school student 1.13 times a regular education student? They didn't touch pre-K on this, I think, but what are the costs of educating a student who is learning English for the first time? So they came out with this research study, and it's dramatically different from what people guessed it would be at the legislature in 1997. The fiscal office at the legislature did a model showing what would happen to districts. So education spending, if you didn't change education spending, but you counted students for taking into account what it will cost to educate them, it dramatically changes various districts. And ours is one that would be greatly helped by reconfiguring and using what's called the weighting analysis. The legislature is taking testimony tomorrow on this. As one could imagine, if we are winners and you're not spending any more money, some people will be quote unquote losers. Those people that are losers have been having their education subsidized at the expense of students who are living in poverty, students who are learning English, providing high school students with the opportunities that they need. So I don't view it as winners and losers. I view it as doing what should have been done in 1997. And I really take somebody who has been in education in Vermont for a long time. I was talking to him, and he said he read the study before he went to what I did, which is how does it affect the WSESD? Well, this gentleman read the whole study and made a determination of whether it was the fair thing or not, because he didn't want to think about how it affected his district. And he, without looking at the analysis of how it affected his community, he supported it because it was the fair thing, it was the right thing, it's what we should be doing under Brigham. And so I would like to think that I would feel that way if we were losers, but as I think about it, it's what is fair. And we really, if we're having a statewide funding system, we should be doing this weighting study. There's several good articles in the Brattleboro Reformer, had an opinion piece today. Laura Sibilia, who is a representative and been a long time on school boards from the Wilmington-Dover area. Anyway, she's really pushing for this legislation. So if you have a few minutes tonight, there is something on our website, a flyer that I did for town meeting day. There's a link on there to write your legislature and just advocate that the weighting study, please move on it, because people are talking about let's go slowly, let's wait. I'm all for phasing something in because dramatic changes in property taxes are difficult on schools and communities, but I think it's the right thing and the fair thing. And just for last year, our tax rate in their simulation, it would have gone from $1.71 to $1.53. So that's not to say that we would maybe bring our budget down to $1.53. Maybe we would split the difference. I can't speak for a future board if this were to happen, but it would give us an opportunity to perhaps lower our taxes and to perhaps provide more supports for children who are struggling and need that support. So if you have a minute, it would be a really good use of your time to advocate for children living in very rural conditions in this state, children learning English, children who are living in economically disadvantaged situations. So it is on the WSESU website, correct? Can somebody, or just write to your representative. I attacked them all at our town meeting, and Jody Normando was close behind me. So. And oh yeah, and the school board has had a resolution on this as well, and so you could say you supported the WSESD's resolution. Jody.
I was also going to say that there's a fantastic letter, if anybody's on Vermont Digger today, from David Kelly, and it really makes you want to cry. He's up in the Northeast Kingdom where there is real poverty, and they've been gypped out. So.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, Robin.
I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of work went into this, and I appreciate what everyone on this board has been doing for months, and also on the Brattleboro Finance Committee. And I noticed in their report, they said it would be more appropriate if a committee made up of members from all of the towns review this. I was just wondering if the school board had any ideas about how to form that.
We had a brief discussion about this at the Finance Committee level, and did we bring it to the full board for discussion? I don't think we spoke about it briefly at the Finance Committee level, but we had kind of a pile of work because of the Academy project at that level, so it's been pushed off. I think it would be a great idea And I'd love to volunteer for it. It'd be just the perfect thing for a nerdy math girl to do when she's retired from the board, because I know all this stuff, so I might as well use it for something occasionally. So I think it's a great idea, but that will be up to the next board going forward and to the people that have served on the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee, but it would make more sense to me. Thanks for the question. You want to speak for yourself, Franz Reichman?
Franz Reichman from Brattleboro and chair of the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee that put together the little report that you've got. This is, I think, a kind of difficult question. Our report addresses it more or less in a theoretical way, that it would make sense for a committee that's doing a report like this to have representation from all the towns in the district. Just seems logical. And from there, though, how it would be authorized, where it would draw its legitimacy from, questions like that came up at the WSESD Finance Committee meeting that I was sitting in on. So there would be a lot of questions to answer, and just how it would be put together, I don't know. And I guess, the new board can talk about that, but the direction's unclear, but the principle seems clear, that if there's going to be a report like this written, it should come from a broad representative subgroup of the citizens of somebody. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz.
I mean, do you guys have anything like that in your town meetings? Are there committees for the towns?
So when we pass our budget in Dummerston, I can only speak for Dummerston, that's my only history is within Dummerston. People read through this with a fine-tooth comb. We don't need a committee because we have a committee of the 60 people that have served on boards in the past and say, what's going on? Did you buy 4 more brooms this year? Because I thought there were 3 brooms in the budget. Because it was a, $3 million, give or take, a $3 million budget. So there was not quite the need, I would say, in our smaller budgets to have that kind of review, whereas Brattleboro Town Schools were a more significant budget, and you're trying to balance needs and had capital plans, and you may not know what the roof at Academy looks like because your children go to Green Street, whereas everybody in Dummerston knows the roof was leaking during the middle of the championship basketball game. So I think it's a different need level. So we had very robust conversations of the budget. It was walked through carefully, questions were asked, but there was no formal committee process in the smaller towns. And I think it's harder now, even than Brattleboro was, because now it's a $51 million budget. So it's much harder to understand how things are apportioning. That is just my opinion, and it's a waning opinion. It'll be the next board that will take that up. So. Yes, absolutely.
I think it's safe to say that everybody on the board thinks it would be a good idea. And I think the way Franz laid it out is exactly the way it should happen. Probably the most appropriate place for it to come would be on the floor of the annual meeting next Wednesday. So I would encourage people to come and propose that we do that, and then that'll give us the authority, maybe not to do it, there'll probably be legal questions, but certainly to look into it and maybe set up a draft board. That's not the right word. A tentative board until we actually have a vote at an annual meeting to create it. But it would be the annual meeting that would create that.
Anything else?
Waiting study?
Oh yes, the waiting study.
So if you go to the WSESD board, it's under press releases, March 5, 2020 press release, board resolution, change to student waiting formula. So you can find it there.
Thank you, Lyle. Yes, Paul.
Paul Gamendo. I'm looking at 2 things here. I'm looking at the tax rate sheet that you have, which shows equalized pupils of 2250.
Mm-hmm. 2253, yeah.
Yeah. And then when Jody asked the questions about butts in the seat on page 26, It says 2,509. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm looking at, oh, that's non-member. I guess I'm looking at the wrong thing. It says 2219. I'm
Yep.
sorry. But also looking at that same sheet, I see that out of every town except Putney either stayed the same or dropped in butts in the seat. I want to congratulate Putney on their fecundity, and I would like to encourage other people to follow suit.
The chair will pass on that request personally, but yeah, but it also, that's just butts in the seat, so the equalized number is going to be different based on what's happening with free and reduced lunch levels and everything else. So, but yes, having more students would be a great idea for bringing our taxes down. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Well, excellent. I hope you're our ninjas on the budget now, and you can join us next Tuesday. Tuesday. Yeah. Next Tuesday, March 7th. I know it's a week from today. Thank you, David. Next Tuesday, March 17th, 7 p.m. We'll be in the BUHS Gymnasium for our annual meeting and our budget presentation. In the meanwhile, if you have any questions, Sean. If you have any questions, you can email any of the board members.
I can't let this go by and not thank Christina for all that she's done. She's amazing, and you're going to be greatly missed.
I'm joining the O'Connor sisters as in the audience. So I'll get Kate and Carrie, and we're going to sit in the audience of the WSESD. So you won't miss me. I'll still be here. So thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. And I have finished a meeting in under an hour. Thanks, Jody.
I will start with my opening remarks about town meeting. I know you've all heard this, or most of you had, but it's worth listening to. To make a motion or speak to an issue, please raise your hand to be recognized by the moderator. Wait for the microphone, then stand and state your name so that we know who you are and so the minutes will be accurate. Penny's taking the minutes. Motions cannot be made while someone else has the floor. A motion can be amended, and an amendment can be amended, but there can be no third amendment as it would be too confusing. If you feel that a voice vote is not clear, you may call for a division, meaning that you'll be asked to raise your hands or stand to be counted and have your voter cards ready to show. If you feel that a vote requires a paper ballot, 7 voters must agree with you, or a total of 7 voters have to request a paper ballot. Then we will line up to vote with our voter cards, and the vote will be tallied by the Board of Civil Authority. Now here's the thing I messed up on last year. If you want to cease debate, you can call the question, but to do that, you have to raise your hand, wait until everyone ahead of you has spoken, and then you can call the question. And if there's a second and 2/3 of the body decides to cease debate and vote, we will do so. And you cannot call the question at the end of your remarks. Town meeting is conducted to Robert's Rule of Order, although there are areas in the Vermont statutes which supersede Robert's. Robert suggests that no voter be recognized to speak a third time on an issue until others who wish to speak for the first time are given a chance to do so. This suggestion may be relaxed at times if there is a good discussion going. In order to move things along, I may sometimes use the phrase, "if there is no objection," or "with your permission," as in, if there is no objection, we will suspend the rules in order to allow a non-voter to speak. If any of you call out objection, I will immediately call for the 2/3 vote necessary to suspend the rules. Speakers must be Guilford registered voters unless we suspend the rules. Points of order may be called out for clarification from the moderator or to explain my procedure. And of course, you may appeal any decision I make if you have a second. If challenged, I will attempt to explain my decision. If you are not happy with my explanation, you can call for a vote, and the body will overrule, or your body can overrule my decision with a simple majority. This meeting is being recorded by BCTV, and it will be available to watch later this week. When you speak, please state your name clearly into the microphone so that people in the room and viewers watching the meeting later can hear you and know who you are. And finally, I ask that when you speak, please address your comments to me and then not to someone who just spoke before you. And with that, we will start. Article 1, to elect a moderator for the coming year. Do I hear a motion? Richard Wazansky. Is there a second? Okay. Did you get that second? Okay, Rick Zamor has been nominated to be your moderator for the coming year. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we will close the nominations and vote on Rick Zamor as your moderator. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And it appears that the ayes have carried the vote. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be up here. Article 2, to hear the report of the town auditors. Do I hear a motion? So moved. Okay. Second? Any discussion? Oh. Kathy's checking someone in. Kathy, did you want to discuss the town report? Or are you okay with it? She's got some corrections. Can Kathy get a mic? That is Macy.
Only 3 this year. On page 9, the auditor's funds. On page 9, the auditor's funds, there should be 0 in auditor training. Oops. And there should be $12,100 in professional audit.
This is page 9.
Professional audit should be $12,100 for the budget. For actual, it's for fiscal 19, actual. Sorry. That makes it, the total figure, a little more logical to the budgeted figure for next year. On page 11, the SBED fiscal 19 actual was 0, not 6,000. SEVEDS. And we really apologize. We didn't list 2 of the deaths this year. On page 58, we want to add John Dixon, who was 89 years old, and Barbara Fernando, who is 79 years old. Other than that, we request you accept the auditor's report as written or as corrected.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions or comments? Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the report? Second? All those in favor of accepting the auditor's report, please state aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And you have accepted the auditor's report. To hear the report of the library trustees, do I hear a motion? Can
Thank you. I'd like to move that the library present its report.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So it's...
No discussion?
Well, don't we have to approve it and then I talk?
Oh, okay. You want to approve it first?
I mean,
what if we don't want to approve it after we hear from you?
No, approve me talking. I don't know. I'm mixed up.
No, you can go ahead and talk.
Okay, so I'm all mixed up. Okay, sorry about that. Hi, I'm Laura Lawson-Tucker. I'm on the Library Trustees Board. And I just want to point out a few things. Everyone has, hopefully, I know some people didn't get the report, page 25. So you can read this, of course. I just want to point out a few things. The first thing I want to say is I'm really proud of our library. Trustees, Mimi's over here. Other trustees, can you stand up or wave your arms? Another trustee, there's John, here's Sandra. Yeah. And I'm going to get to the friends in a moment. What I'm really proud of is that our town has clearly made a statement, a strong statement, that our town values the library as a place for people to gather, a place for people to get information, whether it's online or through books, a place for people to have meetings, to have book groups, for children to come for story time. And our town has made a clear statement that we are part of the budget, And I want to, and also our annual fund drive that you get in the mail. We have great response from that. So I want to thank everyone for being so supportive of your library in our wonderful town. So this is first a great big thank you to everyone's support of our library. Secondly, Kathy and Leah. Is Leah in the room? Okay, Leah's out in the hallway, probably. Oh, there's Leah, yes. So Leah, stand up again, stand up again. And Kathy, I know you're busy. There's Kathy over there. We have great leadership with Kathy and Leah, so I wanted to appreciate Kathy and Leah. And I just want to point out a couple things. One is, during the fiscal year that we've just ended, we circulated 5,000 books. That's really impressive, really impressive. And 298 children, parents came to 49 story times. Another pretty impressive figure. And 50 programs in our little town, 50 programs were sponsored. And 591 town residents came to the library during the fiscal year. So pretty awesome, very active and engaged place to come to. I want to just say to everyone that we're super committed to be making information available so anyone can sit in the driveway of the library in your car and access through internet, wireless internet from the library, the information that you want, and in particular, go online and get any book or any digital book that you would so desire. So that's, in other words, we have a library 24/7. So pretty amazing, I think. And we want to thank volunteers. I've got one right here, Karen. We have lots of volunteers who help us keep our expenditures down, which we are super appreciative of. And we have volunteers that contribute at least 19 hours of volunteer time per week. So that's pretty impressive. And related to that, Lynn, will you stand up? This is Lynn Green, and she is our stalwart, amazing, tireless, she doesn't feel tireless right now, tireless president of the Friends group. And we, you've probably noticed this sweet little Guilford Free little library by the store. That's one of Lynn's projects. We've had grown-up story times at the Broadbrook Community Center. We've had about 3 or 4? 4 of those. So Lynn's at the helm. She would welcome more volunteers to join her as a friend of the library. The time commitment is minimal, and it's a great group of people. So I think that's what I want to say, and thank you everyone for your fabulous support of the library.
Thank you, Laura. Can we have a motion to accept the report of the library, unless there's more discussion? A second. All those in favor of accepting the library report signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have accepted the library report. At this moment, I would like to invite, with your permission, invite Sarah Coffey up to address the group. She's got a special award to present, and it's going to make us all very happy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Sarah Coffey. I'm honored to be your state rep serving under the Golden Dome in Montpelier. And later, when we're joined by Senator Becca Balint, I'll say a few words to address the body here. But I wanted to say one of the best things that I get to do up in Montpelier is to shine a light on some of the amazing people and work that's happening in Windham County. And I do that in a number of ways. I invite people to come up to give devotionals at the State House. Last year we had Veranda Porsche on St. Valentine's Day, and this year we had Lisa Sparrow come up and give a devotional last week. We get Windham County artists to perform on Farmers Night, and of course I do my best to carry your voice and your issues to Montpelier. But today it's really, I'm very excited. We know that the hard work in our communities is only made possible with, we know the folks who work in our town offices and who take care of our roads and our schools, but it's also, we're really fueled on volunteer power. And so I wanted to, this year I'm going to read a joint resolution that we prepared in honor of Herb Meyer, who, can we give Herb a right? And this is a bit of a surprise for Herb, so he did not know this coming in when he came in to vote this morning. So, let me just read. So this is a concurrent House resolution. The House concurrent resolution honoring Herb Meyer for his community leadership in the towns of Guilford and Vernon, offered by Representative Coffey of Guilford. Whereas, starting with his U.S. military service during the Korean War, Herb Meyer has exemplified the best attributes of civic leadership. And whereas in the town of Vernon, he was employed as a school custodian and as the local police chief, overseeing the municipality's public safety. And whereas in the town of Guilford, Herb Meyer has served as a board member of the Friends of Algiers Village, a nonprofit organization focused on restoring key historic buildings in the village, chaired the Algiers Fire District, and has been the town's coordinator of emergency management. And whereas in 2007, the town of Guilford honored Herb Meyer as its Citizen of the Year, and whereas Herb Meyer has completed half a century teaching hunter safety classes and remains civically active, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives that the General Assembly honors Herb Meyer for his community leadership in the towns of Vernon and Guilford, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed or hand deliver a copy of this resolution to Herb Meyer. So.
Thank you, Herb, and thank you, Sarah. Okay, Article 4. We have several officers to elect, including trustee of public funds, grand jurors, library trustee, and cemetery commissioner. We'll start with the trustee of public funds. At this time, the term of Penny Marine is expiring. Do I hear a nomination for trustee of public funds? Penny Marine has been nominated. Is there a second? Al Franklin. Any other nominations? Hearing none, we will vote on Penny Marine as trustee of public funds. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. And Penny, you are the trustee of public funds. Yeah. Grand jurors. At this time, the terms of Jamie Durham and Don McLean are expiring. Do I hear nominations for grand jurors? We've had a nomination for Don McLean and Jamie Durham. Second. Any other nominations? Okay, let's vote on whether to elect Don McLean and Jamie Durham as grand jurors. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have elected Don McLean and Jamie Durham. And I'm assuming they're willing to serve. If not, too bad. Library trustee. At this time, the term of Carol Schnabel is expiring. Do I hear a nomination for new library trustee? John? Okay, I'm not going to try and repeat that because I couldn't hear you, but maybe you can do that with the mic. Okay. Mika Foktopoulos-Boyka has been nominated as your new library trustee. Are there any other nominations? Yes.
I wish to re-nominate Carol Schnabel if she'll take it up.
Yeah, can we use the mic? And identify yourself, please.
I'm Tim Harris, and I'd like to nominate Carol to continue if she's willing.
There's a second? Okay, Cindy. Okay, yeah, Laura can speak to that. Carol is in the room. She's not standing up. She's not waving her arms. Yes, Carol. No, she says no. She's shaking her head.
As the chair of the library board, Carol has very graciously served for many, many years, and she shared with the board a while ago that this was the end of her service. So thank you for renominating her. I'm sure you feel honored. But I think Carol declines. Thank you.
Okay, any other nominations? Okay, hearing none, we will vote on Mika. I've forgotten your last. Boycott. Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Okay, and Mika, at some point, Penny needs to know how to spell your name. What? Oh, and then now here's something from Richard Wazansky.
Hi, I'm Richard Wazansky.
You use the mic.
Speaking of Carol Schnabel, I'd like us all to celebrate Carol and the years of service, really dedicated, committed service that Carol Schnabel has put into making our library the wonderful Guilford jewel that it is. Carol's tireless work as a treasurer for many years of the library and as a trustee for many, many terms. I can't even count how many terms. And no wonder that she has finally resigned. But she's done a stunning job. And in addition to her work with books and other library matters, Carol is one of the most fabulous bakers of Linzer, torts, and other Viennese pastries. I'm sure that if there were a competition in Guilford, that Carol might be one of the winners of that. So please join me in celebrating Carol and her volunteer work. Thank you, Carol.
Sure, okay. We've had a request that when you speak, use the microphone, say who you are and what part of town you live in. It's a big town. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Carol. Cemetery Commissioner. At this time, the term of Sean Murphy is expiring. Do I hear a nomination for a replacement for Sean as Cemetery Commissioner? Miranda.
I nominate Sean Murphy.
Is there a second? Yes. Okay, Linda. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we will vote on Sean Murphy as Cemetery Commissioner. Oh, sorry.
Andy Locke. Hello.
nominate Hannah Jenkins.
Okay, Hannah Jenkins has been nominated. Does this make it a contest, or can you have two?
Sean Murphy. Actually, I would be happy, actually, I wouldn't be happy to be off the commission because I've enjoyed it for so many years. But the WSESD is sort of a full-time commitment, and I haven't been able to really devote the time that I should this year to the Cemetery Commission. So I think it's great that somebody else is.
So are you withdrawing your nomination?
I would like to withdraw my nomination.
Okay, Sean has withdrawn his nomination for Cemetery Commissioner. So Hannah, we have Hannah Jenkins. Are there any other nominees? Seeing none, we will vote on Hannah Jenkins as Cemetery Commissioner. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have elected Hannah Jenkins. Article 5, do I hear a motion?
Good morning. My name is Gordon Little. I'm a member of the Select Board. I live on Collier Road in West Guilford. Shall the town vote to approve highway fund expenditures in the amount of $1,020,911 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources?
Do I hear a second? Got that?
Rick, may I just address a couple things with that?
Sure. Let me just. Legally, I've got to repeat the article, and then it's on the floor, and then we can discuss it. Shall the town vote to approve highway fund expenditures in the amount of $1,020,911 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources?
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. So I just wanted to highlight a few areas. It is a slight increase over last year. We had a slight increase in wages. There was a slight increase in benefits due to an additional employee. There were increased tree removal due to the emerald ash borer, which has not been seen yet in Guilford, but the ash trees are trying to be dealt with in an early fashion. And an increase in sand due to needs that we had, as well as rising costs.
Any discussion? Yes, Jethro.
Jethro Eaton, Johnson Pasture Drive. Are we getting any funding for tree removal for the emerald ash borer? Is there going to be any help from the state for dealing with that?
Linda.
Unfortunately, there is no help from the state or federal sources for tree removal. And we've been working, I'll reporting later, but the Conservation Commission has been working proactively with the town highway crew to anticipate some pretty significant expenses in the future. But there is, at this time, no external funding for tree removal. Luckily for us, Green Mountain Power is doing some tree removal. You've noticed along the roads, which is going to take care of some of it, but there's also been an increase in your electric bill. There's a line item that covers their expenses.
Miranda?
I'm glad that you brought up the emerald ash tree borer. I think it's an opportunity for our town to organize really road by road with your neighbors to see who burns wood in your neighborhood. And, you know, clearly the town is going to be needing to deal with the trees that are in the town's right-of-way. But this is something that townspeople can also talk to their neighbors about to help with our response.
Other discussion? Yes.
Tim Harris, Green River Road. I'm thoroughly confused, though. The budget here is for $1,020,000, yet when you turn to the page which shows the breakdown of expenses, it's $971,000 or thereabouts. I don't see where, and also the revenue, there's a disjunct between the revenue and the expenses. The revenue is much lower than the expenses. Maybe we could have a clarification on those questions.
Could we, we'd need the reference again.
Okay, can you reference the page numbers, Tim?
Pages 11, 12, and 13.
Okay, specifically, what was the question in terms of the expenses? I didn't catch where.
I noted that the expenses shown on page 13 are $997,000, yet the budget is for $1,020,000. Also, the other one I wanted clarification on was the difference between revenue, which is shown as $976,000, as opposed to expenses of $997,000. Where is the difference going to come from? These are clarification questions. I'm sure there's good explanations.
Yeah.
You have to suspend the rules because I'm not a resident of town.
Oh.
Could we suspend the rules?
Yeah, can we, with your permission, we'll suspend the rules and allow Peter Root, our town administrator, to speak?
Okay.
Is there no objection?
Why don't you come up here?
So the amount under expenses, so as I understand it, you're asking two different questions, sir? So I'm just asking for clarification again. So one is the total expenses on page 13. So the amount on the article references the entire amount, including revenues that the town will receive from the state. For some expenses and other sources.
Huh? Tim Harris again. I don't follow that at all. I mean, in one place you show the expenses at $997,000, and so why are you asking for $1,020,000 in approval for the entire budget? And the second question, the revenue that you showed, it was less than the expenses, and where would the difference come from? I assume that there's some other source of funds that's not listed here under revenue.
This is the original. Yep. Now, you're raising a very good question, and we will get to the bottom of it. So,
sorry, I'm just a little nervous at the moment.
No, that's okay.
All right, so this number.
If you need time to figure this out, maybe we can come back to Article 5.
Sorry, I need that one. Yeah. Why don't we move on to 6 and see if that one.
If there's no objection, we will put Article 5 into hiatus and come back to it later, once the Select Board is ready to answer Tim's questions.
Do you need a pen?
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I'm Dan Zambruski, live here in Guilford Center. We have an employee, Alan Belville, is going to be retiring in the end of the month. And I'd just like to say thank you for his 25 years of service, and he needs an applause.
Aaron Belville. Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't hear that. Can you give that man a microphone?
Yeah, I wish he hadn't done it, but I kind of figured he would. I'm not going away. They said I'd come in and work part-time. It makes me happy to do that. I really don't want to leave, but it's time for somebody else to learn it. So I'm not going away. And it's been an honor and a privilege to work for you people. And I've really enjoyed it, most of the time. I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Macy, thank you.
Lucy Sparblase, East Mountain Road. I'd like to thank the road crew. It's been a very challenging winter. There's been a lot of rain on top of snow and a lot of ice. And my road has never been impassable. So I would thank the road crew for all of their hard work in the middle of the night, especially.
I think we all would. Okay, they're still scratching their heads, so let's move on to Article 6. Do I hear a motion?
Richard Wazansky, Guilford Select Board from Packle Corners Road. Article 6. Shall the town vote to approve general fund expenditures in the amount of $855,311 for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources?
Do I hear a second? You get that? Who was the second?
And may I speak to that?
Okay. Sandra? One sec. So before we begin discussion, I need to repeat the article. Shall the town vote to approve general fund expenditures in the amount of $855,311 for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources? Richard.
Just a few comments about this article. The town's general budget for the coming fiscal year is essentially level funded. However, the Select Board is pleased to note that there is an overall decrease in taxes this year due to the fire department bond being paid off. Yippee. Most of the increases are in the following areas: minor increase in wages, minor increases in a variety of miscellaneous expenses, which include tech fees, office supplies, software licensing, and liability insurance. And there is an increase in the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department appropriations request of $837. However, there are decreases in the following areas: election tech support, lister expenses and wages, law enforcement, unfortunately, due to not having a constable or dog officer. And if anyone is interested in those positions, we're recruiting. And the fire department bond, which is minus $53,000 because it's been paid off. Also of note, HCRS unfortunately did not successfully get the required signatures required to be on the warning, so the expense for that is taken off.
Other questions or comments on the general fund?
Thank you. Pat Bew from Kirschheimer Drive. Pat Bew, Kirschheimer Drive. Perhaps I've solved the math mystery. It seems on page 11 of the general expenses that the budget was over $1.1 million, and yet you're asking for $885,000. Might that math work to find the missing money in the other side here?
So are you talking about the highway fund now or the general fund?
General fund.
General fund.
I'm seeing a budget of over $1 million, but the article is asking for $885,000.
Oh, so sure. With your permission, we'll again suspend the rules to allow Peter Rude to speak.
To answer Pat's question, the reason that amount is different is because that amount has a reduction of the special articles from the warning subtracted from it, because you have to vote on those separately.
Other questions or comments on the general fund?
Special articles. Barbara Olds Drive. Barbara Olds Drive. The special articles are only 24,000. That doesn't come down to the 800 and something.
Includes the fire department? As well as Guilford Cares. Wyndham Regional Commission.
Article 7 through 11.
Article 7 through 11.
Does that bring it down to the 800? I suggest that it gets reported a little differently another year so that is seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah, if I could make a suggestion, maybe in the town report, highlight the figure that we're going to be voting on in the article for both the general and the highway funds, so it really stands out, and then it's easier for people to figure out how you got there. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, we will vote on Article 6. Shall the town vote to approve general fund expenditures in the amount of $855,311 for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 6. Article 7. Shall the town vote to continue membership in the... Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Bex.
Hi, I'm Michael Becker. I'm on the select board, and I live in Green River. Article 7, shall the town vote to continue membership in the Wyndham Regional Commission and raise and appropriate the sum of $5,041 to defray the town's share of its expense?
Is there a second? Okay, now I will repeat the article, then it will be on the floor. Shall the town vote to continue membership in the Wyndham Regional Commission and raise and appropriate the sum of $5,041 to defray the town's share of its expense? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we will vote on Article 7. $5,041 for the Wyndham Regional Commission. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 7. Article 8. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, you do. Richard Wazansky from Packer Corners Road. Article 8. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,363 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS?
Do I hear a second? Get that? Okay, the motion is, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,363 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies? Comments? Richard?
We have a representative from SEVIDS to speak with us, the program director, Jennifer Stromson.
With your permission, we'll suspend the rules and let Jennifer address the body, if there's no objection. Mike?
Mike? Good morning. Thank you. I'm not reading all of this, but I annotated my town report. Mr. Rosansky asked that I be, I think, compelling and specific, so I'll do my best. Thank you. I do urge you to read the town report and our annual report. I think it's awesome. I write it, but I try to make it better for year. I hope I'm improving based on your feedback. I'm going to add detail about your neighbors, the people you care about most, in a moment. I want to make a few big picture points. People think we work for businesses, work for people. We are worried about good jobs and wages. We invest in training, people having a chance to own a business and build a life here. So we invest in that, and we need municipal investment to do that. We don't have the same state and federal funding streams that some other nonprofits do. So we have to get some money and go out and use it to get other money, and that's how our business works. We focus on the future. It's fun to come to Guilford, where I see a lot of the future. Not true in every town, unfortunately. Rural America's future is really challenged. Guilford is a little bit exceptional, but in general, Vermont's not beating that. And as goes the region, so will go every town. I don't know what's going to become of Southern Vermont and the greater region if we don't have opportunity here. I don't know what's going to keep young people here if we don't have jobs where people can afford to raise a family and buy homes and things like that. So I want to answer one specific question that we've heard at information sessions, and it's kind of near and dear to our heart, which is, why do you have two organizations? Why is it so complicated? I will say that we are one of 12 economic development agencies that serve the 12 regions of Vermont. We are more complicated. Every other one has one board, one organization, generally one person, and they do about a tenth of the work that we do. We have BDCC as our main board. They are conservative and careful, and they make sure we can pass crazy audits. The SEVIDS board is the grassroots board that pulls us forward and says, that's not enough. Let's do more stuff. Let's do a plan. Let's try doing workforce. Let's do a whole bunch of other things that other regions aren't doing. And if you think it's complicated, you should be in my job. It makes my job very complicated. It also makes us do cool stuff and try hard things. We do a lot, and I'm really proud of it. And our programs are held up as models by state and federal agencies because we are trying to beat back the sort of trends. So I'm going to get specific. In your town report, we talk about the new Pipelines and Pathways program in all four Wyndham high schools. We leverage town funding to start stuff in high schools. We went out and raised money from outside to bring money. There are 76 kids at BUHS from Guilford. There are 31 at the Wyndham Career Center. We do the Sophomore Summit every year that brings every high school sophomore to a day-long thing where they're exposed to multiple professional pathways. They get to do hands-on learning. We have been doing intensive career prep polish with the juniors and seniors in BUHS, so all of them will have that by the end of next year, and we'll be doing with all of the students at the Career Center. We actually kind of started at the Career Center. We're training the teachers. What that means is we're spending weeks teaching kids how to present themselves professionally. We have the owner of the consignment store in Brattleboro coming in and help them learn how to inexpensively dress for interviews, job interviews, college interviews, how to present themselves. And then we bring in community members, if anybody wants to volunteer, to do mock interviews with those kids so that by the end of that time, they start off unable to sort of look us in the eye, shake hands, do that. And by the end, they're able to really present their best selves. That's exciting. We're going to make sure every kid has that. You all hear about young professionals this time of year because there's the gala. I want you to be clear that the young professionals are not about parties. There are 130 members. 7 of them live in Guilford. Taylor Franklin is on the advisory committee. They welcome every young person who comes to this region that finds their way there. They run tax prep. They run home buying workshops. They are incredible. They are the best young professionals organization and the biggest outside of Rutland and Chittenden County. We run paid internships for the last 3 years. I have taken a Pasha for my like Guilford kid. We're out of Pashas. They've aged out of our internship program basically. So if there are any more Guilford kids, we place 15 or 25 students, and it is a way for us to keep people in the region and to take some of those college kids who come to this region and introduce them to a career here. I just placed a Marlboro. We had placed a Marlboro kid at Chroma Technology, and he was just offered a real job. So he's moving back from his parents in Ohio to come live in this region. That to us is a giant win. And that's only one, but it's a whole person and their entire life, and each one really matters. We are regional. We worked with employers that employ 25% of the people in this region. And today as I drove here, I watched a lot of people driving to work, so they're not able to be here. They're at work. I don't have data from every employer that we work with, but a few of them gave me some numbers. Long Falls Paperboard, which we saved last year, employs 2 people from Guilford. Omega Optical has 5 Guilford employees. Commonwealth Dairy over there has employed 35 people from this town since we help them start, and we work with all these companies all the time. We also work with tiny companies. So this is really where the rubber hits the road. We have a lot of aging entrepreneurs in this area, and so we are working with a couple right now on succession planning. I will get back to writing some funding applications to do a lot more of this, because frankly, we're panicked about the number of entrepreneurs who need to retire, need to be able to do that successfully. ProLingua Publishers, Chaiwala, those are Guilford people. There are tenants. We also work with them on succession, and I hope we can help them do that really successfully. Michael Knapp, Green River Software, I know you've heard me mention him before, but I helped him recruit 2 people this year to his company, and that's huge because that's the kind of company we need more of. Michael Hayden, who's a resident, he's a firefighter. He purchased Outer Limits with our help through a USDA loan that we run and got technical assistance. Cash value, I think, more than what the town contributed 2 years ago. So if you want to know how you got your dollars back, you're there. So that's a big deal. Those are programs that wouldn't exist if we didn't go out and get those dollars or raise the money to have staff to give technical assistance. Last but not least, Guilford's really active on broadband. Thank heavens. We are finally at a point where there's some movement, thanks to Representative Sibilia and some of the other legislators, where there's CUD legislation and funding. We worked on that for 3.5 years, and we were a big part of convening every year at a connectivity summit and advocating and making the state listen that there needs to be more capacity and technical assistance. And now the regional commission can come in with some funding and help you get to the next step. We are committed to this in the long term. We partner with the regional commission. People ask all the time why we ask for more money than them. I think they don't ask for enough money is my answer to that. They are underfunded for the work that they do. And finally, I will end by saying we do a ton of other things for our communities that you guys participate in, grant writing workshops. We're doing a project stewardship conference on March 27th that your own Mr. Moderator will be presenting on the Broadbrook Range. It's a peer learning thing. What we find is that towns learn from each other about how to do things well or how to avoid things that didn't go well. And so we are running these convenings kind of every 90 to 120 days to get folks together, because frankly, most towns aren't where you are. But hopefully we offer some value in that too for you as well. I'm here to answer questions. Thank you. It's nice to be back here. 2 years ago, I didn't need glasses to do this. I just want to point that out.
Al.
I'm Al Franklin, and you mentioned broadband is one of the great things you were doing. Is that something that's going to cover the town, or is it just going to cover what the you can get on the cell towers now? Because there's a lot of Guilford that's not even connected to cell service. Will broadband cure that?
Sarah Coffey's got her hand up, so I think she wants to answer that question. Still can't hear you.
How's that?
Yes.
Better, right? Mr. Franklin, I wanted to respond to the question because I know that while Jen and BDCC have been part of this, there's information on your seats here today, and I'm really excited that Guilford is has joined the efforts to be part of the conversation about forming a communication union district. last year in the legislature, after we passed important broadband legislation, it included funding for more infrastructure within the Public Service Department, but also for grants for communities. And we're fortunate that after the end of the session, we got together with folks from BDCC and Wyndham Regional, and Wyndham Regional was willing to, when they applied for some funding, for some technical assistance, to bring the towns together, because we know in our rural communities that we're stronger together. And so to answer your question, the whole point of the funding was to serve underserved communities like many of the parts of Guilford who don't have service, who might have maybe 25. Some folks don't have 4 up and 1 down in Guilford. So it's going to be a community effort, and I'm excited that there are members from the select board. I believe Zahn is part of that effort, and he could manage it. But it will reach our communities. It's going to take some time, and it's really modeled in many ways on the successful work that's been done in central Vermont with EC Fiber, and we have some of their folks here helping us. So I hope that answers the question, and I just wanted to take BDCC off the hook, because this is not totally on their in their realm these days. Even though Representative Sibilia, who is also part of BDCC, really was a force in helping us get this legislation through.
Other questions or comments?
Hi, I'm Noreen Woodruff. I live on Merryneck Road. I just wanted to comment that my son was actually part of this sophomore program that went around to the businesses last year. And it's a huge opportunity for these kids to see. And they went to CNS, and you mentioned the 25%. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So he went to these 25% businesses that employ around, and it was huge for him to see the impact of that on a larger scale, because we are such a small community, and that's why I live here. It's why I came back here, and I love it. But there's those missing links that I think they make a big impact. So I just wanted to share that. I think that's important, and I'm rooting for you. So thank you.
Sheila?
Sheila Morse, Melody Hill. I wanted to thank Jen and Sevitz, because I think every single year we've said, what benefit does Guilford get? And this was real clear, really down to people. And I've been a longtime supporter of Sevitz, but it has been hard to measure. This was very helpful, Jen, so thank you for your presentation.
Other comments? Yes. Macy, we have a... Oh, okay. After you, John, there's someone in several rows in front of you that needs the mic, but go ahead.
John Shaw, East Mountain Road. I would like to, re-ask the question from last year that I feel like was not answered, which is why Sevitz needs to have our money. I think last year that we were actually told that they didn't even need it, that if we didn't fund them, they would still be able to do all their programming. And then now we're told that if we don't fund them, they won't be able to do the programming. So I think this is the kind of confusion that we talked a lot about last year and is coming up again this year. So I'm still opposed to this funding. And I think that we need to hear why they need money, why they need this much money, and there needs to be more transparency about where the money is going, whether the money is going to programming or not programming, which I think might come out of that dual board situation you talked about, and being more complicated than the whole rest of the state. All the other ones are less complicated. So I think we could be less complicated also.
Richard?
Richard Wazansky, Packer Corners Road. I'm a former nonprofit executive, and John's question is a question that many people ask, particularly donors, about nonprofit organizations. And when a nonprofit organization asks for funding, you know that some of it usually goes to program and some of it goes to staffing and administrative overhead. It takes money to run a nonprofit organization. And usually the nonprofit organization, I haven't seen your budget, but the nonprofit organization segments what staff salaries are and what goes to programs. But it's one organization that needs to exist, needs to have staff, needs to have travel, needs to have lodging for people who are going, traveling perhaps throughout the state. So it's very difficult to segment that with a nonprofit organization. You have to have trust. I have trust in your organization that the organization is being transparent and is not wasting Guilford's dollars frivolously.
Macy, there's this.
Hi, I'm Pat Burke, Maple Hill Drive. Pat Burke, Maple. Okay. I'm not opposed to helping a nonprofit exist. I just wanted to know, I guess, how it seems like a lot of money when I look down the list of all the nonprofits that we help, and maybe it's their faults for not asking for more money, but it seems it's a lot, $3 a head, and I guess my question is, what other towns do you ask for that money from, and is it the same rate?
With your permission, we'll let Jen answer that question.
Thank you. We ask every town in the county for for $3 for every 27 towns for $3. We go to every select board and we go to as many meetings as we can. Sometimes 2 in a day. We've already been to a couple. Does that answer all of your question? And why do we ask for more? So if you look at the way the state funds, you're already paying through other taxes, income taxes, fees, things like that, a lot of dollars that go to the state. The state then reallocates funding to different programs. If you look at the proportion that goes to education versus social services versus economic development, we get an order of magnitude or so less, depending on how you look at it, than a lot of the other agencies, the regional agencies that come out. Again, I would not put Regional Planning Commission in that box. So we have almost no baseline funding. So we have $108,000 a year for the Regional Development Corporation. That's like a person. That's like my executive director in his office. And so anything else that we do for programming, we have to go raise the money. And in the world of fundraising, we would never budget or run our thing in a way that where one town not funding us would mean we don't do something next year. We are much more conservative than that, to be honest. But we also leverage BDCC real estate revenue goes into the SEVIDS budget, so we actually put BDCC money into it. And everything that we do with the town money is we basically go out and leverage it. We bring dollars that aren't here from the federal or state government into the region. And most of those dollars that we bring in just wouldn't come here. Other agencies can't or won't do the kind of fundraising that we do. So we're really focused on making your local dollars turn into new dollars from outside. So.
In the back, Sky.
Thank you. Sky Morse, Sweet Pond Road. To me, this is a no-brainer of an investment. Jen already laid out a number of companies in this area where our friends and neighbors here in Guilford are employed, who SEVIDS and BDCC support. The work that the staff at SEVIDS does to support our community and our region is unparalleled across the state. The rural development corporations across the state look to the BDCC as an example of what can be done to support a local economy. And to not fund this is just shooting ourselves in the foot, in my opinion. every dollar that goes, as Jen just said, every dollar that goes to them is a vote in support of our local economy. And that is a signal to the federal and state funders that we're committed to working to support ourselves and to continue to grow this area. So I just want to add my voice in strong support of this measure.
Bill, up here.
Bill Murray from Weatherhead Hollow Road, and someone asked me to speak, and I said, well, given what happened last year after I spoke, maybe you don't want me to say much. But I did call Jen and spoke with her for quite a while, because I have some of the same concerns about how are we spending the money. But I have to say, I was on Windham Regional Commission for 10 years. I was part of the Vermont State Sustainable Jobs Fund Board for 7 years. And this CEVEDS and BDCC and Windham Regional Commission are so important to this part of the state, because you go to Montpelier and we're sort of forgotten. And the BDCC and CEVEDS and Windham Regional have incredible reputation outside of the area. And that's where the money that we're using for the different funding devices is coming from. They raised $415,924 last year from state and federal funding. And if you don't have a recognized organization that knows how to play the game with all of the funding sources, and the funding sources look to see, do the towns within the region fund this organization? Guilford's benefited tremendously, not just from CEVEDS, but through local efforts to raise money for the Guilford Country Store, the Volunteer Fire Department, the Broadbrook Grange. All of that money comes because people come and see the grantors that we participate and that we cough up our dough to support these things. This is just one of those financial supports that really brings benefits far beyond the $3 a piece that we're all asked to pay for. It would be, like Sky was much more eloquent than I am about it, but it would be really silly not to fund this.
No, John had his hand up. Back here. Jethro, there's a woman behind you who's going to speak first. I'm trying to let people who haven't spoke have a chance.
You're a good runner. You're doing well.
She is a good runner.
Hello, I'm Dana Berry, and I'm from Melody Hill. And last year, I listened very carefully about whether we were going to fund this or not. Here, I find myself in a different capacity as a member of the CC4G. We are in the process of developing an early childhood education program that will be up and running maybe a year, 4 or 5 months from now. And the mentoring that I have received from BDCC has been just fabulous. It allows us to network with people that we never would have known about. Whether that comes down to actual dollars or not for us at this time, the biggest agenda item, it is to be able to get out there and let people know what we're doing. As a community, I really hope we decide to support this year. Thank you.
Yeah, Jethro. I would be interested in supporting, but just not so much money. I mean, I think right now where we're at with all these other services, that we could save the money and we could either for ourselves or for supporting other organizations. I mean, I'm not against it in itself, but it just seems like a lot of money.
May I call the question, please?
Before we call the question, Jethro, did you want to offer an amendment or not? No. Okay. Okay, but you've spoken, John. There's a guy next to you who would like to speak, and then you can speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Gardner, a longtime resident of Guilford. After I retired from American Optical, I went to work for BDCC. I saw firsthand and participated in a number of the programs that they ran. I ran a business plan competition, and we're even helping those people that started businesses continuing today. I think it's an excellent organization. I think the work that they do, okay, is quite amazing. And a community or community area that needs that kind of service, and we do, okay, should expect to pay some amount, and I think the amount is quite reasonable. So I just want to say, as one person that has seen it, you know, for many years at AO, has worked in it for a few years after retirement, and continues to volunteer to help some of those businesses that have been started, I would definitely support funding this amount of money. Thank you.
John, and then if no one else has their hand up, then Richard's going to call the question. Richard, we've got to go through everyone who had their hand up.
John Shaw, East Mountain Road. I wanted to just respond to a couple of things, because Richard, you were responding to me earlier, and you said you hadn't seen their report. But I want to point out that in the report, their annual report, BDCC and CEVEDS have separate budgets. And so when this is the confusion I'm talking about, is all of these programs, which are great programs that people like Sky and Bill and everybody are talking about and people love, they are BDCC programs. And if we are here asked to fund CEVEDS, which is a different organization with a different budget, and that's why I'm trying to talk about following where the money is going. I think I personally am interested in this stuff because I too believe in strengthening our local economy and with community development. And so that's why I'm paying attention to it. But in their budget here, BDCC says their total revenue is over $4 million, which does not seem to jive with what we just heard, where they only have $100,000. They also have a revenue over expenses of $408,000. And so when we hear that they leveraged money to bring $415,000, but they themselves have revenue over expenses $408,000, it, to me, does not mean we need to raise taxes on ourselves to give them more money. So to me, I want to separate out the question of whether the programs are helping people or not with whether we should be funding them. I think that they haven't shown that they need our funding, and they even told us last year, they had a different person here last year, but he said they did not need our funding. Without our funding, these programs would still exist. So this is not about us trying to end these programs. It's not about like killing economic development. It's about whether we want to just give away public funds without the organization being accountable to us.
Okay, the question's been called. It takes a second and a 2/3 vote. Do I hear a second? Okay, it takes a 2/3 vote to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on this article signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. It appears that that's 2/3. And you have voted to cease debate on the article. I will read it again and then we'll vote. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,363 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. It appears that it has passed. I think you have passed Article 7. Thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, Article 8. Yeah, you already did. Is the Select Board ready to go back to Article 5?
Okay. So I'm going to try to clarify what happened. First, I want to apologize. There are some incorrect numbers that have been printed in our town report, which were not caught. I'm glad it was caught by you. I mean, it says a lot. But so as a select board member, it got by us. And what I'm going to go back to, and I'm going to have Peter explain, is our approved budget. So I'll start with the town article. That is correct. That number is correct, the $1,020,911. What is incorrect is our town book. And what I'm going to have Peter do is just walk us through line by line the inconsistency or incorrections in that, and then we will move from there, I hope.
So with your permission, we'll allow Peter Rude to address the body.
Yep, I will. Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'm looking at pages 12 and 13 of the town report for those of you who have one with you. As Gordon noted, under the FY21 proposed numbers, some of those that were printed this year were incorrect, and I wanted to address those. For those of you who don't really care about numbers, I apologize. I just want to make this public. So if we start on page 12, under highway expenses for FY21 proposed, the wages general should say $208,835. Under health insurance, yes, I will repeat that, for FY21 proposed for wages general on page 12 should state $208,835. Everyone get that? Okay, for health insurance under FY21 proposed, the number should read $53,045. For dental insurance, it should read $16,000 for FY21. And that's due to a new employee. I'm sorry, you're correct. It's 1,600. It's 1,600. It's 1,600. And then the vision insurance should actually state $275 under FY21 proposed. And then move down towards the bottom of that column for highway expenses. C&S tree removal for FY21 should state $10,000. And then the total for that should be $480,396. So moving on to under FY21 for wages for winter, that should state $135,515. Then under the sand for FY21, it should state $40,000. Everyone following along? So that total should be $210,515. $210,515. Mr. Moderator, a couple people have their hands up.
So are those all the corrections?
No. Do you want me to finish the corrections first?
Yeah, let's finish the corrections.
Okay, on page 13, under small tools and equipment for FY21, the far right-hand column should state $3,500. Under building maintenance, under the same column, it should state $3,000.
Tools with 3,500.
Thank you, Katie. The category is town garage on page 13, about 1/3 of the way down. Just to repeat, small tools and equipment should read 3,500. Building maintenance should read 3,000 for a total of 34,500. That total, if you add each category total up, that will equate to $1,020,911.
Okay, questions or comments? Kathy?
As an auditor, I'd like to apologize for not catching that. And I encourage you to elect a new auditor so we can do a better job of proofreading.
And coincidentally, we have a third auditor candidate up for election. Katie. Here's Macy.
Katie Buckley, Fern Drive. So you have a budgeted $44,000 deficit. So.
As soon as this is done, I'm going to address the revenue side.
Okay.
In response to what Katie asked, I just said I was going to let that stop, and then I was going to address the revenue side.
Okay, Katie's question was pointing out that there's a $44,000 deficit between expenses and revenue.
And if you want to be correct, it's actually a $44,105 deficit. So the number on page 11 for taxes general under FY21, it should read $874,461. When you add those numbers together, you'll get $1,020,911.
So Peter, that was taxes general, $874,461. Okay.
$1,020,911. She asked what the total was, and that's $1,020,911.
Other questions or comments? Katie.
Due to the change in the revenue, so it will increase taxes, there was a significant, there was a significant surplus in the highway fund in 2019. I just didn't know if there was a plan on how those funds were to be utilized and if there was any way that was going to be treated.
Peter?
I can speak to that. Good question, Katie. So the funds that were the surplus from the highway fund were dedicated to paving projects in town. We were not able to complete all the paving projects that were intended this year, so as those funds are dedicated for paving, they will be used in the coming year for additional paving projects.
Hi, Noreen from Merryneck Road. I am speaking, into the microphone. I just have a question. So we're losing Alan on the highway patrol, but are we hiring 2 new people? Is that where we're getting the new person? So are we just replacing him, or are we hiring 2 people?
So
Right.
if I can't explain this correctly, Danny, I know certainly can.
Thank you.
What we did, knowing that Alan was going to retire, at the time we didn't have a firm date, but we knew it was coming soon, we brought another person in to start training with the crew. So we had the additional person last year. As Alan steps away, we are not planning on replacing that body. We're back to a 5-man crew.
Okay. So will that lower the revenue? And is that my understanding? It's going to then lower the revenue of the money that
on the
for the
expense
employees,
side?
the expense side. Yes, I'm sorry, not revenue. trying to put some funds back into our town that we're giving
well,
away.
I'm thinking about this because there are some other pieces to this equation. What we have planned for the expense side in terms of wages for next year is inclusive of what has planned up until this point. Moving forward to the next year, I can't sit here and definitely say it's going to lower it. I don't think it will increase the wages. If we find that there's a need for some part-time support, yeah, I'll be honest, having a 5-man road crew is pulling our group of guys as thin as we possibly can. If we didn't have the caliber of individuals that work for this town on our road crew, we'd have to have another individual hired. And what
I don't disagree.
What Dan does in terms of forecasting, planning, controlling cost, especially in the area of wages, is it's our hats off to Dan for keeping us to where we literally are in terms of our expenses on our highway road crew. I guess my bigger concern would be when the day comes when Dan decides to step down, and I'm not trying to be a bearer of bad news, but Dan is starting to consider that, and as we move forward, that's a whole, I think, a whole nother discussion that is going to be really tough for this town. Are we going to maintain our roads the way we always have with a new individual who won't be as, Dan's been here for 40 some odd years. He understands every aspect of this. He controls his budget, as I said, on every aspect of it, and he controls his employees in terms of, overtime and doing the job that is expected, especially during the winter months. So it's a hard question to specifically answer. I would say that wages are going to hold pretty much where they are in terms of our proposed budget for this upcoming year into the future.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to mention the reason why I brought that up was for that reason exactly. I've lived here my entire life, and I know Dan very well, and I know the work that gets done in this town, and I am so proud of that. Knowing that, what would happen when he left? And, my husband also does this for work, and he's done this and worked for other towns and contracted for the towns to do the work that would also help this town. It's also an idea, but the point is when we actually need to start giving these guys what they deserve, we're going to be needing to either give less to other places to focus on our roads or just more attendance. This is beautiful. This is the most attendance I've seen in a while. So thank you for listening to me.
Alan, did you have your hand up? Alan? No? Brenda?
Yeah, I think a few people have alluded to it, but this is the work of the road crew is one place where we really see the impact of climate change on our town. All of us experience that just when we walk out our doors. But I remember Dan talking about in old-time snow, people could go home, get some rest, and come back and plow. But the way we have this ice and sleet now, people are just out there all night, and it's just a kind of very down-home way that we're all going to have to be thinking about this with gratitude and foresight and everything else.
Other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote on Article 5. Shall the town vote to approve highway fund expenditures in the amount of $1,020,911 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And you have passed Article 5. Article 9, do I hear a motion?
Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000 for Guilford Cares?
Is there a second?
Do you need to repeat it?
Yes, I will. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000 for Guilford Cares? Is there any comment or questions? Yes.
My name is Sandy Lynn, and I'm here representing the Guilford Cares Board. Last year at this time, we did not have a community nurse. Guilford Cares was founded by a nurse who saw the need for someone who could give service in people's homes. Now we have a community nurse, and her name is Sandy Mers. Will you stand up? She brings many years of service, a lot of it to elderly people. She worked with Beata, and she is familiar with the concept of helping people stay at home and get the services that they need. She can draw blood. She can give shots. She can help you contact a doctor, make an appointment. She can go with you to a doctor's appointment to be another pair of eyes and ears. If you're in a quandary about your condition, what you really need, she can help you talk about that, figure that out, and make some referrals for you. Our director, Leah Gessner, knows of many resources that you may want to take advantage of. Anyway, the nurse. I know you're familiar with the food pantry. There's a bounteous supply of food there every single week. We have volunteer drivers. I get driven once a week because I can't see anymore to drive. A volunteer takes me and another woman food shopping and for errands. That same volunteer will take you to a doctor's appointment, to a community event. We have a lot of medical equipment that is being loaned out all of the time. All of these services are free of charge. Thank you. And thank you for your support, your individual support, and the support of the town for Guilford Cares.
Any other comments? Yes.
Ellie Cappy Goldfarb, Lee Road. I'm a nurse at Grace Cottage Hospital. I've been in touch with Leah quite a bit because the other communities, this is hearsay, but Putney, Dummerston, the other communities, Putney Cares, Guilford Cares, only loan out equipment or give equipment to residents of those towns. And this came up at the hospital one day, and I said, I don't think that's true for Guilford. And I contacted Leah, who said, we will give equipment to whomever needs that equipment. And I spread that around, and that is something that makes Guilford special. And when I went and saw what Leah has over there, I was floored. And so many times people need a walker, you need a wheelchair, you need crutches for 2 months, 5 months, while you're rehabbing or until a loved one dies. And it's, rather than spending the money for something new, it's such an amazing resource, and I just wanted to give my plug to that.
Thank you, Ellie. Yes. Right there. Got it.
You didn't say my name right. Michelle Frizzi, Guilford Center. I just want to tag on to that because I called Leah actually Saturday because my mother-in-law broke her pelvis and we needed a walker and all kinds of things really quick so she could go home. And no, she's not a Guilford resident. She lives right over the line. My husband and I are active in Guilford a lot. But without such an amazing organization in this town, I couldn't have fulfilled her needs. And I just want to say thank you.
Laura, up here.
I just want to stress something that Leah has told me over and over, the director. The Guilford Cares is, yes, about loading medical equipment, yes, about supporting with transportation. It's also about wellness. And Leah teaches Tai Chi. The idea is health and wellness in addition to what's already been said.
Other comments? Okay, we will vote on Article 9. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000 for Guilford Cares? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have passed Article 9. Article 10, do I hear a motion?
Yes. My name is Zahn Eastus. I'm on the select board, recently appointed, and I live on Yaw Road off Weatherhead Hollow Road. Article 10, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $238,450 for the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department?
Is there a second? Okay.
There are representatives of the fire department here to answer any questions if we have them. This is a pretty straightforward request. It's a very minor increase this year of $8,387.
Any questions or comments? Jared.
Good morning. Is this thing on? I'll try to make it short and sweet. I know everybody wants to get to lunch. First of all, thank you for everybody in your support. Everybody at the station sees it. They appreciate it. They notice it. As he said, our slight increase is we're going to be doing some building maintenance. Our building's getting to that point. Our next little piece that we had that we'd like you to know is we've taken over the years and developed a sinking fund for a new truck. We've got that truck. It's in service. If anybody cares to, we're there Tuesday nights training. Come see it. It's a huge, beautiful new truck that you should know costs us a lot of money. And you did not see it in this budget. It didn't change one bit, which is a huge plus to all our trustees, our truck committee that spent years on going over, getting the details down so we got the truck we wanted. We replaced a 2-person cab with a 6-person cab so we could take our steady roster, which is hovering around 32 to 35, give or take, which is huge. That's huge for this area for a volunteer department to stay at that. The next little piece I wanted to talk about is it was mentioned earlier, the bond for the fire department, fire station has been paid. The last payment was spring or sometime. The last payment was $50,000. We've talked as a board, and we think it's a good idea that down the road, so we can do what we did with the truck, that we would like to try to keep that money coming to the fire department. We understand we want to keep taxes low. We want to keep our budget low, level funded up till this year, which was a slight increase. But we want to take that, we're thinking $35,000, put it into a capital fund for our roofs getting old. I know it doesn't seem it, but I think we're working on 15 years now at the new station. Expenditures like that. Down the road right now, we've gotten grants to get new equipment, which is now out back sitting in trailers. We'd like to, down the road, maybe put a lean-to or some sort of addition up to keep that expensive equipment under cover and so we can keep it for longer. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to add $35,000 to the fire department budget.
So you're making a motion to add $35,000 to the budget, to the appropriation?
Yes, please.
Is there a second? Sorry, okay. So that's an amendment. We can discuss the amendment. So the article would read, raise and appropriate the sum of $273,450. Is that correct? Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Did we get a second? Okay. 35,000 as a capital, for capital expenses, correct, Jared? Yep, for capital expenses. Yes.
Ann Ryder, Tater Lane. I guess I was sort of listening to your rap, but I wasn't understanding where the new money was needed. So could you run through what came up after the budget creation that needed an additional 35,000? Thanks.
Yes, after we did our budget process, and actually we went and we presented our budget to the select board, that's when we learned of the 50,000 bond payment being done, and we tried to, in quick fashion, figure out how we could somewhat keep that, some of that money coming to the fire department. So we want to put that money into a capital fund for building expenditures down the road. So hopefully, if we have to do something, we most likely will down the road, obviously, when things get older, we could do just like we did with our truck and not be a huge burden to the town coming to ask for a large sum of money. We'll have this building year to year.
Other questions or comments? Scott?
Hi, Sky Morse, Sweet Pond Road. I just want to clarify the request. As I understand it, there was a bond that the town took out to build the fire station, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm relatively new back here, so I'm trying to catch up on history. So we took out a bond, and it took us some number of years to pay down the bond, and we've now paid it off. So in theory, there is some amount of money that we are no longer paying on that bond. And if I understand the proposal correctly, it is to take less than all of that. So there is a net savings to the town year over year, but to take something less than that payment and put it aside into an account so that when a capital expenditure is needed, like the roof, that we will have funds and we won't have to dig into our pockets to fund this. And perhaps we can have some additional clarification on funding sources that are available for this type of thing versus equipment. It's my understanding that there is funding available for rural departments like this for equipment, but for a new roof, that type of funding may be more difficult to come by, and so this is trying to help us all plan ahead for a large expenditure down the road. Is my understanding correct?
Jared, you want to answer that?
Sure. And I apologize. I was trying to make it quick. I didn't give the history of the bond, and you're right on that. The money that the town saved with the bond this year, I think it was 50,000. I think there's, if we did our gazindas right, there's 36,000 roughly that we would be saving. So 35 would bring us back to about level. And as far as grants for equipment, we have a very huge addition to our trustees. Dan Engel does a huge bonus for us, getting us grants and writing things. Federal grants, we're actually completing one right now for a set of jaws and extrication equipment. We've gotten one for water rescue equipment 2 years ago for $28,000. That does everything, including the training. So yes, we are out there going after those grants, and it depends on projects and when the project's happening and when the funding is available. So yes, when those projects come up, we definitely do search everything to try to make it feasible for everybody.
Katie? Macy? Can we have the mic up front?
Katie Buckley, Fern Drive. I totally support that a capital fund is created for the fire department. I think that is really forward thinking and very intelligent in terms of how to approach it. I would suggest that the town actually create a segment of its capital fund specifically for the purpose of funding capital improvements to the fire station, and that since it is taxpayer money, that it is held with the town and it's used for the express purpose of the fire station, and that the town manages it, it's protected. You guys are a nonprofit, no offense to you, but as someone who has participated in nonprofits, and I think you're all amazing, and I think everybody involved right now is great, but that doesn't protect you all in the future in case you do have a mismanagement of funds, that the taxpayer money is not at any risk.
So are you proposing an amendment?
I'm not quite sure how you want to do that, sir, moderator.
Well, we're considering an amendment now. We can amend that amendment to I suppose, for the town to create a town managed fund for the $35,000 for capital expenses for the fire department. Okay. Point of order. Okay. Yes.
It's possible, I'm seeing nods, that Jared will accept an amendment to his amendment, and without discussion on our part, he'll make some changes, and we'll be able to do what was suggested. I'm Kelly Frost from the Lee Road.
Don has his hand up. I think he's going to take issue with my ruling, or it's not my suggestion.
I'm not the parliamentarian, but Don McLean, Packer Corners Road, I think that would require a separately warned article on a future meeting. If it's not part of the fire department's budget anymore, I don't think we can suddenly create a town capital fund.
Okay, yeah, that could be true. So, go ahead. Sheila.
So, Sheila Morris, Melody Hill. I think there's a workaround. Let me think. First of all, the select board can establish by its own vote, can establish a reserve fund for any purpose and vote. And so if it is the will of this body, and I think maybe we could take get an indication of whether or not this works. Katie, you want to help me out here?
So I think the workaround could be that we approve the fire department's amendment to their budget amount. Okay, so it's an amendment to the warrant article. Don, I'm going to look across at you to help me out here. With the caveat that they in turn pay the town of Guilford that amount to be deposited into the town capital fund, which is already in existence, so you don't need to create another fund, and that it is called out separately, which you'll notice the capital fund is in there separately in your town report, for the express purpose of the fire department capital improvements. And you can even specify what those are.
And can I just say one more thing, Rick? I would like to say that so it was a big deal that we paid down this $50,000 bond, but every year it was $3,600 something in interest. So I'm just going to call out, shout out to Katie, who years ago, as our town administrator, had us in this body establish a capital fund for all the town's assets. And so we have money saved up so that we don't have to go into debt for the garage improvements, for the town office improvements, for the library building, the museum, et cetera. This town has money saved up so that we never increase our debt load, or we don't have to at this point, also for highway equipment. And so it makes a lot of sense for the fire department also to have its funds set aside for the same purpose, and I'm really strongly in favor of this. So, thank you.
Michael Kramer, Maple Hill Drive. Just a question. It's always dangerous to predict the future, but is the model here for the $35,000 that would be a one-shot drop that would go into whichever fund it goes into, or is this envisioned as that much or something comparable per year in the future?
Jared?
Per year, okay.
Per year.
Thank you.
New line item. Jackie?
Hello. Jackie Gaines, Route 5. I approve completely with this 35,000, but maybe I am one of the really simple people here, which I'm okay being. I'm getting confused. I think to start trying to do another 35, I would hope that we could have a motion, second it, and vote on Jared's request, and then perhaps go ahead and do whatever you're trying to do for the select board that sounds like they already have the ability to do, which is great that there's a great amount of people here, though, that can hear it, and it can be voted on today in addition to the first one. That would be my wish.
Okay. All right, well, before we call the question, it's my understanding that if we were going to set up the fund or transfer the money, that would have to be an amendment to the amendment. We can't vote on this extra 35,000, pass it, and then have another article which is not warned about where the money goes and how it's handled. So are we okay in passing the amendment and then just leaving it up to the fire department and the select board to transfer the money into the town capital fund? Are people okay with that? Okay. One more comment? Oh, and then, someone's called the question. Hold on, someone's called the question. Sorry, before your hand was up. Oh, you did? Okay. Sorry, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Mike Iacona, Meadow Sky Drive. I have a question. If we were to allocate money to the fire department, where would it come from? Do we have excess in the budget to pay for it, or would we have a deficit?
This would come from the 50,000 that you normally would have been paying for the bond that you're no longer paying anymore. So the 35 would come out of that savings. We've allocated some of that, it looks like, in the town report. So I think there's like 36 left, so 35 would bring you back to 0. If I'm right. No?
Partially what Jared, I think there's just two different thought processes. Over time, this would increase taxes from where we are day one today if we added a 35,000 per year increase for the fire department's capital equipment fund. So that would be spread out in the future in taxes. It's not like that money's just sitting in left field waiting to be utilized. But
Okay, the question's been called. Is there a second? Sorry, the amendment has been called and seconded. Takes a 2/3 vote to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, we will vote on the amendment to add $35,000 to the appropriation for the fire department, and then we'll vote on the actual amount. All those in favor of the amendment as stated, adding $35,000 to the appropriation for the the fire department, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. You have passed the amendment, and now we will vote on the amended Article 10. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $273,450 for the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have passed Article 10. Now it's noon. We've got a couple options. We can break for lunch. We can keep going, or we can hear from Sarah. Break for lunch? Okay. And Becca's not here, right? Okay.
I don't really want to be looked at as Dana Barry at this moment. I would like to be looked at as Reagan Beebe, who is the CC4G's community ambassador. She is going to be working with our families as we did when we were working on the Promise grant, and we're going to be starting up some spring activities. So you'll be hearing from her probably on Front Porch Forum. The CC4G and Delta Campus are together and working on retrofitting a building that Omega is donating to CC4G to start an infant early childhood care center with the hopes of having the building and all of the licenses ready to go at the end of next school year, May, June, with the idea of offering summer camps. Programs going to offer care for infants, waddlers, toddlers, and as they get to 3 years old, we'll hold them until they get to 4 years old, where they might be able to come here to the Guilford School program, or they might be able to stay with us until they're 5. It's going to serve Guilford's children, Omega's employment children, and if there's room for other children in the surrounding community. I'm going to read one of the 4 members that we have on the Parent Advisory Committee very quickly while people are coming in and sitting down. So I'm not Dana Barry. I'm not Reagan. I am Brittany Christensen, who owns the Top Tier Bakery over here with the country store. If she were here, she and Megan had to leave because their children that are in their arms had to go home and get their lunch and their nappies. If we had a child care center, they could be here all day and talk to you about how wonderful it is. Instead, I'm going to very quickly read what Brittany had hoped to present. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us today. My name is Brittany Christensen, and I own a small wholesale business right here in Guilford, the Top Tier Baking Company, located in the Broadbrook House. Have you ever wondered what goes on in that quiet space next to Guilford Country Store? Well, Top Tier operates as a wholesale business, providing desserts for local restaurants, businesses, specializing in weddings and events. Nearly 3 years ago, I moved my shop from West Brattleboro to this beautifully renovated space in Guilford with plans of grandeur. Then, 2 months after opening, our family found out we were to be blessed with a daughter who is now 2 years old. As a sole proprietor and a mom of 2, one that attends Guilford School, I've been faced with the challenges of finding quality and affordable childcare that meets the needs of our families and our work schedules. As a member of the Parent Advisory Committee, I'm fortunate to be working with CC4G on implementing standards and policies, as my daughter will attend the facility. We would like to encourage the community members to spread the word, and we welcome other parents to attend meetings and offer feedback. Having a child care program right here in Guilford, a little bit of the Delta campus has a little sliver of Guilford land, since we couldn't really find a big space for the program, so she's correct, in Guilford, located very conveniently for me. We appreciate the community support and look forward to seeing this early childhood education in the near future. Young moms, if you need and want to help us develop our policies and procedures regarding the who, why, what, where, and whens that licensing requires of us, just look at our website. The program's going to be open 10 hours a day, year-round, with summer camp. And Leah, when we spoke around the holiday season, we had this feeling of grandeur that maybe we could bring in some of our elders, like me, part-time, and be able to get an intergenerational program going for all of us. Thank you very much.
Now, with your permission, we'll suspend the rules and let our Senator Becca Balint address the body, if there's no objection.
I wanted to start by saying, so I'm one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro with my family, but I used to teach here at the Guilford Central School, and it was some of the best years of teaching that I did. So I always feel a little bit like I'm coming home here. I wanted to start with a quick prop to Representative Sarah Coffey. It has been such a pleasure to get to know her better through her work in the legislature. She is such a hard worker for the towns of Guilford and Vernon. I just want you to know that. So, and I wanted to make a quick announcement about the coronavirus, just briefly. The Vermont State Health Department put out a number last night that I'm letting folks know this morning. We consider ourselves in Vermont global citizens, and hello, Ann Ryder. Many of us travel, and the Vermont Health Department put out this number last night. So if you have a pen, if you can write it down, if you've been traveling, it's 802-863-7240. And the reason why I'm giving that out, 802-863-7240, is because we may be carriers and we don't know it. And we are surrounded now by states that have all had cases of coronavirus. It's just a matter of time. We have so many people who are at risk in our county, elderly people that are more at risk than some of us, and we should all be doing our part. So if you think you may have been exposed because of traveling, please give the health department a call. They do now have testing kits from the CDC, so they can guide you towards actions that you can take to keep your neighbors safe. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is the two committees that I sit on. I sit on the Economic Development and Housing Committee and the Finance Committee. And we have been doing a lot of work in my morning committee on housing in Vermont. We have an incredible shortage of housing at all income levels in pretty much every region of the state. We made a huge investment in 2017, $37 million investment, which was then parlayed into about $150 million of investment statewide. The largest investment in housing in a decade, which has been amazing, has put 800 new housing units online, but it's still a drop in the bucket. We need so many more. So we had gone to the treasurer to ask if maybe we could do another large bond, and she was concerned about our bond rating in the state. So we're looking at some other interesting strategies, and one that I want to tell you about is tax increment financing. And I will not bore you too much with the details, but let you know that in Vermont, these TIF districts have been available to larger towns and cities as a way to invest in infrastructure. And they haven't been available for smaller towns, but we know that in rural parts of Vermont, we need help from the state in order to do investments, especially around sewer and water, to be able to build housing and also other businesses in our town centers. So we're calling them mini TIFs, and hopefully we'll be able to get them both through the Housing Committee and the Finance Committee, but it will be an exciting opportunity for towns like Guilford to take advantage of that. The other work that I've been doing this session that I'm very proud of is my work on pharmaceuticals. So the Finance Committee deals with taxes, but we also deal with issues surrounding insurance. And one important bill that I want to tell you about is that we were hearing from many Vermonters about the cost of insulin. And I don't know how many of you understand what has been happening, but the cost of insulin has tripled in the past decade, and it has become an emergency for many diabetic patients here in Vermont. They cannot afford the insulin. We had someone come to my committee a couple weeks ago. She was paying $1,600 out of pocket a month for her insulin. So the federal government needs to take action on this. But until that time, we felt like we needed to do something for these Vermonters. So we passed a bill in the Senate that will cap the amount of out-of-pocket costs that a patient will pay for insulin at $100, regardless of how many drugs that they need. Because what's happening is these patients are rationing their insulin, and they're getting incredibly sick. And this is a life-threatening condition. So we wish we could do more. It is the issue right now that has gotten me the most angry in my work in the legislature this session, because if you look at the charts of the three main insulin drugs, there is no other way to look at it except that there is price fixing going on with the pharmaceutical companies. The patent for insulin was sold for $1 back in 1923 to the University of Toronto, and the doctor who sold it said, "I don't want anyone to make money off of this, because it's a life-saving drug." And here we are, Vermonters spending hundreds of dollars that they don't have on this. So I'm hoping my colleagues in the House will be able to shepherd that through. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is we're hearing a lot in the Senate about the crushing student debt that so many families are carrying. And again, there has to be a lot of work that's done at the state and federal level that will take many, many months of wrangling in order to make some real progress on this issue. But in the meantime, we are partnering with the Department of Financial Regulation to start regulating our student loan servicers, because it came to our attention that many Americans are paying billions of dollars in additional interest because they've been steered towards loans that are unfavorable in their terms. The average Vermont borrower for college carries about $31,000 in debt, and that's $200 a month for 13 years if you're able to make that payment monthly. So these young families who are trying to make investments in other places in their community and buying houses and investing in their communities do not have the money because of the amount of debt they're carrying. So we are finally regulating these loan servicers, and will hopefully be able to get Vermonters in more favorable terms for their loans. So I will be reporting more on that in the future if it does, again, make it through the House. But both those bills, the insulin bill and the student loan servicer bill, passed unanimously in the Senate. Democrats and Republicans coming together to put Vermonters at the center of the conversation. So I really wanted you to know that. The last thing I want to say before I turn it over to Representative Coffey is only 30 people in the state of Vermont get to represent you in the Senate. And I love my job, and I'm grateful to all of you who have sent me there to do work on your behalf. Thank you.
We are so lucky to have Senator Balint as one of our two Windham County senators. And I wanted to let folks know, while we're up in Montpelier, we as a delegation meet every other week, and we're so fortunate that the House members and our senators get along. That's not true for every delegation in the state, and I'm just so grateful for her leadership and her style and all that she's doing in the Senate to represent all of us. And it's really an honor to be here for the second year, standing before you as your state rep. It's really an honor to represent you, and to have your trust in me. And I gotta say, by that thick town report that we've been looking at, it's just remarkable how much this community gets done. And I wanna say, up in the State House, I get to hear how others see our town. And it makes me so proud, because we see that others see how Guilford is coming together across differences to find common ground and a vision for our community. You heard it earlier from the Seveds BDCC folks. I don't know if you picked up, and they're like, well, in Guilford, you might not have this problem. It's not because we're an affluent community, it's because it's a community that works together. So I'm so, so proud to be from Guilford and representing you in the House. And our neighbors over in Vernon are often asking me and looking over to our town that is of a similar size. How do you guys get things done in Guilford that we're trying to do? So I want you all to know that this town is really shining bright, and it's really I'm really so proud and honored. And I just wanted to be brief. I hope that I have more detailed updates in my legislative report that I've left at both of these tables, but I just wanted to give you a sense of where we are. It's an exciting time in the legislature. We're almost halfway through. We're coming to a period it's called crossover, which is almost the halfway point. So there's a lot of action on the floor. We're getting our priorities and our bills out of committee and onto the floor, and I want to say I'm so proud of some of the work that we did. We overrode the governor's veto of the minimum wage bill, which I think is hugely important, and I've heard from a lot of you. And it's hard to do this in the House with 150 members, but we had 100 folks come together for that. Also, we took steps to modernize Act 250, and some of the work that we do is in the finer details and don't get onto the House floor, but I was pretty excited because I was able to talk to some members of that committee to get village centers included in the language as being, because there's an idea that there'll be a potential exemption for downtowns so that we can have more compact development in Vermont and less suburban sprawl and protection of our forests. So that bill was voted out of the the House. It was a long debate. It's a complicated bill, and it's going to be going to the Senate. And I think there's room for some improvement. It wasn't perfect, but we got some really good things, protection of our trails, including village centers, into the language. So, that's what it's all about, is about finding some compromise. So we're about that. But the thing I'm most proud about happened the week before last, where we as Vermont passed, with a tripartisan support, the Global Warming Solutions Act, which we know that climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing our time. And with this bill, we will have a plan to meet our targets, and state government will be accountable. It is a hugely important step. It's not the last step. We know we have a lot more work to do. We know we will be revisiting this legislation, but we're really excited. And we had a huge, overwhelming vote, 105 votes in support of it, which is a tripartisan effort, and a big hats off to the chair and vice chair of the House Energy and Technology Committee, one of whom is a Windham County rep, Laura Sibilia. And I just wanted to give you a couple of quick highlights to let you know what I'm working on. And a lot of attention gets paid to what we do on the House floor, but really so much of the work that we do is in committee. Unlike the Senate, we in the House have one committee. So the description that is, as a freshman legislator has told me, that the Senate gives it the 30,000-foot view, and then we get into the weeds or the details. My committee is House Institutions and Corrections, which is both a money and a policy committee, which I love having those two realms. We focus on the capital bill, which is how we allocate and spend our state bonded dollars. So this session we've been looking a lot at the moratorium on school construction, and we're working through some of that. We're helping our colleagues in House Education. Our state bonded dollars also go to fund things like the level 1 beds at the Brattleboro Retreat, among other things like our veterans homes, our police barracks, our forest parks and recreation, and our clean water fund. When we go back, my committee is going to be doing some very deep work on Justice Reinvestment 2, which is some very deep work coming out of the Council on State Governments, and working to make some pretty significant reforms in our corrections and criminal justice system. And we know that folks right now, we're experiencing this in a number of ways in Vermont and in Windham County, that there are mental health issues and substance use disorders, and it's hitting our corrections, our courts, and our correctional systems in a very significant way. And what the work that we're going to be doing is looking at how we can put more emphasis on getting people and support in the community, because we know that getting mental health treatment in a correctional facility is not always the ideal place to do that. So it's really exciting work and to improve the outcomes for people reentering from prison, but also keeping in mind public safety and also our tax dollars, because it costs anywhere between $52,000 and $65,000 a year to incarcerate a person in the state of Vermont. And we know we can do better. We in Vermont, our Department of Corrections is within the Agency of Human Services, which is a very good thing because it puts people and humanity at the center of things. So it's a great committee to serve on. So really, I want to say thank you again for electing me to this seat. It's really an honor to represent you. And if the moderator allows us, do you want us to take any questions for Senator Ballin and myself? If folks have a couple of questions, Senator Ballin. And we know you have some more work to do, so we don't want to take up a lot of time, but we can open it to the floor. Do you want if people can use the microphone, because that way it gets on the BCTV tape as well. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura Lewis, Melody Hill. Sarah, you were talking about the mental health situation, and could you just run through that one more time? I have a question if I understood it correctly.
Sure. In my committee, are you talking specifically about Brattleboro, or are you talking about the statewide?
Whatever you'd like to share.
Okay. What's interesting in my committee, we look at the whole system of mental health. We have the commissioner and the secretary of the Agency of Human Services talk about the beds that we have in the state from the emergency rooms on up. And we know that what was a huge eye-opener to me was to see how significant role that the Brattleboro Retreat plays in that. And the state has asked the Brattleboro Retreat to build level 1 beds, which they're in the process of completing this year. So I'm going to let you finish your question.
Well, the question has to do with the fact that we, for some reason, had to do with timing, don't seem to be going to act on the HCRS request for funds. And am I correct that they are a mental health group? Yeah. So, I don't like the fact that Guilford is the only town that's not helping with that, when I'm sure we make use of it in some way.
Sure, I think that's a question of parliamentary procedure that our moderator, I think that they didn't, my understanding is that they didn't get their request in time. It's not that this town doesn't want to act on it, because I think, as long as I've been here, we have always supported HCRS. So I think that, I don't think that they didn't have the signatures, is what I'm hearing.
But is there some way we can be helpful even if they didn't do their homework?
So I'm just saying it, repeating back, not without a warned article. So I'm sorry, Linda.
Laura.
I mean, Laura, sorry, Laura.
Whoever.
Yeah,
Whoever.
the L, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
But so if I could just add, just to be clear, HCRS is one of our designated agencies that deals with mental health throughout the state. We have several of those, what we call the DAs, and so they get a significant amount of funding from the state as well. I just want to be clear on that. It's not just individual towns that may be supporting them in that work.
Sean?
Sean Murphy. Hey, thank you very much. I was especially encouraged to hear that you're working on possibility of construction for schools. And the WSESD has done a feasibility study, and there might be an addition on the Academy School. And so I was really hoping that, considering where we are in terms of financial wherewithal, that would be excellent. And then it's actually a two-part question. The other one is the weighting study that came out in 2019, and it would be a huge advantage and I think a realistic coalescence of funding for the WSESD if the weighting study was implemented as soon as possible. We could really use the relief. Thank
Sure.
you.
So why don't I take the school construction piece, and I'll let Senator Ballin answer the other question. It's a great question, and thank you, Sean, for serving. It's really important to have our voice on that district school board. So a few weeks ago, my committee we had a joint committee with House Education to look at school construction, and our committee weighed in on some of it. Let me give people some history and background without taking up too much time. The state of Vermont has had a moratorium on school construction since 2007. Now, that doesn't mean that school construction hasn't happened. Bond votes have come before town, but prior to that, there had been money through the capital bill that would fund up to 30% of qualified expenses in school construction. So as you can easily imagine, it's 2007, do the math, 13 years ago, there's pressure building up. Many of our schools were built about 50 years ago when we created the Vermont Bond Bank to deal with school construction in our state. So there's a logic to 50 years after construction that many of our schools need have major work done. It's not going to be a quick fix, is the answer. What's coming out of the House Education Committee is a recommendation to do a statewide study. We also don't have the capacity within the Agency of Education. There used to be a position there that would help schools with their school construction. There's another critical piece to this, and that in Vermont, you've heard Senator Ballin talk about the treasurer not being willing to put more money in to take out bonds for housing. There's a finite amount of money that we can borrow as a state. And so we're, with some of the bond issues that are on the ballots around the state this year, if they all get approved, it really pushes us dangerously close to our limit. And we don't have right now currently a process that both prioritizes. We're paying for any school construction that's happening in South Burlington the same way that South Burlington will help in Brattleboro or Guilford through the funding formulas that we have. the big question is we don't want our capacity. My concern is we don't want that capacity to run out before some of our smaller, rural, less advantaged schools and school districts have a chance to do that. So this, if it passes out of the House, which we hope it will, and go on to the Senate, is we'll have an opportunity to at least have a new mechanism and a new tool in a $1.5 million investment to do an assessment of what's going on in our schools and a process for moving forward. So that's a long answer to your question, and I'd be happy to talk to some of the district school board members. That fund is not the only way for us to do construction in our schools. We can still go out for a bond with the school district. So the house is not burning down yet. So yeah, but.
So to your question about the weighting study, this is something that concerns your entire delegation. We have a lot of schools within the county that stand to get more money from the new pupil weighting study. So for those of you who haven't followed this, essentially a study was commissioned for UVM to do a deep dive in how money was allocated per pupil. And what they realized is that that initial weighting that was given to each pupil did not really take into account the cost of what it is to educate folks who are living in poverty, for one example. There are many different criteria that they looked at. And I just want to reassure you, my kids go to Green Street in Brattleboro. And in my second term in the Senate, the level of the kids who are qualifying for free and reduced lunch hit 70%. So I am well aware of this issue. I have brought it to the attention of the chair of Senate Education. As Sarah said, it won't be quick, but our eyes are absolutely on it, and many schools in Windham County stand to benefit if we do adopt a different weighting formula.
One more question?
Thanks to both of you. Steve Lemke, Green River, River Road. Vermont is one of the oldest states in the nation as far as age is concerned, and you keep hearing things on the radio and other places about facilities for aging adults. And I was wondering if the state had any plans for increasing, building, monitoring, regulating facilities that are, assisted living, nursing homes and things. It's a difficult problem because you need them, but if they're poorly run, then you have issues. So I was just wondering what was new or different in that.
No, we haven't looked at it.
So we're coming up against a philosophical decision that we made starting probably a decade ago in Vermont, in that we were prioritizing every Vermonter to be able to age in place where they wanted to age, which is for the vast majority of people at home, right? You want to be at home, you want to be surrounded by your loved ones. And what we're finding is we didn't quite factor in the amount of money it would cost to have visiting nurses and home health aides be able to make it possible for people to age in place. So I don't have a quick answer for you, except for we are very much aware of this problem, and we're trying to thread the needle carefully so that people do have the option to stay and age at home if that is what they choose. But there certainly is a swath of the population for whom that is not an option. They don't have the network at home to be able to do that. I spent some time at a facility earlier this month in Brattleboro, and they talked about what they're seeing now is you've got so many families now that have both, if you have two parents at home, they're both in the workforce, just trying to make ends meet. And that wasn't necessarily the case 20, 30 years ago. So the network that's been there to allow people to age in place in the past is not really there in the same way anymore. And so I absolutely share your concern, and I'd love to actually chat with you afterwards if you have a minute.
And I can't add a whole lot, except that I know in the House, there's a little bit of information on this report. The House is looking to pass the Older Vermonters Act. It's in our House Human Services Committee, because I think the case is to be made that sometimes we talk about Vermont, but we want Vermont to be the best place to age. We want to be inviting and support our seniors. And so we often hear about it spoken about in negative terms, but as I was speaking with somebody over lunch, I mean, it really this is a great place to live and work no matter what age you are. And I think we do need to, with the demographic bubble that's going through our country, we want to have some supports better in place. And I think this is part of the conversation. There's an older workers caucus and older Vermonters caucus rather in the House, and we're definitely looking at this too. So, yeah, go ahead.
So the last thing I want to say is I know many of you here in Guilford, because I hear from you through emails and phone calls, care a whole lot about the climate change initiatives that we're taking on. What we've been hearing from the governor's team is they need to hear from you directly. They need phone calls. They are not necessarily trusting that what we're telling them about what we're hearing back home is actually what Vermonters want. And so I have a good relationship with the governor. We work closely together. On this particular issue, I'm getting very, very tired and frustrated with hearing that Vermonters don't care about this issue. So if you do, please call the office. Don't write a letter, don't write an email, take the time to call. Thank you.
Thank you.
We still on? Okay, thank you both, Senator Ballin and Representative Coffey. We are at Article 11. Do I hear a motion?
This one appears to work. Article 11, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human service organizations? Well, I will read what all those organizations are. Youth Services. Would people like me to read the amount? Why don't I? $1,605. The Women's Freedom Center, $1,000. Groundworks Collaborative, $1,000. Visiting Nurse and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire, $6,300. Retired Senior Volunteer Program, $485. Senior Solutions, $850. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $300. Gathering Place, $500. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $350. Early Education Services, $850. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $350. Connecticut River Transit, $250. And SEVCA, $2,040.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I won't read the whole thing over again, except the introduction. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human services organizations? Any discussion or questions? It appears we're ready to vote on Article 11. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human service organizations? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 11. Article 12, do I hear a motion? Wait one minute. Should I read it?
I'll read Article 12.
Good.
Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without Is it on? There you go. Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount, interest at 1% per month or fraction thereof be charges after October 15th?
A second? Yeah. Any discussion? Okay, Article 12. Shall the town collect its...
We have to vote.
I know, I'm putting it up to a vote here, I think. Article 12, shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount at interest of 1% per month or fraction thereof will be charged after October 15th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And you passed Article 12. Article 13, transact any other business that may lawfully come before this meeting.
Oh, Rick? I have,
Veranda.
oh, okay. So may I have the,
Okay, Gordon, put down your pencil. I know that you're all a little dotty from due diligence, but here is a poem for Gordon Little. Praise song for Gordon Little on leaving our select board. And I wrote this last night at 2 a.m. And I had help, not at 2 a.m., from Sheila Morse and from Sylvia Morse. Actually, there are quotations from both Sheila and Sylvia, and I also had help from Elizabeth and from Marty Ramsberg. So here we go. Town meeting. March calls us to order. Whatever the weather or viruses, neighbors, friends, we mingle, wade through warnings, contest, then come to clarity and lunch. Before the gavel falls, we mark the changes, climate, and the cost of gravel, the new school news, and now the need to bid farewell to one we've counted on. Gordon Little, whenever we gather, his voice is familiar. But wait a minute, what about, have we considered? What does Dan think? Will it make a difference if, or I'm fully in support of, sure, I'll take it on. Beyond our civic sphere, Gordon weighs in, always giving. At the hockey rink, he says, I bet you can do it. A young girl comes to own the ice. His daughter and son grow into champions. A host of children glow in his gaze. With love, his team evolves, prevails. Up Collier Road, Gordon strides with Bella, bounding through the maples. Here is the sugar house. Savor its history. Trees felled and milled by Harry Evans. Floor poured by Pete Wild and finished by truck light, high beams at nightfall. The old evaporator salvaged from Coombs. Life is sweet sweat equity. In many kitchens, alone with friends, Gordon makes a meal delicious, even kale. And he is no stranger to a heap of dishes. Calm in the barn, midwife to use. Gordon can deliver twins or singletons, feet first or breech, even with a class of youngsters gaping. Gordon welds farm implements older than his years, and he shows up when your baler's broken, rain approaching, just as his wife, the feisty surgeon, zooms in to repair our failing limbs. That was the joke. Fair-minded, far-sighted, even-handed, long-legged, open-hearted, self-effacing, steady-working, easy-going Gordon who has your back. And this is the Sylvia part. Great hugs, absorbed in and attentive to whatever the moment brings. Praise him.
Wow. So, Veranda, thank you very much for that. That's an extremely kind gift to be on my way with, and unbelievable. To the town of Guilford and to this great body that's up here, it's been an absolute honor to be a part of the select board. I have learned a great deal, and I appreciate the support I've gotten along the way from a multitude of people. For me, walking away, I think the biggest thing that I have enjoyed about this job is just learning new faces, new people, getting to know other, citizens in the town of Guilford. But what Guilford stands for more than anything is community. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of that community in a much closer way than I ever had before. So I thank you for the support that I've received my 5 years as a selectman. So thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank you, Veranda. That is the kind of other business we like to conduct here. Linda.
Linda Hecker, Packer Corners Road, and Chair of the Conservation Commission, in which capacity I'm addressing you. Okay, why am I wearing green today? St. Patrick's Day? No. I am representing the emerald ash borer who is coming to an ash tree near you sooner than we hope. And it turns out our town is very, very rich in ash trees. So we want everybody in town to be aware that there's a small iridescent green insect that will infest our ash trees probably within 5 to 10 years and take out 90% of them. So the Conservation Commission has been proactively working with the Road Commission to conduct an inventory to identify on the town right-of-ways and town properties the ash trees that are likely to be hazardous as they deteriorate. They become brittle and fragile and very difficult and expensive to take down through this process. So we are proactively working with the Road Commission to identify the trees and the rights-of-ways that are likely to fall on the road or on a house and take care of them first. And all of this is unfortunately going to be expensive because there is no state or federal money to assist with removal of the trees. The good news is that in the early stages, the wood is still usable for firewood and board wood, so we want to identify those trees early and take them down while they are still usable. And Veranda mentioned the possibility of distributing firewood in town, which is a great thing for us to tackle in the next few years. Landowners, you probably have ash trees, and on our table out there we have a couple of information sheets for you. We are not recommending you take down all your ash trees preventatively if they're not leaning over your house, but there's more information for you. We also have information on new web pages on the town website, which you can access under commissions. Conservation Commission has pages. We have a page on ash tree inventory and emerald ash borer. So in closing about this, we want everybody to be aware and thinking about where are the ash trees on your property, and also to consider possibly for next year establishing something like an ash tree removal reserve fund to make sure we're not hit with an unmanageable expense in 1 or 2 years as the cycle peaks. The town's already set aside about $8,000 for this coming year. We're pretty sure we're going to need more in the future. So, thank you.
Sure. Zahn?
Zahn Eastus, Yaw Road. I'm here on behalf of just talking about the on your seat, there should be a sheet of paper that talks about the survey that we ask you to consider taking. This is about broadband. I know that a lot of work has been done in Guilford as well as around southeastern Vermont about the notions of broadband. What a frustration it's been in a lot of ways for a lot of communities. But there is funding available right now to do some study work so that we can learn more about what it might mean to actually bring broadband to Guilford. We're working very closely with the Windham Regional Planning Commission. We're also working with the other communities in the region here to look at the possibility of building a communications union district. To do that work, to find out whether or not we can even move forward, we need input from lots of people in this region. There are already, in the state of Vermont, there are 3 communication union districts that are standing as unique models. They're each 3 different models. We're looking here in southeastern Vermont at yet a different sort of model to move this idea forward. So there are a number of us on the select board, and Peter is our representative to this task force to look and consider deeply the issue of broadband in Guilford and make sure that we finally get a hold of it and we can be part of a larger effort that's coming down our way. So take the opportunity to fill out the survey. You can do it either online or you can do it via the mail. We have till March 17th, I think. So you have about 2 weeks to get that taken care of, and then we hope we can move forward. Thank you.
I'm Karen Murphy. I live in West Guilford. And I'm also on the Guilford Preservation Inc. board. And we've been having discussions about pedestrian safety in Algiers. And I know that the select board met with VTrans, and their final report, Gordon thinks, came out this past June. And unfortunately, VTrans did just about nothing. They did put up 2 signs. There's a sign if you're coming from Brattleboro, and there's another one if you're coming from the south that says pedestrian crossing next half mile. And I had never noticed it, and I imagine most of you hadn't either. But there are people who regularly need to cross that road to get to the store or back to their homes on the west side of Route 5. So one of the solutions that might be helpful is to put up those electronic speed monitoring signs, one on the south side of town and one on the north side of the town. Many studies have been done that show that these speed monitoring signs actually work. It's especially important if you're going northbound. On the new bridge, people come around the corner and they're still going 35 or more miles an hour. So if you look and see if your speed is 50 and you see one of those speed monitoring signs, it slows you down. Unfortunately, it's still 35, not 25 as asked, but even 35 would be better than 50. So unfortunately, there's no money from VTrans to install these signs. I've been given an estimate of $3,500 per sign. We might be thinking ahead to our highway department to install such signs. So thank you for any consideration.
Other business? Michelle?
So Michelle Frizee, speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission as the chair. There were these pieces on each of your seats, hopefully, talking about our town plan, where it's been 5 years. Our town plan's up in June again this year, but we would really enjoy public feedback on what we're writing. The draft that we have to share, there's a few copies still, I believe, by the door. It can be found online at guilfordvt.net. But we really would love for everyone in town to take a look at it, read it, come to our public hearing. I don't know, hearing forum feels formal, but on May 4th at BBCC at the Grange Broadbent Community Center, we will be getting together to talk about what's written. And if you have anything you would like to share, any changes you would like to make, any insight on any of it, please feel like you can come and share your voice. It's been a long process. We've gone through the town plan 3 times in the last 2 years, and we're still not in agreement on anything, but we're doing our best. And so I highly encourage you to use this opportunity to have a further voice in your town and come share your opinions with us May 4th for that meeting. Thank you.
Ellie, in the back.
Hi, I'm Allie Mayanen. I live on Merrimack Road. First, I'd like to thank you all for voting. Great job. There's been a lot of people. Secondly, I'm wearing green not because I'm a bug, but because I'd like to remind you of Green Up Day, which is the first Saturday in May, and I hope you all can help participate and clean up our roadsides. Third, very quickly, is the Rec Club has a flyer out to give you some more information about who we are. And the Rec Club owns property which is adjacent to the fairgrounds, and it includes a tennis court, ball field, a cabin, and a pavilion. And we're looking at the assets of the Rec Club, and we're going to be creating a capital plan to make sure that we can maintain those assets. So there's a quick survey. We'd love to hear, as many other organizations, we'd love to hear from folks in the community about what's important to them. And there's a small brochure here. If you don't get one today, we'll probably be mailing them out to everybody. So thank you.
Yes, Gordon.
A number of people spoke to me at lunchtime, and I just wanted to be very clear, circling back to the highway budget numbers again that Tim Harris had raised. I did not just go out back and whittle down some numbers so that they all fit. What I did, so that everyone is clear, is I took our verified numbers from the approved expense sheet that the select board had approved and applied it to those numbers to determine where the errors were. So I just want to be very clear that those numbers are on the official approved expense sheet for the highway budget for the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any other business? Okay, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I would just remind you that the school board, or not the school board, which we don't have anymore, but the Leadership Advisory Council is going to do a presentation, which is very worthwhile hearing. Some of us heard it at a pre-town meeting. Sean Murphy is also here to answer questions about the Unified School District. And there's a lot of good information, a lot of good things happening at the school, and I encourage you all to stay and hear that. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Al Franklin again, second year in a row. A second. Okay. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And thank you for another town meeting.
All right, well, we're going to get started in hopes that some of you will sit down and stay. So my name is Beth Bristol. We're going to introduce the members of the Leadership Council and then go into a little bit about who we are, what we do, how we were formed. And then following our presentation, we have a really great video that was created by the students of Guilford School that highlights what they love about this place and some of the really cool, fun things that they do. So like I said, Beth Bristol.
Erin Kachuk.
Amy Skolnick.
Alexis Moshevitis.
Tasha Tillman and Mackie Dove.
Hannah Salisbury.
John Gagnon.
And our Leadership Council is a bit different organized than the school board was. So some of us are parents, we're all community members, some are teachers, and the neat thing about the Leadership Council is that we're able to do that. We actually have 2 full-time teachers and some substitute teachers here on our board, and so it's organized differently and adds a lot of value. Our Leadership Council was formed in November as a subcommittee of the school board. We were the first Leadership Council to form in our district, which we're really proud of. There are currently 6 of us, but we would love to work up to a number of 10. So we're encouraging community members to join us. Currently, we meet every other Friday at 1 p.m. here at Guilford School. But when we were discussing our meeting time, we realized that that specific time may be difficult for some members of our community to attend. So we are holding quarterly meetings that are held in the evenings. And our first quarterly meeting was held at pre-town meeting. So we had a great turnout. So I think we're going to ask somebody to hit the lights. It will get dark for a moment, but you won't be able to see our presentation if we don't shut the lights. So if anyone needs the lights turned on, just give a shout, and our master electrician will plug the lights back in. As they're working on that, I'll explain a little bit about the differences between the school board and the leadership council. So the school board, as it always has, continues to work on policies, making decisions, forming the budget. Sean Murphy and Kelly Young are our two Guilford representatives on that board. Wow. And so they will handle all of that school board business as usual. The leadership council serves more as an advocacy role. That's great. Advocacy and advisory role. So we work with John as the admin of the building to think about programs, capital needs that we want to advocate for with the school board. And we also are a sounding board for John for communication and feedback, community engagement. We talk about budget priorities and a strategic plan for this school in the future. All right. So the first two slides really are just a summary of our school. So this slide represents the student numbers in our various grades. And what's notable on this slide is that our numbers are looking better than they have in the past. A total of 120 or 119 is very healthy. And our pre-K program is really needs credit for a lot of bringing in new students. We currently have a wait list. We have had a wait list for several years now. It's very stable. We probably, if given the ability to expand, could host a second pre-K with the current numbers. So maybe down the road, that's something we should look into. And then this next slide just highlights some of the classes and programs that we offer. This is one of the things that our leadership council will be looking at when compared to the other schools in our district in terms of equity and what we have available and what they have available. And over time, we hope to even out our programming and become more equitable in our offerings.
So this talks about the MTSS model, which means we're helping every student where they're at academically. So some kids need more support than others, and we also are enriching students who are performing really well and giving them opportunities to challenge themselves to learn new things. So we work very fluidly between all the grade levels, and we meet often to talk about meeting our students' needs the best that we can.
So the MTSS system, just to add, stands for the multi-tiered system of support.
So this slide, here at GCS, we have a robust nature and project-based learning program. We have a farm-to-school program, and we're fortunate to have Sarah Rosso as our coordinator for that. She cooks with classrooms, food education. She spearheaded the holiday market that a lot of you probably came and attended. It was wildly successful. And they're going to be maple sugaring next week, which is going to be really fun for all the kids. We also have the Franklin Farm Connection. They provide us beef to serve in our cafeterias throughout the year. And we have 2 outdoor classrooms that are currently being used. Pre-K is using it on a daily basis. And then there's another classroom out to the side of this building that the older children can access and most of them do on a weekly basis.
Hello. Part of the continuous improvement program identifies strengths of safety and belonging, and underneath you can see the bullets about all the programming that is done to help foster a sense of safety and belonging throughout the school for the students, staff, faculty, and for the community that is part of this ecosystem as well. Something that I want to point out is that last year, through the PBIS program, which is the Positive Behavior Intervention and Support Program, last year the school received a gold star, and this year we got identified as an exemplar school through that program. I can say with 2 children here that they certainly look forward to the different ways that that program integrates through their life, and it's always good to find the positive and build off of that. So it's really a strengths-based system. And I would say that through these different ways of fostering safety and that sense of belonging, that everyone that comes into the school can sense that and benefit from it. And we are continuing to monitor that and build off of that strength here at Guilford Central.
We have parents and students both do a school climate survey. The parents do one in the fall and the students do one in the spring. This past fall, the survey results show overwhelmingly that Guilford Central School is meeting or exceeding expectations in these bulleted areas.
So this slide shows the state-mandated standardized assessments that all students grades 3 through 8 take in the state of Vermont. They're referred to as the SBAC, Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. And you can see that Guilford, in terms of our school district, we scored at 64% of our children scored as proficient in English language arts, which is the second highest score in the school district. The state average for ELA was 57%, and again, we were at 64%. This next slide in green is mathematics, grades 3 through 8, and then it also shows the state BUHS in the middle school. For us, we scored at 66% were proficient in mathematics. The state average is 44%, and the SU average, or the school district average, excuse me, is 48%. So in both math and in English language arts, our children are making steady progress. Our goal is for 100% proficiency in on these assessments, and we're making very strong progress. And it goes back to what Hannah spoke about with the multiple tiered support system.
So now we will share with you the video that the students put together, and then following that we'll have some time for questions if you have any.
individual trees a red-tailed hawk will see individual bees. I enjoy making the testimony of this work because I like to cook at home and I like to cook at school. I learned how to put too much of one ingredient in the festival to cover up. It changes the recipe. When I was mostly at the market, was designing the labels and putting them on the truck. It taught me about starting small. Labeling our products was fun and we chose it because they were local ingredients and they all had pestle and sugar spread with both great tastes. The next thing we want to talk about is forest riding. We go out in the woods in Weeks Forest every Friday and build forts in our clans. Two or three of our classmates, Kramer, and we build fires and go sledding. Yeah, sometimes we have firemen challenges. We cook and the clans are named after animals that are inside these forests. And ours isn't really in it during this point, but it used to be in these forests and its own lakes. The other clans are a box turtle, black bears, and spikehorns. The best thing about 6th grade is forest riding. All Saba Skrave on this Babarami
And because some of the sound I know is difficult to hear, we will be posting this video on the town website, so you all can go check it out anytime. And our hope is to share it with the entire school district to promote our school and to share with everyone else what's going on here in Guilford. So with that, we'll open it up to questions. And I know that Sean's here. I don't see Kelly, but if there are questions for the school board versus the leadership council, I know Sean would be happy to answer questions as well.
So this is awesome. Sheila Morse, Melody Hill. I think I've said it enough times today. First of all, I think it's great that you all did this leadership council. I think it's so impressive. Secondly, I love the presentation, the slideshow thing. I want to say something about that in a minute. The school film is amazing. Like just sitting here laughing and appreciating the kids, and the special language is just thrilling. And so I think I hope it's on the Facebook page and a link on Front Porch Forum and on the town website and wherever you can get it. Just so that people see it. I wanted to ask you a question about the presentation and coordinating with the Planning Commission on the next 8-year town plan, which we have to approve really soon. And I noticed that you have a lot of goals there that represent either things you're striving towards immediately and maybe also aspirational over the next 8 years. But I also liked the background about what's happened most recently in education and how the town is responding and how parents and kids are responding. And I think that would provide a really good introduction in the, like, updating the education section of the town plan, and then looking forward to where we want to see Guilford's community and the role that the school plays in bringing this community together, expanding our community. I just am hoping that you sort of integrate real quickly with what's going on with the town plan. So.
Yeah, we have been in touch with them. I know John provided some feedback, and I think Jethro's planning to come to our next meeting so that he can see firsthand what's going on and we can help to draft something up.
I'm Veranda Porsche from Packer Corners, which I forgot to mention all throughout the select board meeting. It was so rewarding to come and be in the school and talk to the 5th grade about the select board, and then to see how the school stepped up to help out with our town meeting day sort of at the last minute. You know, the select board has sort of authorized us to have a kind of subcommittee on town meeting day, so that maybe we can work with the leadership, council, and anybody else who wants to about just planning in a gracious and easy manner, you know, about how to do next year's town meeting, and also just to look for more opportunities for us to be with the kids in the school and the kids in the school to be researchers and helpers with us. I mean, when Linda was talking about the emerald ash tree borers, I was thinking about what great researchers the kids are. The kids from Guilford live all over town, and that they could help map out who burns wood, support the Conservation Commission, all of that. It's just, it feels like a real return to something that, and a building further on it. That's so great. So thanks.
Thank you. Stacy. 1, 2. There we go. Laura Lewis, Melody Hill. 2 things. One, I'd like to have a public thank you to the 3rd grade each year who come out in the spring to Christ Church Cemetery and help put the flags out for the summer and fall and help tidy up, and then in the fall come back to take all the flags in and help tidy up for that. And they find relatives that are there and ask questions, and we learn about Christ Church a little bit, and they're a huge help, so that's great. Something one of you said made me a little question. If you want these days with the unified system to do any kind of work, like on the roof or build anything new, do you have to go to the whole big school unified board to get permission to do that? I don't like that. Thank you.
Rick Zamor, Ashworth Road. It sounds like the pre-K is a huge success and a real turning point for the school. Maybe not a turning point, but and I would just, you mentioned you could have a second pre-K class, and you know what, that'd be great. I mean, it's a good investment if it's affordable. It'd be a great thing to see, just because it's such an important age, and it's done so much for the school, and you know, we need those students.
Can't see well and can't hear well. There's a young woman up there bouncing, and she has something on the front of her. And would you please tell me what that is? And what age and what sex, let's say?
It's the future.
You won't tell me? Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Look at those feet.
Look at this head. Look at this head.
Hey, you know something? It's real.
It is real. He feels real.
He's sound asleep.
Mostly. Thinking about
Look at, do you know him? Is he yours? Well, I don't know. Thank you.
Evelyn McLean, Packer Corners Road. Just because we forgot to do it before, I wanted to thank all the kids who helped in the hallways, the kids who helped with lunch, and who helped with the microphones. They all did a fabulous job, and it makes us real proud of our school students.
Steve Lemke, River Road. I mentioned this at town meeting. I think the video is great, and I think it's great that everybody in town gets to see it. I would also share it with the Vermont Tourism Board and others, because I'm back to this aging thing again. We need to get people into the state, and I'm also the Guilford rep for the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we had a presentation done there that the two most important things for people who are looking to move to a state are open spaces, and I thought it would be schools first, but I think it's open spaces and places for families to walk and enjoy the area, and second is schools. So when you look at this, and you see all the open spaces, you see the forest, it's a subtle way to bring people into the state. And again, as Sarah Coffey said, it's another subtle way to shine a light on what's going on in the southern part of Vermont, in particular Guilford. So I think the more we share, sort of humbly, but share what's going on down here, the more we get as far as funding, attention, and other things. So I would say, don't hide your light under a basket. Share it widely.
My name is Huxley Dove, and I want to thank first grade.
Lucy Sparblase, Guilford, East Mountain Road. I was wondering, I remember last year at town meeting, they said we had the numbers for a second pre-K classroom. Why don't we have that on the ballot?
It's very expensive. And so there's two components. There's the space component, which we could work through, but there's also the cost component. So I think it's something that we will now need to bring up to the school board and give them the statistics that we have. And ultimately that will be a decision that they will make with us advocating. So in closing, I think what we were attempting to achieve today was to show you that our strong academic performance at this school is really a result of the really cool programs that the kids highlighted, and that we are able to get outside and do programmatic theme-based education, and it yields results. And we're being recognized for that, which is really important and is not necessarily commonplace even within our district. So we stand out, I think, and it's something that we want to continue to promote throughout the district. And the other thing that's noteworthy is over the last few years, there's been a lot of this talk about Act 46, and it's been a bit contentious. And I think Guilford is a shining example of how, despite all of that, here we are, and we're making the best of it, and we're all coming together and continuing to advocate for our school. And being the first leadership council to be formed and to be the most robust leadership council in the district is very telling, and I think it speaks well for our future. So that's it.
So this year, there is no school district portion to our meeting due to the consolidation of school districts. And so, the Dummerston Town Meeting is hereby called to order. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very often. I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together today in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. Can I ask for folks in the back to be a little quieter so everyone can hear the meeting? Thank you. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Neil Quinn, Tom Johnson, Jonathan Flackus, Callan Latham Tyler, David Koski, Stephen Brown, Claude Goen, John Carter, Nelson Gilson, Dick Tuttle, Art Snarski, Bob Karg Sr., Lynn Billington, Paul Nelson, Janice Duke, Priscilla Smith, Shorty Ferret, Leslie Pierce, Bunny Hazelton, and Martha Chamberlain. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On page 1 and 2 of your town report, if you have one, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If you are one of those folks, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. Thank you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. Childcare is available today in the first grade classroom, which is out that door and the second door on the right. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name every time and speak directly into the microphone so that the viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It's our tradition to make an exception for those who represent Dummerston at the State House. Accordingly, I will give the privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the House is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card and haven't yet received one. If you need one later on, let our mic numbers know and they'll come and get one for you. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May. Because we anticipate a shorter meeting, the menu is soup and sandwiches. The cost is $5 for all. I was nervous when I didn't see pie in there. I thought we might have a riot on our hands, but it sounds like we're getting another kind of dessert that sounds equally wonderful. So you have to stick around to see what that is. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the table in the back of the room, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember to state your name every time you stand to speak, otherwise I'll interrupt you and ask you to do so. Lori's in the back of the room helping with people who are registering to vote today. Eliza Greenhoe is a new assistant town clerk and is taking minutes today. We need to make sure that she knows the name of each person that makes a motion and the name of the person who seconds it. So I know many names, but not all. So make sure we know your name if you do one of those things. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern our meeting. To speak all together now, raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 4 able assistants today, mic runners. Thank you, Ellen Rago, for gathering this great crew. Starting out, oh, Kyle, are you starting out instead of Sadie, or is Sadie still here? There you are, ready to go. Okay, starting out are Sadie Mills and Michael Thibault, right there, and we're going to have backups from Kyle Megiolaro and Zadie Olmstead, and then there are other 8th graders doing the babysitting. So, good citizens already. Thank you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. That's me. If you have a question for someone, you still address it to me. We're not supposed to have conversations going back and forth between people. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year, again, we were reminded that questions are supposed to come to the moderator, and this includes, under Robert's rules, there are no conversations between members of the body. You are the body. We have found only one error in this year's town report. In the meeting minutes from last year, on page 64, we approved a tax exemption for the West Emerson Volunteer Fire Department for 5 years, not just 1 year, which is why you don't see it on the warning again this year. And now we begin. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report if you have one. There were a few on the table in the back. I don't know if there are any left, but feel free to check it out if you don't have one. Page 64 shows the minutes from last year, so I'll borrow Zeke's funny line and ask you to open your hymnals to page 66. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion? It's not on. Peter, can we get your help? This mic doesn't seem on.
Madam Moderator, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
Is there a second? I second that. So Terry Chapman and Louis White. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll assume you're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have accepted the auditor's report. Article 3, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Zeke and Lewis. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the Select Board is so authorized. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Maria Lewis. Lewis, you're doing great. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. This is the raising part, not the spending part. Maria, is there anything you want to say about this? Or are you going to? All right.
Unless somebody has
I think
questions.
most of you know that we raise a pretty level sum every year and then spend what we need to. So, any discussion on this question? Seeing none. Paul Normandale.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody going to go over the capital fund items at this time? The reason I'm asking is I noticed that last year in the capital fund that we had a bond payment for the gravel pit. And this year I noticed that it's in the highway fund, highway department fund. And it seems to me that if we're paying for our fire trucks and things that last for an extended period of time through the capital fund, that the bond payments should also be reflected in the capital fund, because we're paying for that over, I believe, a 20-year period, but maybe it's longer. But it's an extended period of time, and it's definitely a capital item for the town. So that's, and I didn't know, perhaps the select board could answer the logic that went into that. Thank you.
So the select board is interrogated as to why the bond payment for the gravel pit has been moved out of the capital plan and into the budget.
That was a discussion with our town treasurer, Charlotte, and it was recommended that we put it in the budget as opposed to the capital plan. Charlotte can.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I thought that because of additional items that the select board had chosen to add to the capital fund that tend to change from year to year, and this is going to be steady for the next 25 years, that the amount of money that we would have to raise to put into the capital fund to cover the bond payment, in addition to other items that were put into the capital fund new this year, like fire department things, that we just decided we'd move it into the highway fund.
So you are asking for information, Paul. I think your question has been answered. Is there any further debate on the motion to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes for the capital fund? Okay, the motion is that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay or no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have funded our capital fund. Article 5, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Yes, it's going to be easy for you.
Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there someone who would like to speak to this on the select board? This is traditionally a time when we look at the capital fund page in the town report and explain how we do this. Hearing nothing from the select board, is there any question from the body? Jody Normando. I shouldn't say your name because I'm wanting you to say your name. The woman in stripes.
Jody Normando. Why don't we, I move that we look at the capital plan and get it explained by the select board.
So you have made a motion to look at the capital plan and have the select board explain it. I cannot accept that motion while this other motion is on the floor. So I think we need to finish what's on the floor, and then if you would like to make a motion that the body request the select board to explain things now or soon, that would be okay.
May I request that the select board explain it?
Would you like to explain something now? Very good. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. After 16 years with the 2004 loader, we're planning on purchasing another loader for $150,000. There's also in the capital fund, we're going to be asking later on for a flail mower for $22,750. We've got the fire truck payment in there. The fire truck we purchased in, I believe it was 2018, and that's going to be $69,827. And then this year we're going to be asking again to put $4,000 in for fire department for their gear. And that's why this year, if you look at the bottom taxes raised, it's $210,000. Normally it's $170,000. We've been trying to keep it at $170,000. But with all those taken out, that would have dropped it in 2 years to almost about $100,000 or less. Actually, it was less than $100,000. So that's why we jumped it this year to $210,000. We're going to hopefully do that next year also. And then further out, we'll go to $170,000, back down to the $170,000. But so with all those taken out, you can see we're going to be down to $179,089 in the capital fund moving forward. And if Lee wants to talk about the loader, I wouldn't mind having him explain more about the loader himself, if he's here and not gathering sap. Thank you.
Lee is here, although unless the body has a question about the loader, I don't think we need to impose on him. Rick.
Thank you. Richard Mills, Hague Road. Can you explain the decision to paying a loader outright versus funding it over a term, like the fire truck spread out over 5 years versus the loader is being straight? Obviously, there's interest, and it all ties into the overall budget, but How do you guys come about that decision to pay outright?
The select board is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to answer that question. This is Lewis White again. The $150,000 for the loader, if you look at most all the town equipment, instead of having any interest, this is why we have the capital fund, is so we don't have the interest. We did discuss with the fire department, and I'll get into that later. We don't want to do this with the fire department anymore either, because the interest does add up quickly. So their next truck, we're going to try to put in the capital fund further out. So it's going to be paid for up front to get rid of the interest. So you do see the truck in there, yes. That's the way we had been doing the trucks in the past. This select board had discussed not doing that in the future, trying to pay for it to not have the interest.
The motion on the floor is to authorize the purchase of a payloader. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Cliff.
This is page 28. I'm Cliff Adler. Nobody's, I don't think, Louis, you mentioned that. People are kind of flipping through. We're on page 28.
The capital plan is on page 28 if you have your town report. Thank you, Cliff. So it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have purchased a payloader. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Louis.
No problem.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. And I just remembered I promised Charlotte that I would let her say something else about moving last year's gravel pit bond payment into the budget. You had something to add to that.
I just wanted to add, since my brain works slower than my mouth sometimes, when we were talking about putting the bond payment into the highway expenditure fund, it seemed like a good idea, because basically we're paying for our gravel and out of that bond, we have a zero for the gravel now, but we put the bond payment in there. So it sort of offsets that a little bit better, if that makes any sense.
So we used to have a large number in the budget for gravel.
And
we
now
don't
we have-
anymore because we own a pit, and
Right.
so the bond payment seemed equivalent.
Right.
Okay.
Close.
Thank you for
Seemed
that.
like a good idea.
So the motion on the table is about purchasing 2 sets of gear for the fire department. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have supplied our fire department. Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Madam Moderator. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Nice work.
It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. As a citizen, I'd love somebody to tell me what that is.
Well, several years ago, Lee made the recommendation that we, rather than put out the mowing along the right-of-ways out for bid each year, that the town could do that mowing if we had the equipment. And we purchased a lighter weight flail mower back then, and it's worked pretty well. It gives us more versatility in when and where to mow than the old system worked. But we found that a heavier duty flail mower would do a better job of mowing the rocks and stumps and occasional mailboxes that are in the way.
Okay, thank you for that, Zeke. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Jody.
Jody Normando. Is this just a mower? This isn't one of those over the railing things?
No, it's
or
not an articulated over the rail mower.
Okay, so it's
But
just the
grass.
grass.
The grass, mailboxes, anything that's in the right of way. This will do it.
Oh.
Cars, if you're parking illegally on the side of the road, you might take care.
Perhaps we wouldn't want to vote for this in that case, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your input. Lewis, did you have something to add?
Lewis White. Jody, this is just a heavier duty. The other one was starting to fall apart. It was a 2013. We figured this is just, it's the same design, same type of mower. It's just heavy duty. So it should be more for commercial use rather than residential.
Any further discussion? Eric?
Eric Kruger. So I didn't know what a Tiger flail mower was, so I Googled it because we actually have internet here. And what I'm probably seeing is the pricing for the homeowner ones. They're like $2,000, $3,000.
Yeah, we don't want the town road crew to be pushing this by hand.
Right.
We're going to hook it up to a tractor.
The most expensive one I'm seeing on my quick Google search is like $8,000. So I'm curious where we came up with 22. I mean, some of the tractors with flail mowers are advertised for that price.
The select board is interrogated.
Lee has been researching this, and apparently there are other models in the Tiger line that you're not finding on your Google search. So this is a model. Lee's still negotiating with them to make sure it's the right mower, but this will be heavier steel commercial grade mower with a more robust gearbox and hammers and bearings.
Any further discussion? Yes, Connie.
Thanks. Connie Baxter. I'm just curious as to what is the fate of the old mower. That's the one that's falling apart. Are we going to keep using it and keep it going, or are we going to sell it, or what?
The select board is interrogated, but perhaps they'd like to delegate the answer to Lee.
Thank you.
Lee, could you raise your hand high so that there's Zadie?
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, we are going to still use it. It's not in great shape, but and we're not going to get very much for trade. So we'll use it until it's pretty much junk.
Okay.
Thank you, Lee. Any further discussion? Yes, Paul.
Excuse me, Paul Normando. Does that mean we'll be able to cut the limbs off the trees a little higher up and a little further back than what we've been doing lately? I'm very concerned about that, frankly. I'm very proud of Dummerston. It has great roads, great aesthetics along our back roads, but I get concerned when I see cutting the limbs up, and it kind of shreds them, and it leaves an awful mess when we drive down the road. Now I know this stuff will grow back, but it's going to grow back like in a fuzz, and it won't have the nice appearing. And we did this on Middle Road, we did this on Schoolhouse Road. So as a citizen, I'm very concerned about the aesthetics of what we do. And I would hope that we would be more careful with how we treat the sides of the roads. Thank you.
Louis, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. Paul, this is a flail mower. It doesn't go up to do the sides of the road. That was a different piece of equipment that did that. So this is a flail mower just to get the grass. And it does get the smaller trees, but not the tops of the trees.
We rented that piece of
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger Flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Oh, and folks standing in the back, there are seats down front if you'd like. Article 8, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes, and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st through 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And I can't second this.
I'll second. I'm going to second.
Geraldine seconds the motion. Thank you, Geraldine. And Louis, you'll be presenting this budget to us?
Yes.
Would you like to come up here?
Sure. I just want to say something before I start with the budget. It's just the process that we went through this year. During the budget process, the Select Board took a different approach than in the past. We started the meetings in October and met with various town committees. We tried to get all the town committees to come in to present their budget to us. We met with social services twice, and we ended up level funding with them. We met with Farmland Protection. We decided to do the $500,000. $5,000. What the heck? I mean, we might as well. We can buy a few farms for that. And then we met with the fire department twice to work on their funding, and it was they came in with their budget, and we discussed what they wanted, and then we asked them back, and we had 3 of their folks come back. We explained to them, they asked for $30,000 for repairs to the fire department, and we explained to them that we'd like to see what you're going to do, the actual money. They wanted over a three-year period. They asked for the gear, which you saw in the capital fund. We talked to them about a new fire truck in the future. And it was really good to talk to all these committees because we opened up a good line of communication with people, like with the fire department. In the past, I don't think there was the communication the way, it was, here's what we want, and, and we're going to just level fund you. This year, with talking to them twice, I feel that we had real good communications and that, everybody's getting somewhat what they want, not necessarily everything they want. So, if you have your town report, it is let's go move to page 23. Okay, if you go to the last page, I say last page, hey, all right. If you go to page 26 and you look down at the number from last year to this year, it's an increase of $2,714. So when you have everything's not level funded because we got SEVIDs that I know they have an article in here, so that will raise it another $5,000 or more. But everything is, there's nothing I don't see that really stands out that people are going to really question. So if you do have questions, please ask Cindy and I'll try to answer them.
So Lewis was referring us to the general fund expenses, the total, which has gone up to $486,492 this year. Are there questions for Lewis? Jody.
Jody Normando. Madam Moderator, I'm going to question the BCTV assessment, and I'm not questioning having them. I think they're wonderful. But however, I've watched some of the select board meetings, and one was 4 minutes long and one was 9 minutes long. And I'm thinking that you don't really need BCTV in there, or if you can do your business in 4 or 9 minutes, maybe you ought to consolidate your minutes. I just think it's it's not a huge expense, but I think it's an expense for 4 or 9 minutes. Thank you.
Any other?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Jody, this year we had the gravel pit that we were dealing with. There was a lot of the stuff this year was pretty quick meetings, but BCTV does do a lot, and I know you said you weren't questioning what they do, but next year there may be longer meetings with more town business. This year, there were a lot of short meetings, and I don't know. I don't know if it was the guy running the meetings that didn't get to second anything, but.
Any other questions for the select board? Yes, standing in the back behind you, Kyle. Could you wait for the microphone and start by saying your name?
Yeah, Marcy Herman-Sater. I just wanted to say that there are other programs that are relevant to Dummerston. Wendy O'Connell does an interview program, and people from Dummerston have been interviewed on that. So I don't know, I can't speak any further, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Wow. Oh yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Richard Cogliano. I live on Beaver Pond Road, and I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for the West Dummerston Fire Department. I'd like to just make a comment and say, first of all, thank you for voting for 2 sets of gear under the capital fund. We really appreciate it. That's something we're going to be looking to do every year as our gear ages and we need to replace it. The other thing is, part of what the fire department asked for was an incremental increase to cover the cost of inflation. We have been level funded at $49.5 for the last 7 years. I don't know about all of you, but our electric bill has gone up, our cable and internet has gone up, and our mutual aid assessment just the money we pay to be dispatched has gone up $7,685 in that time period. That's money that as volunteers we have to fundraise. So we would like to see that number, the 49.5, increased. We'd like to see that increase to $57,918, an increase of $8,418, which is the actual cost that we pay out for heating, cable and internet, power, and dispatching. That's just the added increase for those 4 items.
Thank you, Rick. Oh, sure.
Lewis White, when the fire department came to us, this is surprising to me to hear this, because when the fire department came to us and they asked for $75,000, which included $26,000 in capital expenditures. They wanted $4,000 for gear, $30,000 for improvements on the West Dummerston Fire Station. When we took the numbers and you did the math backwards, they actually asked for $49,000. We threw the $500,000 in because they didn't ask when they came to this meeting for any cost of living increase. We never heard this until right now. So it's sort of surprising and sort of disappointing that we thought we had a good line of communication going, and then I'm hearing that they're throwing a number to me that they didn't give us when they did their budget. So.
You'd like to speak a second time? Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this question first? Seeing none, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. We did ask for $75,000. We asked for $10,000 for this year and $10,000 in future years each to cover the renovations to the West Station. We asked for $6,000 for gear. That's $16,000. And we asked for an increase due to inflation up to $57,000. When we did the math on, like I said, just those 4 items, it was actually 84. So we did propose a higher number, and I have the emails to prove that if anyone wants to see them.
Paul, you have your hand up. Can you raise it high so the mic runners can see? Thanks.
Paul Namando. I would like to point out that on page 19, if you look at the summary of municipal taxes that are going to have to be raised this year, if you take the difference between last year and this year, not counting the other items that are in the articles, other than the ledge crushing fund, the taxes that you'll be paying will be 12% higher next year than they were this year. So I would like everybody to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Lewis? Or someone else?
Yeah, I will speak to that more when we get to the highway fund, Paul. Thank you for that, though, pointing that out.
Harold, down front, please.
Harold Noel. I'd like the treasurer to tell us what that increase would be of the 12% on 100,000 per tax rate, so people would realize the additional cost.
Harold, I think we're going to cover that in the next motion. If the next motion is the highway fund, yes, that's where the increase seems to be. So I'm going to hold off until then before we ask for discussion on that. Harold, you're asking for an explanation of the difference between the 2 figures of last year and this year just for the general fund. So that's a difference of 2,000 and something. Do you want to speak to that again, Lewis?
Yes. Harold, right now we're on the general fund. We will be on the highway. So that if we just took the general fund, it's only the $2,400 or $2,700. But so when we get to the general fund, and I think Charlotte's working on that. So when we get to the highway, I bet she'll have an answer for you.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, Charles.
Chuck Fish, is Rich Cogliano's remark an amendment to the motion, or is it just a comment?
I did not hear Mr. Cogliano make a motion. Rick has raised his hand again. Hold it like here.
Sorry, parliamentary procedure. I would like to amend the motion to include the increase of $8,418 for the fire department funding.
$8,418, is that right? The motion has been made to amend the town general fund budget, adding $8,418 for the fire department. Is there a second to that motion? I see your hand. I don't know your name, sir. Paul Adler. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Rich Cogliano and Paul Adler to add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department. Rich, you've spoken a couple of times, but if you would like to explain this again, I won't count that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I said earlier, we looked at 4 categories for things that have had inflationary increases. Dispatching, the cost of being in Southwest New Hampshire District Fire Mutual Aid, which is our dispatch center, is the most significant at an increase over the last 8 years of $7,685. We also have an increase in Southern Vermont Cable, which, let's face it, I don't know if they're going to be around in another year, of $226 in the last 7 years. Green Mountain Power has gone up $767 in the last 7 years. On the good side, since we've switched over to propane at both our stations and we've renovated the center, our heating costs have gone down $259 in 7 years. So the total in just those 4 categories, dispatching, power, cable and internet, and heating, the total increase is $8,418. Now that's not an increase in the cost of gear. That's not an increase in the cost of equipment. That's not the increase in phones. That's just the increase or insurance actually. All of that we still have to fund. So we're not looking to be 100% funded. Our total budget, as I said, has been level funded since 2012. We pay $90,500 to operate our station, to operate our department. That means we have to raise 46% of our budget by fundraising. The same volunteers, several of us in the room that stood up earlier, that are going on calls, going to car accidents, going to fires and medical emergencies are the same ones that are flipping pancakes and writing fund drive letters. We get nothing. So we are asking to help us flip a few less pancakes, play a few less rounds of golf for our golf tournament, which is happening September 12th. So that we can stay viable and stay operational. That's all we're looking for, is just an incremental increase to cover some of our increasing costs over the last 7 years since we've been level funded.
The motion on the floor is to amend the main motion, the general fund budget, by adding $8,418 for the fire department. Louis, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, Louis White, thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand they're saying 46%. The town paid, we have a payment this year of $30,145.80 for the fire station that was built a couple years back. Another $71,952.30 for a fire engine that we purchased. So, and then on top of that, you've got the $49,500 that we gave them. And without the $49,500, we're at $102,098.10. And then you can add the $49,500 on top of that. I was really hoping we were going to work with the fire department a little closer than this, and to get to this point where everybody was happy to. But we're already at a 12% increase this year, and to add this onto it, and then we're going to have another article for SEVEDS coming up, which is going to add even more to it if it's approved. So I'd really like to see people turn this motion down.
Geraldine, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Geraldine Wilson. So I'd just like to affirm the process that Louis, our Select Board Chair, followed this year of having each of the committees come and meet with the Select Board. It was really awesome, and the Fire Department as well. And I have to say that I am in great appreciation for our Fire Department and what they do. I would like to help support them so that it's not the same people out fighting the fires that are also flipping the pancakes. So I would encourage us all to really get involved in a lot of ways to support our fire department. And I'll say in terms of the process, I've been on the select board 5 years now. And this was the first year where the fire department really came and presented a budget. And I think it really reflects a shift in what Dummerston is, the town is organizing itself around in terms of a relationship between the town and the fire department. And I look forward to supporting that in whatever ways I can. I would say that the mistake, if you'll call it that, was that when the fire department came to present their numbers to us, they didn't give us any paper with things written down. It was all verbal. So then we were left as a select board to go back and write down what we heard. And so if there's a discrepancy that you're hearing in what Rich is saying they presented and what we're saying we heard, there very well could be. It's up to you, the voters of the town, what you do in terms of the amended motion that's on the floor. The typical protocol of your select board is to level fund things and then allow the town to say, yes, we're willing to pay more. We take it very seriously that we're spending our money, and so we don't take raises lightly. But I just want to end by saying that I really look forward to supporting the relationship between the town government and our respected fire department.
Harold, do you have a question on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment?
The amendment.
This is we're considering the amendment right now to add money to the general fund budget for the fire department.
I'm asking for a paper ballot on the amendment.
Okay. To have a paper ballot, we need 7 people who want that. This does not mean that discussion is over. We're not calling the question. But could I have you raise your hand if you support a paper ballot on this amendment to add $8,418 to the general fund for the fire department? I see more than 7 hands, so we will do a paper ballot. But more discussion on the amendment on the floor before we go there. I saw your hand, sir.
Thank you. Eric Lineback. I want to just make a comment as chairman of the Dummerston Energy Committee and note that the fire department has reached out to us several months ago about apparently their doors and their windows are quite old and the building is not very efficient. So I think it's germane to this discussion to point out that we should need to look at ways to reduce their operating costs. I'm not sure how much, new windows and doors and insulation might do, and of course there would be a cost to that as well, a capital cost. And I just want to encourage you and your fellow firefighters to. We did send a lighting report. We went over there and did a review and costed stuff out, sent that report. Haven't heard anything back from you yet. we want to encourage you to interact with us and help us help you. So, thank you.
We're discussing an important matter, but I'm going to interrupt it for a moment for something potentially even more important, and that is that the kitchen needs to know how many people are going to be having lunch here today by 11 o'clock, which is very shortly. So kitchen staff, can you come out and look at this number of hands? Michael, can you knock on the door and ask them to please come out? Thank you. Kitchen, can you come out and look at our raised hands? Now, raise your hands if you're staying for lunch. What do you think, Larry? Tell us when we can put our hands down. So you have enough sandwiches, but not too many. Sounds good. Thank you. So we are still talking about the motion on the floor, which is to amend the general fund budget by a total of $8,418, adding that for the fire department. Molly, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Hi, I'm Molly Stoner. My question is about the history of this sort of binary funding. I'm curious, I don't see fire department funding as optional, so I feel a little bit of trepidation about part of it being raised privately and by the workers who are busy doing the work. So I just don't know the history, and I'm curious if anyone can speak to that. And then this probably isn't Robert's rules, but I'm interested in exploring that question of, is this the best way to move forward at another time?
Is there anyone who could speak to Molly's question about a binary relationship and us funding the fire department? Different towns do it differently. If you'd like to specifically answer the question, Rich, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry I'm taking up so much time. So to answer your question about why two different funding sources, every town is different. Our town, we choose to have an independent volunteer fire department. We are not a town department. Brattleboro is a town department. Putney is a town department with an association. So every town is a little bit different. Ours really was a bunch of neighbors that got started in 1950 that got together and said, hey, we need a fire department here in town. So they fundraised, they did all that work themselves. They built the trucks back then, back when you could get away with things like that. Now we have laws that say you can't do that. So part of it is, in the 80s or so, we started saying, look, there's a lot more costs to this than what volunteers can do and fundraise. So we asked the town for funding. Starting then, the town started buying our trucks on a 7 or 8 year cycle. So that's where this binary process came in, is that to run a fire department is expensive. And to 100% independently fundraise it is very, very difficult. So we asked the town for help decades ago, and here we are today. So, does that answer? Thank you.
Any further discussion on the question? Greg?
Thank you. I'm Greg Brown. I have a question, Madam Moderator, and I guess it's also a concern. At some point in the future, the fire department, bless their hearts, and I have no complaint about the fire department and what they do, except that you can't build a budget in somebody's head and just leave it there. You got to put it on a piece of paper. Otherwise, we run the risk of running into the same kinds of problems that we're talking about now. How much is the addition that you want to hear or that you want to have to the budget? Oh, by the way, it was never written down, and so there's some confusion about how much the amount really is. It's just not a very good way to run a railroad. And so I would hope in the future that the fire department and the select board would have good communications. And apparently this year was a good step in the right direction. I applaud that. But you just can't go on unless you put some stuff on paper, so that there's no question about what the amount is, what it's for, what the timing is, and what have you. Thank you.
Geraldine, did you want to respond to that? Okay. Anything else? Yes, Eric.
Eric Kruger. So this body, Madam Moderator, has a long history of people proposing large changes to the general budget and long discussions of them. And so I'm just proposing, it's not an official proposal, I'm mentioning the possibility that perhaps we would consider some less than $8,418 in this cycle, with the caveat that perhaps there could be greater coordination between the fire department and the select board to achieve the funding level that they are seeking in subsequent budgets, because I agree it is a pretty big number to spring on the day of the meeting.
So Eric, I'm hearing you say maybe we want to consider an amount smaller than $8,418, is that right? But you have not given an amount. There's a complicated thing that we can do, and I forget the name of it, but it's where we start at an amount that's low and keep raising it until we don't have a majority saying yes to that amount anymore. I wonder if that's something that you want to propose.
I'll respond to that. Because we've already had a paper ballot called for this amendment, I don't see that as feasible. I will leave it up to somebody else to amend their amendment or to amend the amendment. All I'm suggesting is we can talk about this for another 30 minutes. We have a short meeting this year. But if that number was less than 8,400 on the day of the town meeting, I think it might be palpable to more people. So I'm trying to support the fire department in their intent and get them some money without seeing it shot down because we were given a big number.
Mm-hmm. Eric, we can amend the amendment. And having a paper ballot on the original amendment does not preclude us from doing that. So I'm going to rule, but I invite dissent, that we will start by doing a voice vote at $2,000 and moving up until we no longer have a majority. And yes, Paul has a point of order. Sadie, could you bring the mic?
Madam Moderator, I don't think that's an appropriate way to do this. And I don't think the moderator should be directing the body as to which way to approach the solution to this problem. I think it belongs with the body to make that decision.
Yes, it is the moderator's prerogative to rule, but it is the body's prerogative to overrule the moderator. I'm going to take a 45-second break to look at my cheat sheets here and make sure that what I'm proposing we do is the right way to do this. Bev, I see you have a comment in the back. Do you want to go ahead?
You know, Dennis and I have been loyal supporters of the fire department for many, many years. And it's a very important thing. And since the fire department is a self-supporter and the town is supporting them, I think it would really be wise to encourage the fire department to work more closely with the select board in preparing financial information. And it would be really lovely. I can tell you from volunteering with fundraisers that it's a very, it brings the community together. It makes you feel like you belong to something. And I'd really encourage community participation in fire department fundraisers.
Suzanne in the back.
To me, actually, the number seems fairly small in the overall budget and in what was asked for by the fire department, whichever version you're looking at. And I appreciate the processes, the changes in the process and the things that Geraldine outlined and where the glitches might have been. And I'd like to suggest, I don't know if this is appropriate with this amendment, that we table the amendment and really just be more careful next year and just vote the straight amount that we got from the process that was the new improved process this year, and not consider this any longer, this added for 8,000 plus.
Thank you, Suzanne. Louis, if you have a point of information, otherwise you've already spoken to this a couple of times. No? Okay.
I'm going to call the question, but
Anybody can call the question. Okay.
I'll call the question then.
And I'm going to back up a sec. So I've found this, it's filling in the blanks, but the reality is that I have not had a specific motion to do this. I'm looking at you, Eric. And other comments have been made up here that I think are useful. So I'm going to ask the body, would you like to vote on the amendment that's on the floor, which carries a figure of $8,418? And if we do vote on that, we'll do it by paper ballot. So my question to you is, do you want to vote yes? Let's just end this discussion and go ahead and vote on the amendment by paper ballot? Or do you want to not call the question and consider looking at this process of filling in the blanks, where we look at where the body might like to approve a smaller number to then vote on by paper ballot? Is this a point of order, Jody? Okay, Jody?
Jody Normadeau. Isn't calling the question a non-debatable question, and we just have to vote on that or not?
Yes, and I'm essentially asking us to do that. If you vote to end discussion, then that's calling the question. And if you vote not to end discussion, instead to do filling in the blanks, we can do that. So, just kind of two things. The question has been called. Harold, you're right. Okay, let's go that route. Good point. Who seconded? Eric Kruger seconded. Louis called the question. Eric seconded. Okay, we'll go that route because you're right. That's not a debatable motion. Okay, so if you would like to end this discussion and go ahead to the paper ballot, voting on the figure of $8,418, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed to calling the question, those who want to continue discussion, signify by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question is called. So, for a paper ballot, those whose last names...
Point of order?
Yes.
I don't believe Harold called the paper ballot for this motion. He called it for the other vote. For the original. For the original. Not for the amendment. He did not ask for a paper ballot for the amendment.
Harold, you called for a paper ballot on the general fund approval? Not.
I called the paper ballot at the time the $8,000 was asked be increased, and it's to be voted on that article of increasing it, the budget.
Yes.
By 8,000.
That's what I understood you to say. Thank you, Harold. So we're going to do a paper ballot on the amendment on the floor. What you're voting on is, shall we add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department? If you want to do that, you're going to write yes. If you want the budget to stay at it as it is with no increase for the fire department, vote no. Those whose last names begin with A through K come to this table. Those with last names starting with L to Z to this table. Who's got the books?
It's A through L.
L, okay. A through L at the first table, A through L, and M through Z at the second table, M through Z. Vote yes if you want the increase for the fire department. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. There were 147 votes. 77 voted yes to add the money. 70 voted no. So the amendment passes, and $8,418 has been added to the general fund budget for the fire department. That brings us back to the main motion on the floor, which is Article 8. Charlotte, can you give me new numbers? Now that the motion has been amended, I'm thinking we have a budget of, somebody got their calculator out? Can you add $486,492 to $8,418? I think that's $494,910. Okay. And how much of that needs to be raised by taxes? We need to add $319,410 plus 8,418, and that looks like $327,828. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Thanks to the Dummerston School for those lifelong citizens who learn their math here. So Article 8 has been amended. The question on the floor now is, will we approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there further discussion on the main motion regarding the entire general fund budget? Are you ready for the question? Looks like you are. All in favor of the motion on the floor, which I will repeat, is to approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed your budget. Thank you. It is 11:39, and I see 4 legislators here. So we're going to take a break from articles and invite our legislators to come speak. I'll be positively rude and say that people will probably stop listening at noon when it's lunchtime. So however you want to divide up your time, be our guests.
Hello, Dummerston. It's good to be home. Thank you for giving us a few moments of your time to talk with you. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can because it sounds like lunch is right around the corner. This week that we have off, it's really nice because not only do I get a chance to catch up on all the home improvement projects, but it gives me a chance to actually sit down and talk with folks without feeling any sort of rush or anything like that. So, all your legislators are home for the next week, and feel free to reach out to us if you want to talk, and we're here for you. And I wanted to start off by just mentioning that the Windham delegation is down by one member. The former representative from Rockingham, Matthew Trieber, recently resigned, as many of you probably know. And over the last year and a half, Matt became a really good friend of mine, and he had this way of criticizing just about every single piece of legislation, but it was good in a way because he really knew how to analyze things. And, no law is perfect, but he helped bring them as close to perfect as possible. So he's definitely missed. And I also wanted to share just a quick story about last year, my first year as a freshman legislator. And, I had a few assumptions about how things happened in the State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of the assumptions that I had was that in the General Assembly, you have Democrats sitting on one side and you'll have Republicans sitting on the other. That was just how I figured they did it, because that's how they did it in Congress. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators pick their own seats or go back to their old seats. So on the first day I had my seat assigned to me, I went and I sat down and I looked around me and I realized I didn't recognize anybody, and that's because I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. So I thought to myself, I was like, did I make a mistake here, or did somebody else make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out that it was not a mistake, and that in our State House, legislators get mixed up regardless of party affiliation. And even though I was a bit nervous at first, I'm actually very glad that it's set up that way. The reason being that over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the different perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are always carried out with mutual respect and honesty. We occasionally make fun of each other, but overall we're actually very respectful, and it's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture, in that right here in communities like Dummerston, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you folks a brief rundown of some of the pieces of legislation that we've been working on. So as you may know, the Global Warming Solutions Act passed with a strong showing of tripartisan support. Some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain some sense of hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope that I witnessed on the floor was the general tripartisan agreement among all the majority of legislators that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as folks living in poverty in this state. And so this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just several days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate bill also passed in the House. And the reality that we all know is that marijuana has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. The lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money that people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I will be happy to support legislation that prevents money from going to folks who may also be trafficking other drugs in our state. Now, the role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. What I told people is that I don't like any drugs whatsoever, so I know I'm not very fun at parties, but I do care a lot about highway safety. So as a former trooper and drug recognition expert, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. Overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products. It will bolster our tourism economy, and the licensing options that are available will provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And the other topic that I wanted to talk about is something that's a bit more local related. As we've all heard, we've heard about the car break-ins that have been happening, especially in Brattleboro, and I know we've had a number of car break-ins here in Dummerston. So currently there is a strange loophole in Vermont law where a person can enter another person's vehicle without their consent, and it's not a crime. So right now, if anyone left their car unlocked, I can go into the parking lot, take a nap in your back seat, rummage around through your documents, or just hang out, and it's not a crime. And so I want to say that I fully support restorative justice. I support closing that constant pipeline to prison, but I do believe that people have an expectation of privacy for their vehicles, and they also have an expectation that they'll be safe if that privacy is violated. So I have started working on legislation to make it unlawful to intentionally enter another person's vehicle without their consent. There's no jail time attached to this because it is a big problem, because we don't want to increase our prison population, but I do believe that police should have a way to intervene when people are rummaging around through your vehicle. So, like I said, I'm going to keep it quick, and I'm going to pass the mic off to my district mate, Mike Merwicki. And I do just want to say that it's been a true honor and privilege to serve all of you in Montpelier. And if you have any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the week. So, thank you.
It's almost afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon. And I know that we are standing between you and the best lunch around, so we'll try and be brief. Thanks for the opportunity, Cindy. Thanks for offering us a break here, and to everyone here. It is great to be back home here. When I'm up in the north, I refer to home as the Southeast Kingdom. And it gets people's attention. And somebody from the Northeast Kingdom said, "How could you do that?" I said, well, Governor Aiken of Putney is the person who coined the term, so being from Putney, I think we can appropriate a little bit there. We're at the point in the session, mid-session, we're almost at what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to get from one side, either the House to the Senate or vice versa. So it's a busy time. We've been working on a lot of things. I especially want to affirm what Nader said about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think what we do, we have to balance the needs of today and the future. And as a new grandfather, my daughter gave birth a year ago, it is so much more essential for us to make sure they have a future. When we go camping, we're told, leave it cleaner than you found it, and we certainly want to do that with how we treat the earth. You know, there's an old saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. And it might have been good if 20 years ago we did some of these actions, but we didn't. So now is the best time to do it. And we're looking forward to using the structure of the Global Warming Solutions Act. It brings things together with a coherent plan, and then it keeps us on top of things because there's structures in there where citizens can have cause to action. There's a lot of bills that get drafted. We're not going to go over all of them, but we do have a full report on our website, wyndham4.net, and on the legislative website if you want to get more details and dive into the weeds there. One of the things I want to mention before closing, though, or there's just two quick things. We've gotten a lot of questions about how secure are Vermont elections. Jeanette chairs Senate government operations. I sit on House government operations. This is a really important question, and we can feel good about the work our Secretary of State, Jim Kondos, has done in this area. He has assured us that they're taking every precaution they can so there's not a cyber leak, but the bottom line is we have paper here in Vermont. And yeah, a lot of states wish they did now. And I hope as we go across, we realize across the nation that this is a good thing to do. Lastly, I want to hold up a concern many of us are looking at. There were some headlines early this year about the Brattleboro retreat, that they're having some challenges, some money challenges. And the reality is their situation is not much different than most other rural hospitals in Vermont and across the country. The reality is the cost of providing these services isn't matched by what they're getting from the government and insurance companies. And we're going to have to reckon with this. The good news about that is our delegation, in terms of the retreat, really came together and did some good work working together. And that's one of the things I want to highlight. We're busy working, and we're working on your behalf. The retreat is an essential piece of our mental health system, but it's also the biggest employer in the county, over 800 jobs. Now, there's a whole other conversation people might want to have about what's happening there in terms of quality, what's happening for the workers. But the reality is this is a piece that we need to make sure continues. And as a delegation, we're set. We're going to work and keep doing that. I'm going to hand it off now to Senator Bratt. And thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to serve you and to serve with these good people. So thank you.
Hello. So those of you who don't know me, I am Senator Rebecca Ballant. I am one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, and I am the majority leader in the Senate. And before I get started on my remarks about my work, I wanted to just let you know of an important phone number. I know many of us in Vermont think of ourselves as global citizens. I know many of us travel. And the Vermont Department of Health last night put out a number that you can call if you've been traveling outside of the country and you wonder if you may have been exposed to coronavirus. The number is 802-863-7240. And I mention it because the health department lab now has the test for the virus. Currently, nobody in Vermont has been diagnosed with coronavirus, but as of last night, there was a case in Hanover, and so it's just a matter of time. So if you have been traveling, you might want to call that number and just find out if you should be taking other precautions. I was trying to talk about it with my kids last night, and they said, well, if we don't have any cases in Vermont, why are we worried about this? It takes many weeks to know if you've been exposed, and we have many folks who are at risk. I have a very big elderly population here in Windham County, and I'm very concerned about that. So if you could do that, that would be a great help to your fellow citizens. The other thing I wanted to say is I usually go to other town meetings today because Senator White and I split it up, and I do a bunch of meetings and she does a bunch of meetings, but I realized I hadn't been to Dummerston Town Meeting ever since I've been elected, and I was married in Dummerston, and I have a special place in my heart for the Grange, so I'm very happy to be here with you to tell you a little bit about my work. I sit on economic development and finance in the Senate, and in Economic Development Committee for the last few years, we've really been focused on housing. And in the last biennium, we passed the largest infrastructure investment in housing that the state of Vermont had seen in over a decade, and we were able to leverage over $100 million of investments, creating 800 new housing units, which is great, and there's still a lot more to do. We went back to the treasurer this year to say, would it be possible for us to leverage another bond? She said that she was concerned about our debt ratio and that was not going to be possible for us. So we're looking at other avenues. And the one thing that I wanted to tell you about is we're looking particularly at the issue of tax increment financing. And I won't bore you with the details, but I will tell you this. In the past, larger towns and cities in Vermont have been able to participate in our TIF program, which allows them to get supports from the state to leverage money to do infrastructure upgrades in their towns and cities. And what I mean by that is water and sewer that will allow you to build more housing units or more businesses. And these haven't been available for smaller towns. So we're looking at creating what we're calling a mini TIF program so that Dummerston and maybe Putney and Townsend and Jamaica might be able to make these investments that is not possible just on the resident tax base. So stay tuned for that. The other work that I'm very proud of that has happened in the last few weeks is the work that we've done in the Finance Committee on pharmaceutical pricing. And I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor on a bill that caps the amount of money that you will pay out of pocket for insulin. We heard some of the most distressing testimony I've ever heard in my life as a legislator, where Vermonters were coming to our committee saying that they were paying $1,600 a month to be able to afford their insulin. And I don't know how many of you know about the history of insulin, but the patent for insulin was sold for $1 to the University of Toronto. $1, because the doctor who invented it said no one should ever make money off of this. It is a life-saving drug. And now It's hundreds of dollars. The price has tripled in the past decade. And what we heard is that so many Vermonters are putting off buying their insulin, they're making it stretch or trying to make it stretch, and they're getting very, very sick. So the bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It caps the price at $100 for folks who need insulin, regardless of how many medications they need. Now, I can tell you the Committee on Finance and the rest of the Senate wishes that it could be even cheaper than that, because even $100 is a lot for many Vermonters. But it is unconscionable the amount of money that pharmaceutical companies are making for the price of insulin right now. So I'm hoping that my colleagues in the House will also have as much luck as we had in the Senate with getting it passed. The other thing that I wanted to tell you about is a bill that I co-sponsored regarding student loans and student loan debt and the servicers that service these loans. So the average borrower debt right now for a student in Vermont going to college is about $31,000. That's a $200 payment a month for 13 years. That means they're not investing in a home, they're not investing in a car or other important, or having a family. And so what the Department of Financial Regulation in Vermont said, there's not a whole lot right now that we can do as a state on the debt itself. We're going to continue to look at that issue, but we can go after the servicers that are making upwards of billions of dollars nationally on additional interest that our borrowers are paying by having them steered into loans with unfavorable terms. So again, unanimous bipartisan support in the Senate. We sent it over to the House. It will offer some relief to borrowers here in Vermont. And we're going to continue to look at affordability issues here in Vermont. The last thing I want to say is there are only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to represent their constituents in the Senate, and I am one of them, and I love my job, and I'm grateful that I'm able to serve you in that way, and I very much appreciating having this time with you today. And Jeanette, I haven't left you much time before the mac and cheese, but Senator White, thank you.
So I guess I'll try to make this really fast so that you can get to lunch. And as Becca said, it is a true honor to be able to represent Dummerston and the rest of Windham County as we serve Vermont. It really is an honor. So I sit on the Judiciary Committee in the morning and Government Operations in the afternoon. In the Senate, we're on 2 committees. I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of some of the things we're working on. In Judiciary, 10 years ago, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory for our prison population, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. That's a lot of people for a small state like ours. We invested in what was called justice reinvestment, and we have managed to change that curve a little bit. We now have 1,700. So we've not gone up like it was predicted. And this year we're investing in what we call justice reinvestment. I keep getting that wrong. Justice reinvestment 2. And our focus is on a couple things. And with all respect to Nodder about the new crime being created, we are looking at what really needs to be a crime, what should be unlawful and what shouldn't, and when people go afoul of the law or the rules and behavior, what are alternative ways of dealing with them other than sending them to prison? Because we know it costs $55,000 a year to keep someone in prison. For a man, it costs $75,000 a year to keep a woman in prison. We could send them to four-year colleges for far less than that and get better results in most cases. So those are, we're also dealing with a lot of other issues, but that's a big one for us right now. In government operations, and I know that sounds like a really boring topic, but it deals with, as Mike said, elections, municipal issues, law enforcement, the military, the structure of government itself. And I will say just one more thing about elections. First of all, we're not we're not doing anything to change elections this year. Our town clerks will be very happy about that. But one of the reasons that we have such a great and secure election system with a lot of integrity is because of our town clerks, because we don't have a centralized system. We have each town clerk manages the elections in their towns, and that is a huge advantage for us in Vermont. So thank you to the town clerks. So two other things that we're dealing with is we are what's called a Dillon state, which means that towns can only do what we in the state, in our wisdom, decide you can do. You can't do anything unless we give you permission to do it. Most states are not Dillon states, so they are allowed, their towns are allowed to do anything that isn't expressly prohibited by the state. We're trying to make some inroads into changing that, and what we have is we have a municipal limited, it's a pilot for limited self-governance for a number of towns in Vermont. And I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that select boards, although we give them a lot of grief for what they don't do and some of the things that they do, they have about this much authority. We don't allow them to have much authority. So what this pilot would do is allow a certain number of towns in Vermont to apply and have a much more self-governance for their town to make decisions without having to come to the state and say, may we please put a stop